the demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of party. And if you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't bright, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't bright, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
next to me, come on.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Project Horizon. We are here again for an amazing day of VCT China. I am Kumquat and today I am with the beautiful Mike. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for calling me beautiful. But you're right. Welcome to Project Horizon. We got a couple of nice games here. The first one today is going to be JDG versus Fun Plus Phoenix. And this is going to be the second team. Well, one of those teams is going to be the second one to be eliminated from this tournament. So there's definitely a lot on the line here.
Definitely a lot for this both of these teams. And the first one that we can talk about is JDG. They did win one matchup in the kickoff. It was against Titan Esports Club. Unfortunately, they lost the two after that. So now they're in the lower bracket. But they did prove a bit more, I would say, than FPX. So they still, I think, stand a bigger chance.
Well, definitely. I mean, which is the thing that surprised me because, I mean, we like to do in Project Horizon some, what's the word? We like to guess what the winners are, a couple of preds that we do. And I was like, I mean, FPX, I mean, I've known them for years. They're gonna be good. And I just predicted them for basically everything. And how wrong I was. I mean, even though the lineup is still quite similar and you have, I mean, absolute legends like Scary, for example. But still, I mean, Live, Berlin, Young, we've seen these guys on stage many years. And now suddenly, I mean, there's been a huge drop down. And well, after seeing how they've played these last couple of games, I wouldn't be surprised if they joined Trace Esports as being the first teams to be eliminated.
I wouldn't be surprised either, this new roster. So they added two new players this year, Setrod and Scary, that comes from Pacific, APAC region. But it's still not really working right now. We're seeing a lot of struggle for FPX. They did not win a single map yet in this kickoff. So the start is really a struggle for them.
Which feels weird to say. I mean, you were talking about FPX here, and it's not like a rebrand. It's still the core of the team that went to, I believe it was like Shanghai a couple of years ago. I mean, they've been to internationals, and then being the first ones, or basically the first ones to be eliminated, that it's a huge difference. And especially if you consider that picking up Scary, like, for me, the best clutch in all of Valorant history is by Scary on Bleed. And the fact that while picking him up, they've had such a huge drop down. I mean, I just don't know how it works. But yeah, I mean, if there's any chance for JDG to win this, I mean, it's this game.
They have to stand up at some point, because yes, it's gonna be elimination if they don't. We can do quick words maybe for an amazing player from JDG, and it's Stu. He had an amazing year in 2025. Unfortunately, the rest of the team was not maybe completely aligned with his performance, so the results were not that good for JDG. They never ended up in the top 4 in VCT China, but Stu did some incredibly great games.
I mean, and especially considering he's the main duelist, so you're definitely looking at him and as well, like, to see if he can adapt to the current meta, like picking up Waylay or maybe going for the double duelist with Waylay. So he's definitely the one player that you're looking out for entering side and probably to get the most kills in a map.
Definitely. On the side of FPX, this is Life, that is the main duelist. His performance is a bit compared to the one with Stu, but he's still an amazing player. We really hope that in this game he will step up for this team. He's part of the main roster from SPX. We've seen him in the previous year in 2025, which was also a difficult year for FPX. So all in all, both of these teams are on the same path that last year. They struggled in 2025, and the kickoff of 26, unfortunately, is a bit in the same shade for now.
I mean, struggle to say the least, especially if you look at that first game that was, I believe, against Tai Lu. 13-3, or should I say, they lost 3-13 and 4-13. And as well, in the match that they played against Bilibili, yes, one of those went to OT. I believe it was 17-15 where they actually lost. But as we're talking about, Stu is the one guy that we're looking to frag, and technically that should be the same thing for Life of FPX, who is also the main duelist, but he has just not found the on button. It seems like he's just either not comfortable or he just hasn't found his way to actually fulfilling what his role needs to do. And you can see, I mean, there's a reason why Life isn't here on the head-to-head. It was Young, and still, I mean, he's just miles below the JDG players. So, I mean, if you told me last year that JDG would beat or has a pretty good chance to beat FPX, I'd say you're crazy. And I mean, we're here. It could happen.
It could definitely happen. I think it's gonna be a bit of a difficult battle to fight for FPX, definitely. Another player that maybe we can outline his performance is Rico. He did some good games with his Sentinel as the Sentinel of JDG, especially in the first game. So there are also strong players on JDG, definitely. And for SPX, they're really struggling to start.
Yuiko, we also gotta say, he obviously came from Wolves from last year, from the team that managed to get 3rd place in, I believe, Toronto, yes. So he's definitely got my vote. I mean, I just love the Wolves players. It's good that I'm not casting any Wolves games, because I'd be incredibly biased. But you're right, that's one of the players that, even though I'm not looking to necessarily get all the frags, I want him to get them. And
they really need your support, Wolves, because yesterday they barely dodged the elimination, so they're also having kind of a struggle in this kickoff. You can see we're doing the skirmish right now between Jakeru and Young to see who's gonna choose the side.
I mean, you can see, I love when players don't necessarily take this very seriously, and they're just looking around. You can see Young at some point was buying an Odin. And as you know, I believe it's 1st to 5, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I love also it's because it's very cheerful. Most of the players and team actually find this funny, so for me this is a great addition.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta say, we love it so much. We'd love it was even more expanded, but still. Getting scolded by his coach for only getting 2 kills. And I mean, honestly, I see so much potential in the skirmish. Like, I remember a tweet from, I believe it was Sadak, that was I mean, I'm gonna play every skirmish because if I win, if I lose, it doesn't matter. I'm the IGL and I'm the worst player. If I win, you just lost against an IGL. So that is, I mean, the potential for mental break and it's just so great. As we go now into the map, Vito.
Interesting, Mike Vito. Yes, so the pick for JDG is a Pearl. They already won once against Tracy Sports, and then we're gonna go to Bind, and Avon will be the decider. There is not much info on Bind for JDG, and was only playing once for FPX. That's the map where you said there was a big overtime against Bilibili, so probably their best map. I think that's what they're thinking at least.
Well, who knows? I mean, a lot of things can happen here. Weirdly enough, I mean, I was expecting a different map in the beginning. I don't know why, but like Pearl and VCT CN, I don't necessarily put it in one sentence, but it will be the first map that we get to.
Yeah, no surprise, at least for FPX, Pearl, Avon, and Bind are the free maps. The only free maps they played in the kickoff, so they're staying on known ground, not especially good. Sorry, good.
All good.
They don't not remember the maps that good, but it's still known ground, so they know where they're gonna play. And this Bind, I think they can win against JDG because JDG dodged Bind, so I think maybe it's not one of the greatest maps.
I mean, it could just be that it's like more or less a permaban and either they want to go for a bit of a play here or they decided they wanted to try it out anyway. I mean, I just looked it up. Bind is JDG's second most played map. So, I mean, you have to assume that they are somewhat comfortable with it. But the last time they played it, I mean, I'm looking at it, and JDG, the last time that they played Bind was literally almost exactly a year ago. So, it's been a while. A lot has happened since then. So, Happy New Year, by the way. I mean, since it's basically been full 365 days since then. So yeah, it's definitely a good question if it's going to be comfortable for them or whether this is going to be new grounds.
It's interesting that it was 1 year ago and they're not banning it because I think if they haven't played it in a year, it was probably one of their bans. For a long time, so it means that it's back in the rotation. They let it open. It's not their first ban anymore, but there is kind of a question mark of how their performance is going to be, definitely, because they're back on it. Did they have enough time to actually prepare?
I mean, that's a good question, because if you're thinking about teams having a permaban, there are very few reasons why you would ever switch away from that. So it might be the change in map pool. I mean, Bind hasn't been, I believe, in the map pool the entirety of last year, so you can also throw them a bone of why they didn't play it for such a long time. But now we see the player walk out, and I gotta say, I always love these. I mean, just look at the production. Shout out to all the producers, shout out to the venue. It looks amazing.
Yeah, I think what happened for the Bind map is that it was initially absent from the map pool and maybe they didn't want to pick it up when it came back because you don't want to change your strategy and you just kept what you know best for the end of the year. So it makes sense. And you're right, the production is amazing. We need this, and also the mascots. I cannot wait to see the mascots.
Yeah, those are always a highlight. You can see the one for JDG already there on the right side. And I mean, just look at these doors, these panels that open up. I mean, this is just straight out of a movie. You gotta love the value.
With the backlight.
Yeah, and the fact that like they still have a long way to go for the stage, so they have like probably a couple minutes before they even get to there, and you can see all the fans lining up and the mascot as well, just staying behind there.
Minutes, maybe it's a bit. Oh. Yeah,
I mean, they've got a long way.
Long. Yes, it's a pretty long walk. You're right. It looks like maybe it's a concert, like it's a BTS concert.
It looks like it, definitely.
It's so cool for the players.
We also, I mean, the last game that I casted, there were some point the two mascots were just next to each other, so we need to decide which is the better mascot. I feel like that should be a tradition. Like, what mascot do you like most? Last time I believe it was ELG. No, who was it? It was All Gamers who won. So let's
Okay,
see.
so let's see.
Now that
But we
the
just
players-
decided, two of us.
Yes, exactly. We're
Okay, so that's
we're the deciding factor.
not a
here, but
huge
first-
panel for statistic analysis.
Yeah, independent panel.
Yes.
Independent European panel at that. So who knows?
Yeah, we have two countries represented. Maybe two with you.
Exactly.
So. Oh wow. That's
Yo,
even
you
more
gotta wake up.
cinematic.
You gotta wake up. There's a game to play. Oh, there we go.
Love
You
the
can see
energy.
Yeah, I mean, they're just having a good time, and that's the most important thing, right? I mean, yes, one of these teams is gonna get eliminated, and you're gonna take this seriously, but still, don't forget that, especially when this has the potential of being your last match, you gotta enjoy it. You gotta enjoy it, and just think about the fact that there are so many people who came out specifically just to watch you. I mean, that's also gotta be a great feeling.
Yeah, I think they want to make the crowd happy, and also you have to highlight that maybe for some players you have to take the pressure out, because yes, the stakes are very high with elimination on the line, but if you're too much in your stress, maybe you will play more bad than you would in usually. So chill a little, have some fun with your team and the public, and just play your game like you do usually.
Oh, and a hug coming out from both of these teams. Pacific would be jealous. But and also for the people wondering why the coach seems so unfamiliar. I mean, that's Legia. He is from Germany, and he was the head coach for Bleed. So it seems like it was a 2-for-1 deal that they got Scary and the head coach at that. I mean, so far it seems like it hasn't worked out, but he's definitely trying his best to show his presence and to make sure FPX gets it, or has a way to get to Santiago. Okay, now Kumquat, what do you say?
I must say FPX.
Okay, I agree.
The big ad for me is it's a big no-no.
It also looks like it's like Snoopy a bit. So,
It's
and
a
I
bit
also like
too scary.
yeah, the winking for FPX. So we gotta agree. No matter what the score of this match is, FPX has won the mascots.
In our heart. In our
Yeah.
hearts, yes. They
In our
won,
hearts,
definitely.
So
They
yeah,
do certainly have a long talk. Lot
mean-
of thing to get straight.
yeah. I mean, this is probably the last good chance that you have as a coach to talk to your players. I mean, you have the timeouts, and you have the halftime, so you can talk to them. But still, this is the last time where you can do a proper just team huddle and just tell them, because otherwise, I mean, presumably, if you use a tag timeout, it's going to be for strats, right? So not usually for nerves or to hype up your players. So now they finally sit down, and the coach is gonna go onto his coach slot, as soon we're gonna go into the first map.
They tried two different lineups, FPX on this Pearl map. They tried with the double initiator with KO and Tejo when they started in defense, and when they started in the attack, it was the double duelist with Neon Yoru. So I wonder if they're gonna pick the same attack defense lineup, or if they're gonna change.
That's a very good question. I mean, the same question is for JDG, because I mean, the last time that they played it, it wouldn't be an unusual comp to play it, but yes, I decided to change it up. You can see the double duelist, at least on the side of JDG, but without a waylay. Okay, so no waylay on both sides. But apart from that, I mean, I was thinking I'm almost seeing double, but it's really only the Killjoy that is played. Setrod playing the Tejo, well, that is unusual to say the least, and double Neon.
And also we have the Brimstone. It's interesting because usually the teams tend to prefer the Astra on Pearl, and the Brimstone it can be played, but it's a bit of more of a niche pick. So it's interesting to see that's what the Scary is choosing.
You're right. I mean, the Astra pull is just so important for post plant. So they decided to go for this Brim. Well, it's probably just going to be because the smoke lasts longer. So we've seen that Brimstone is now technically a viable pick compared to all the other controllers. But still, a bit unorthodox if you think about how basically every other team picks Astra.
Definitely. I think Astra is so good on Pearl. It's a wonderful pick. You can do so many things and the map is so huge. So Astra has really a great value on this map. But I trust FPX. I want them to find a win in this competition. And I want to trust their pick that Brimstone might be the good choice here.
Yeah, I mean, considering their role, I don't know exactly if they're necessarily considered a dark horse, but like this is one, as we said, one of these teams is going to get eliminated. There's no way around that. And both of these teams are going to do their darndest to make sure it's not them.
We are gonna have the answer in a few minutes of time because the game is starting and we have already the pistol with a huge fight in the ramp. Berlin finding the first kill.
3 players pushing up B, finding the first one, and you can see JDG immediately deciding, well, no, we'd rather go A. But FPX is already on top of that. I mean, you can see they're already rotating, but the exact will come in here quickly. Young, what can you do? Finds a clone, but what else can you do?
There is a lot to do yet for JDG. They have not planted the spike. And Aeon with the triple on the ghost. What? This is how you get the job done.
I mean, literally blink it and you miss it, because I looked away for a second and suddenly everyone is dead from the side of JDG. But you can see why in the replay here. Young, a nice 3k, just playing on the side of the smoke, a very powerful position because people are going to assume that it's at least somewhat clear. And well, that's a quick way to get your pistol. FPX up 1-0.
It was a very clean pistol, and Young, I mean, maybe warmed up with the skirmish.
No, definitely, even though we only got 2 kills, I believe. Berlin using a nice 0 point to make sure that 3 players are spotted. But JDG have time. Just about 1.5 minutes to decide where they want to go. And even if they got spotted on A, they still have a lot of time to decide where they actually want to go.
Hero's drone is gonna be destroyed. They know that there is some present at least in this plaza. Player also spotted.
That is a very difficult position, especially now with Su pushing out. Luckily, he's gonna get stopped by the frag grenade. But still, 3v3, you don't really want to see this. Young finally, with the Ghost, getting another kill, and they really want them to stop getting this bullet. And Jay is on the corner, but he gets immediately taken out. Left onto Jay Kuro. Still already some damage done, but Young, he's able to pick up the Bulldog, so probably no really economical damage for FPX.
They're feeling pretty fine. 3 players still standing. What is interesting though is that Jekuro is gonna be able to plant the spike. And maybe we'll have time to find a few more kills because they're on the opposite side of the map, so they will have to rush a little bit for the defuse.
They were just wondering if he somehow snuck up onto A, but you can see now Young is able to pick up, I believe... Oh, I thought there was a Bulldog at some point. He finally does so. I had to look for the gun. But Jake Kuro, I mean, in a 1v3 with just a classic, he's gonna be happy if he even finds one.
We should trust more in the classic force. Maybe he can find something. Is definitely checked the headshot, but it's not enough against the light shield. So Aeyong will be able to finish him first. 3 players standing on the side of FPX. So the bonus is gonna be quite alright.
Yeah, it's only going to be basically the Spectre that missed. You can see, I mean, I really don't like this positioning from Stu here. Just completely out in the open while he gets peeked by 3 people. But in the end, they've stopped the bleeding. It's not that bad. And even a couple of upgrades. You can see Young picking up the Vandal and Scary deciding to go for the new Bandit here. While JDG, they just have a completely normal buy. Just a couple of Vandals and Phantoms with full shields. Bonus, you can see JDG once again going for an aggressive peek here. Berlin will get spotted out, but it's only going to be 2 shots. So still, even though he's a bit wounded, he's still walking around.
Not much damage done yet. Yes, still a lot of work. I like that JDG did love to work the map and actually move from one place to another. They try to eat first and then they will take some other neutral space and force FPX to respond.
But that being said, FPX seemingly going for a bit of a gamble with 3 players. It was basically 4 players on A until a couple of seconds ago. But now Ian will have the first contact, but immediately gets taken out. And that is B completely open. FPX already scrambling. And yes, it's their bonus, but still, obviously they would like to get something out of this round.
And the worst player to lose in this position for FPX definitely, because the B side, as you said, is completely open. Now you have to play the retake. You do not have any entry in your hands on the side of FPX, and it's completely locked off by the attack now. JDG seeing 2 players already in this ramp.
Oh, but he's got to be careful. It's a quick trade there. Jakuro tries to help him, but a little too late. Still does get the kill. So there are just 2 players left. And as we said, it's going to be just the Spectre and the Bandit, the 2 players we already talked about in this round. But apart from a couple of exits, they're probably just going to go for this just in case. But nothing found. Even Scary, I believe he won't find anything. He gets 1. He gets 2. So still some damage done. I believe we see the consequences of this damage next round. But otherwise, an easy conversion from JDG.
2 players, I'm not sure it's enough to really damage the economy of JDG. I think they would have wished for a little bit more. What's interesting is that they did not hit at the same time. They did the little altercation on the ramp and then waited to actually hit the sides. So Jakuro had time to go back and help his teammate. They could have tried for a little bit more chaotic approach, but they choose to wait and see, which did not really work for FPX.
Gary now going for an Odin buy. You can see that's the reason he's playing on A. As someone who wants the Odin to get nerfed, I mean, I can definitely see why he decides to use it on that choke point. Meanwhile, on this B side, it's just going to be live. He's completely alone, but no one's here, so no danger yet.
EDG funding their entry in art once again. There is the alarm bot, so information will be given to FPX, but what's the choice right now? You know, there are some people stairs. You have to keep them at bay.
What's scary is there with the Odin. He's gonna know as soon as someone peeks out, he should have an easy kill here. But he decides to go through the own smoke. Why do you do that? And he decides to go back again. I mean, the complete wrong order of operations. While everyone on the side falls. 3v2. And JDG have the advantage.
Rico crossing Cosmic Divide. He will face Aeon quite quickly, and Yuko will not miss his shot. Triple for the player.
But are they aware of this possible flank? There was the alarm bot, but Killjoy was just out of the range. So Yuko, I don't know if he even communicated that to his players, and he does so. And I mean, it seems like both of the Killjoys are just on point today. Both of them getting 3Ks and 4Ks so far. And, I mean, it looked a bit worrying at the beginning. And together with that Odin play, I gotta say, I mean, he just put the cart in front of the horse. I mean, if you got an Odin, you gotta spam. If you gotta spam and then just going back into the smoke, that is definitely a misplay. But otherwise, 2-2, completely equal. Well, in theory, look at the buy.
It's full eco on the side of FPX. Things are already starting to get a little bit tough for the team. They will try some push in A main, will not find any players. I think JDG are playing it very safely. They're waiting for a potential aggression on this eco round. They do not want to slip.
The drone being used, and the turret will be spotted by the Yorkcon as well, and it will be destroyed. Teho drone being used from out, so they know that there's no out pressure, and it's basically all here in B-Link. But still, otherwise, I mean, they're just giving them full control. They're just gonna bide their time, but at some point, you have to be careful about a potential flank here.
And once again, they found some road that they can take. They gotta take the link. Yeah, 3 players are here to greet them, but the weapons are not there. Unfortunately, it's gonna be very hard for FPX to find the shots.
They don't. Oh, but they still do, just barely in the end. And all three players, blink and you miss it, immediately falling down. And now it's just up to Berlin and Setrod with 2 sheriffs. I mean, at this point, they just want to go for a bit of damage. There's absolutely no chance of them winning this round.
And talking about damage, no players from JDG took any bit of damage.
Or just barely in the end. But as a flawless round, as flawless as it can be. Just barely one sheriff body shot onto, I believe it was Stu in the end.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, considering the bye, it's not really surprising that we got the scoreline. But nevertheless, it will be JDG that is now on top.
It's a very difficult round, I think, for FPX, because you want to at least do some damage to force the player to buy the shield again. Now they will save 1,000 credit more than they should have, which is very, very good for their economy, definitely, and puts them in a very good place for the rest of the half.
I mean, with 5,000, 6,000 credits, as you said, not even forcing the rebuy of the shields, that's not something you want to see. The attacking lockdown being used, you can see Scary is still here, and he's deciding to as well molly this. So if they want to push this, they need to do something. The lockdown will be used, but Scary getting the first kill, and that is Yurko down immediately, and Berlin in Jeu as well.
This lockdown position was a bit weird, I would say. And the defense one is going out, also forcing the Adagger to go aggressive, and Stu, Dekuro, they will find the double together. Now it's all on life, but it falls also. 3 player down on the side of FPX. A round that was looking very good is completely falling down.
I mean, what a play. Hands down the right thing that they did here. Considering the defensive lockdown, there's no way you can fight it, so you can either go back, or what they decided to do is just go in deeper. And now, I mean, it seems like the sides are flipped. They're in the enemy spawn. But that being said, FPX is just aware, and they know that this could be a B-pop. So JDG and FPX both have to be careful. Just about 15 seconds left on this plant. The smokes, and they really spotted out. Young, he gets 2, and it's left upon Stu. Well, it shouldn't be rhyming here, but still, Stu in the end with a 4K. What is happening? It's going back and forth, back and forth. I mean,
oh my God.
At this point, it really looks like they're just horsing around.
Do not make this madman. What did you do, Stu? It's absolutely unbelievable. I think FPX do not believe it either. It just rushed. That's crazy. This player is unbelievable.
It's a movie full of plot twists. The fact that first it was a 5v3, then I believe it became a 2v3, and then it became a 2v1, and then Stu somehow gets a 4K out of nowhere and wins the 1v2 clutch. I mean, what a great round there from JDG. Up to 4 rounds. Hajer also finding the Killjoy turret. So a bit of pressure onto this B side. But otherwise, no Killjoy utility whatsoever. He's decided to go for this Guardian buy. Oh, this timing could be horrible there. And even decides to TP back out. No chance for a trade whatsoever for Berlin.
First player found. And now the map is a little bit more open for JDG. 4 defenders on this huge Burrow map is a very difficult situation to be in. I think they're gonna stay quite far from the B side and playing the retake together. There are a few ultimates that they can use, but it's still an eco, so it's gonna be difficult for FPX.
Berlin smoked off. No chance to do anything here. He picks up the Guardian from Young, so able to at least spam a couple of bullets and throw a molly, but the molly barely doesn't even hit. Jakuro just taking a bit of pot shots, a bit of damage, but otherwise nothing else. It's coming out to make sure they somehow stop this plant. But still, Coconut with the Hunter's Fury being used, and there's already one hiding still, and in the end it's just life. And he just falls down. Just one player falling from the side of JDG, and they're slowly building up the momentum. 5-2. JDG is slowly running away with it.
Definitely,
Have
we're
the-
starting.
Have the
see-
chance.
Yes.
It's all good. Yeah, starting to see if they can run away with it here. 5-2. But now at least live. I mean, they decided they need something new. And while he only has 2 kills, he decides with this op he wants to change that.
We're starting to see some momentum taking place for JDG in this map. Definitely FPX are struggling a little bit. I think this round would be their chance to come back. If this one is lost again,
爆能器在我这儿。
it's gonna be difficult to have a decent defender side.
Live will be spotted out. He doesn't even hit the drone, but still he can hide from it, considering it's only this one player on B for the fake pressure. And yes, he backs down. But there's really no danger
确定目
here.
标位置，
Deo now using his drone on the other side as well. That's what you get the advantage of the double drone. But I believe he doesn't spot anyone. Je just barely getting out of line of sight.
I don't know it's gonna be A, but they have to take a few life, not die unnecessarily for FPX. Scary taking the first, it's 2 down, good player out of the game.
爆能器
I mean, I was saying the orbital strike was maybe a bit too preemptive, but Scary spamming to his own ult and getting 2 there. Live now finally joining with that op, and it's left onto Yuko, who's done great so far. Top rank with 8 kills, but nothing in this round.
It's still good for FPX. They finally managed to find a full armed round against JDG. That's what we wanted to see from them. Scary with an amazing round also on his side. That's what you
Nice.
want.
Nice
For
and easy
FPX.
cleanup there. Yuko, no chance to get even back into the round. And you can see, I mean, Young and Yuko, the 2 killjoys, considering there are 3 duelists on both of these teams. Them top fragging. I love that. Live has to be careful about that angle. Je was able to manage to get past through, and he gets the kill. That's the op immediately down. Live, well, he's gonna wait to respawn until next round.
This is hard. He knew, Life knew that Ze was there, but still he lost the duel to a Vandal. Hard shot to swallow on the side of FPX, but you have to continue this round. The B site will be taken. 2 players are here, but is it not a little bit too late? Young finding the first one. Flash
The
is
second
good.
one.
炮塔被打
He
掉
has a
了。
chance here. The numbers advantage back on FPX way, but Berlin has to be careful what's his positioning, but they don't expect him here. Even with the Astra pull, the Young will get his 3rd one, and once again, we're talking about the Killjoys being the front runners of these teams. Yuko. Deja vu. 1, 2, 3. Has to somehow manage to salvage this. The spike down, just barely 30 seconds, and he gets spotted out.
剩余30秒。
And spammed. Yuko, once again, no chance compared to last round. And, well, slowly. I mean, there's definitely a reason why these teams are playing each other. It seems that the level is quite similar. And it is reflected, at least partly, by the scoreline.
It's good to see that FPX are getting back into this game, finding some solution, and the timeout is gonna get called by JDG. I think they're not struggling that much. It's only 2 rounds for now, so I think they just want to crush them. That's the plan.
And you can see JDG's coach going for the red button, deciding he wants to talk to his players. Has just about the minute to do so. And that's a good question what they're actually going to talk about. But you can see on both of these teams have had their good moments and their very weird moments, to say the least. So it seems like maybe he wants to put a stop to that, or just make sure that somehow they manage to get the advantage at the end of this half. Just 3 rounds left in the first half.
I think FPX maybe find a solution against JDG. They are starting to have a well-built defense. We see particularly Young with a very good stats. He's 11-5, so stepping up in this game, really important to have a player that will drive the rest of the team.
先走一步。
Yeah, as I was saying, just these killjoys that are the heavy hitters for this team. A nice knife, making sure that they cannot take any B main control. Will finally do so with the Astro Smoke and the drone, and they will find there are a couple of people here. But the flash is quite nice, he still gets it. But the delivery as well, getting another kill, and Life is just dominating here with 10 HP. Still manages to get 2 out of this.
JDG getting crushed in this ramp. They lost the spike. They have to use the smoke to get it back.
还剩一人。
And Yuko falls on the other side. So now it's only Jakuro. Okay, he has the spike, but what do you want to do against 4 players? The timeout didn't work out for JDG.
Definitely not. That is not what they wanted to do this round. But also love the aggression from FPX right after the timeout. Jakuro with 64 HP. You can see Scary even on the flank. So he's just slowly getting corralled into the corner. On the turret, but Ion, as I said, the heavy hitter for this team, immediately take him in out. And well, after the couple of strings of rounds from JDG, I really thought, considering the predictions and that I predicted FPX, that I backed the wrong horse, but it seems to be going my way. Now it's 5-5, and both of the sides are equal.
They're feeling it. FPX is definitely feeling it. The score now, it's 5-5. They managed to equalize. Only 2 rounds before the change side.
I mean, I don't want to be beating the dead horse, but like Ayang, 12-5. 2 KD, more than 2 KD while playing the Killjoy. Well, that is definitely an incredible performance.
And it's already much better than what they did against Bilibili. They went 4-8 in their defense side, so they're definitely feeling a lot stronger here.
You can see the arc push out immediately here. Scary decides to go for this molly, but decides to go for a double peek as well. Just a couple of spams here, nothing so far. Stu is behind the smoke, but decides to back off, probably wisely so.
It's gonna be a huge bloodbath in these double doors. If JDG decides to cross, the flash is perfect, but Aeon is just so good! A triple kill for the FPX Sentinel.
I mean, I told you he would be the front runner of this team. 5 HP in 15 kills in 10 rounds, even getting a 16th one at that. I mean, what is happening, Ayang? What did you eat today? Because we gotta know.
Was it him that was laying on the ground? I don't remember.
I mean, that could just be the secret to all of this.
Maybe.
出警报器，投放蜂群手雷。
They
I mean,
take
he's just-
the lead.
Yeah, he's laying everyone else on the ground. You can see all the streaks that have happened 5 rounds in a row, but FPX are joining them as well. Now the question is, with this last round, will it be all equalized by JDG, or will FPX secure their advantage?
The buy is pretty decent from JDG, so they have a chance to actually get the 6-6. They do not want to let this half slip. We remember that this is their top pick, so they should deliver.
Has a chance to get it and finally does so. The AWP finding its first kill in the 11th round. And JDG 1 player down, and that's your Yoru. Luckily you still have another duelist, so it's not quite hopeless.
Picking twice before hitting the sides. JDG, they're looking towards a cosmic divide in place, trying to isolate the defender on site.
Scary is already ready here. The cosmic divide will split them up, but suddenly they don't want to go into the site just yet. The defensive lockdown as well just being used, and Berlin catching the first one off guard. Do they even want to go for this plant anymore? It seems the answer to be no.
They're running away. They want to try to do the full rotate towards B, but time is not on their side. Only 20 seconds. They go back to Plaza. What's the choice? They will go double doors. One player is on B. It's Life. They have time. They will have time, but Life will be tested. Takes down Jakuro.
And he still has the stun, he still has the overdrive, decides to pop it, but it gets taken out. And it was just not enough time wasted. This plant will still go down, frankly. I mean, a lot of damage, and it's still a 4v2.
I didn't know why he used Armageddon though. It's what maybe a bit premature on the side of Setrod. But they are 4v2. They should have everything they want. No utility left, almost, for JDG. But you have to hit your shot. Setrod with the first one. Only Yuko alone against 4 players.
Be careful about this this angle up there. It will be scary finding the kill. Not Young with the shorty, but it will not matter. 7-5. And well, I mean, JDG, someone has put the brakes, has pressed on the brakes, because after those couple of rounds at the beginning, they somehow don't manage to get anything done after that. Well, that's a nasty kill. The best part is, I believe that one-way smoke was from the side of JDG, so they put in a smoke that made them a one-way for themselves. Or for himself. I mean, it was the Astra peeking out, and you see the karma immediately. Halftime break, FPX 7. They've gained their lead, but still only 2 rounds between these two teams.
I think the discussion at halftime for JDD is gonna be complicated because I believe they would have expected a very different scoreline at the end of their attack side. Just to recall, they went 11-1 against Trace Esports. So completely different result here against FPX. And if we see what FPX did against Bilibili, I believe JDG would have expected something way different. And now you might be starting to get a little bit scared.
That being said, I mean, it's still quite equal. Oh, shout out to the mascot. Best mascot. Who decided? the official prize.
The official best mascot.
Yeah, official Project Horizon best mascot, but only between FPX and JDG. I mean, in the end, we're gonna decide what the best mascot is in all of VCTCN, right? I mean, surely that's where the conclusion leads. You can see Young. I mean, all the 3Ks and 4Ks that he's gotten. And he is first place in all of ACS and average damage per round. I mean, he's just on top of everything. Hands down.
And he went complete Bazinga at the end of this half. Unleashed the monster inside him. If he continues this way for the second half, I think FPX could even look at a win. But let's not sell the horse before, I don't know, just created an English saying from a French saying. That's a very bad idea. Sorry, everyone.
That famously always works out. The Teo drone being used. Jay spotted out, but he cannot TP back. He needs to wait for this. And he's got 5 HP in 5 seconds. The question is, which will fall first? It will be the HP Berlin taking it down. I mean, unfortunate timing there. Just had to bide his time 1 second more. But that's a duelist down on the defender side.
What I like is they will take the kill and just move away. Like, okay, we got what we wanted. Now let's go somewhere else.
Kuro deciding to explore here makes sense. He has numbers down, but still, if he dies there, that would be A control basically completely surrendered by JDG. And with 3 players here, I mean, they're just so aware. I don't know if they spotted him. I believe they now did. And they're just holding, finally. And now they're just gonna get pushed, even live on the other side, getting the kill. And yet it's one for J. Kuro, but he's so low, and it's a quick trade. 4v2, make it a 4v1. I mean, once again, it's just Ion winning everything out and making sure that FPX gets this pistol round.
Holy smoking shot from Ayoung. Live with the same treatment. 4 players standing at the end of a pistol round. Very, very clean round for FPX. I think they're feeling it, definitely.
Yeah, and JDG as well. I mean, both on different ways. But once again, I'm just talking about the same person over and over, but this really is a one-horse town. I mean, he's got a ghost, but still 18 kills, and I expect him to get another 3K this round. The next player on his team has 9 kills, and he has double that. already almost on a 20 bomb. And we just barely started the second half.
EDG deciding to respect this eco round. They will buy a Sheriff Fauger, but it's pretty much it.
确定目标位置。
That's what deciding to use Theodore. He knows there's at least someone here and the turret will be broken. With some info given, and you can see already the JDG players that are banking that hopefully this is a B hit. But you can see Young already on the other side exploring, and the spike will go, well, at least seemingly so.
先走一
Oh,
步，点
Wandering
击
off for a
长
bit.
颈鹿，
Be fake. Life already on site. The wall will not give them any information. Berlin even behind the smoke with a bit of a team flash. That's really unlucky. But still, it doesn't really matter unless Berlin falls. And he does so.
投放风群
Just
手
like
雷，
the wall.
投放风群手
3
雷，
to 3. FPX will get the plant down. But JDG has picked up the Guardian, has picked up the Bulldog. If there's any chance to do it, but it's Young. Gets the first one. Barely gets the second one. And he wins. Against a Bulldog and a pistol. Finally falls down to the other Killjoy. But it's a 1v2 for JDG, for Yuko. Trying to do what Young has done all this game. And somehow has to try and go for this.
部署炮塔，
I love that Aeon goes with the ghost again in the duel, knowing that they must have picked up the gun. Yuko is found pretty easily. It was a 1v2 and the setup was perfect. Not much chance for him. Unfortunately, that's the second round for FPX on this half, but the damage has been done. The bonus will not be that good for them.
Oh, I mean, considering that I like the idea of a fake, but when you're against the pistol round, committing 2 players there with the chance that you're running into a stack and losing both guns, which is what happened. I mean, you gotta say thank heavens to Young, who manages with only a ghost. I mean, I told you that he's got a ghost, and I still expect him to get the most kills that round, and that is exactly what he did. Especially, I mean, crazy considering it was against a Bulldog and a Guardian. Their drone will find no value, and they're smoked off. So you can see immediately FPX deciding, well, let's just go away.
Very silent round that didn't make any sound, any noise in this main. They want to hit quickly and surgically this A side.
投放风群手雷，
I've already taken the first contact. Both him and Yuiko are down to pretty low HP, but the spike will be planted. Maybe a couple of spams here,
爆能器已部
but
署，
nothing found so far. Stu will take the first contact, and you're just running around. What are you doing? With the 2K, finally gets taken out by Young, and he gets another one. But 3v2 still. Numbers and gun advantage on the side of JDG, but they decide Young, with 23 kills, decides to go for the lockdown. But they're pushing it. He needs to be careful here. Just 5 seconds on the lockdown, but he gets 2! It's an ace for Young! What is happening?
That's crazy.
25 kills on the Killjoy! Incredible!
What is happening? This is just...
I mean, no wonder he's on the high horse. 25 kills on Killjoy. This was incredible. I believe in the end even a 1v3 with the first kill. And I was wondering why he was using the lockdown, but well, my apologies for ever doubting him. But that will never happen again.
He has 14 more kills than the second player on the scoreboard. That's absolute madness that we're seeing from Aeon. I mean, now the strategy from JDG is, okay, kill Aeon, then we play it around.
The wild horse here in this roster. You can see now he decides to go for a bit of a slower play. But still, they know that someone pushed Art. They know that someone has gone for this. And Young now exploring completely alone. Seeing if he can get anything done. But he doesn't find Coconut.
I don't know that Ja is there. Moving towards ramp. Will they check the corner?
Oh,
it's a bit of a surprise for
still.
life. But it finds the kill.
Berlin taking out Yuko as well. And again, I mean, you look away for a second and suddenly it becomes a 5v3. The alarm bot being used for the flank and Stu. So Stu will be spotted out. And he's the one with the hero rifle. So he's the one that should get a lot of value here. Already spotted. And you can see the two players here. Does get the first one. But decides to go back to his teammate on the other side. But in the end, it will just be him left. Stu, I mean, taking his time, biding his time. But with 65 HP, it's gonna be one at most. They still want to go for this. And it will be a quick and easy fix from Life. Taking down his counterpart. And well, I mean, they're really running away with it now. 11 rounds to 5.
Maybe it's time to call the second time out for JDG because win is on the board, definitely for FPX.
Oh, that's really unlucky. You really think that Jay with the judge should get at least one kill there, but quite unfortunate. But I mean, they had the gun advantage, so that's one of the rounds that you expected to go FPX's way. But now, this is the round that JDG somehow needs to win. And you're right, they still have one timeout. I mean, are they gonna wait until match point?
I think it's weird because this round is the round they buy weapons, so it would have looked like the right choice, but I think JDG must have a strategy there. They know the game they want to play, but 11-5, the scoreline is quite deceiving for JDG.
And they're just giving them full control of the site. I mean, Jay doesn't even want to push who's on spawn. He's just gonna hold and hope that someone goes into him, but this should be the easiest A-split in the world of Pearl. Yes, there are two players here, but the null command will immediately make sure that they have no utility. No alarm bot, no nothing. Jay Kura needs to go for a wonder peek here, and yes, he gets one. He gets the second one. Hold on. But it's a 3v3 in the end. But wait, Stu is behind, but they know. Oh, I like the idea, but Scary still spots him out. And it's left on two players who have been quite silent so far. Jay and Coconut, what can you do? That's a nice shot there. 2v2, numbers equal.
The lineup for the Molo is there. They will tap the spike, will hit the ground, gain some precious seconds. It's now 1v2 with Scary taking down Coconut. Joy is trying to find him, but he's running away. The turret will reveal his position. Is Scary can take the shot. It's the map point for FPX. They look unrecognizable in this game.
I love this strat from Scary. He knows that they have vision on the spike, so he decides to just back down. The only thing that he can do is actually push me. And together with the Killjoy turret that is still activated, I love that. It's still activated because Young was playing in spawn, in art. And as we're now in the match point, Young on 25 kills. Funnily enough, this is probably the first round where he didn't get a single kill because he just didn't have to. Scary. Making sure they win this round, and they want to do the same thing for this one. And Jay, what are you trying to dodge? It's a drone there. It's not a flash. Oh, and tragedy unfolding here upon this A site. Coconut, the last line of defense. And the spike will be planted. Yes, Life is on 9 HP. But I mean, do you expect this? Yuko shutting him down. But still, 40-second countdown has started.
Here's the Cosmic Divide. That will help a lot because FPX moved out of the site and now they have to cross again.
Young decided to go for a bit of a knife play there. Oh, but he decides to do it in the wrong second. And the lockdown coming down. But the Cosmic Divide will drop at some point. The question is, will it be before the lockdown goes down? And it's just a pure slaughter. 13-5. FPX mows everyone down. And in the beginning, it was looking neck and neck. And then in the second half, FPX, I mean, they couldn't stop pressing gas.
It's kind of incredible what happened because it looked like JDG really had the game in their hand. They went 5-2 and then from there it was complete disaster. FPX kept putting round after round after round with an amazing performance from Ayoung. Really incredible game on their part, and if Bind is in the same colors, I mean, JDG, you should be scared.
You now see the highlights of the last round. Great entry there. I still do not understand the dodging of the drone, but also just being aware that the Cosmic Divide will fall down before the lockdown will finish doing its work. And now we see the highlights there, and I'm gonna count the kills. Okay, not the kills, but okay, 3 highlights from Ayoung already. I'm legit gonna count this. Like, feel free to keep like casting or commentating. I'm just give me like a minute.
I mean, on Valorant, it's always amazing when you just eat every shot. You feel like you're possessed by some kind of deity that gives you power. And you just, okay, every time I try to hit something, I just do not miss. And I think that's what Ayoung was feeling right here. Not missing anything is just incredible performance. There's nothing much to say. I think most of the success from FPX, obviously it's a team effort, but definitely Ayoung's personal performance was a huge part of the result.
Still counting, by the way, so feel free to keep talking. I mean, all the highlights from the beginning are from JDG, but because seemingly in the later rounds, they just didn't have anything else.
Madman, complete madman. We see him again. Obviously, he has done half of the kills of the game, I think. Probably the ace also. I really love his aura farming, definitely. Not even smiling, just standing up, saying, yeah, that's me.
Hey, watching it, only one beaming.
Care up.
There's a timing. I can flash for you to beam in. No, nothing beaming. Just carry. Nothing beaming. Beaming clear.
No one aiming. Care up.
Kill split.
I hold my rocket.
Okay, some away. I'm coming. F5.
I hold one more rocket.
Kill floss, someone kill floss. Inside, go.
34. Nice.
Watching high. One, side.
前去了，一名敌人。
Last.
Side.
Nice. Well played, everyone.
强了吗？召回机。
You need 13 rounds to win the game, right? And the first 2 were just the pistols. And the other 11 were straight in a row. Just back to back to back to back. Yes, there was the halftime break in between, but it just didn't stop FPX. And they're trying to continue this run in the second map, which I believe, as we talked about, is Bind. But apart from that, we will go on just a little small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, you wonderful people, to map 2 of JDG versus FPX. We're going to bind now, and we already see the comps immediately. I mean, and this is now a very familiar sight. I believe we have, in 10 players, just 5 unique agents, so full-on mirror comp here.
Interesting, yes. They decide to play exactly the same. Obviously, it's kind of the meta composition on this bind map. We play the classic Viper, the Yoru, that can rotate pretty quickly, and the amazing Raze that still finds his light with the Rocket on bind.
I mean, you definitely find is one of those maps that has been figured out for quite a while now, even with those couple of changes that we've seen over the years. I mean, Viper, for example, has always found her place on this meta, on this map. And apart from that, the Raze as well. I mean, nowadays you're seeing a lot of people switch from this Raze to the Waylay or going for a double duelist with exactly those two agents, but seemingly it will just be a very classic comp. The Fade as well for the Prowlers, just to clear out things like hookah or clear out lamps, and the Brimstone, obviously with the longest lasting smokes, and the agent, the only agent with the ability to drop down all the smokes at once.
And JDG never played Bind in this kickoff, so we don't really know. As you said, they've played it, but it was a year ago, so hopefully for them they have some strategy ready, because they have no choice but to win if they want to stay in the kickoff. Elimination is on the line for both of this team, and JDG already lost 0-1 on Pearl, so now they have to prove.
Life already blast backing in, but I don't believe they even heard it. It's a lot of fake control. The problem is it even a fake if they don't know that you may be here? Finally, with the nade, he will reveal his position. But the rest of this team are slowly behind him. Berlin will take the first contact here, presumably. Jay gets the first kill. That's a good opener for JDG.
Looking good for the defense, but it's still time to strike for FPX. They will put the Viper wall up, and I think they're gonna go for this A side. Probably they could also rotate from the transporter. There are 3 players rotation coming in. J-Kuro will join the defender side.
Love that poison orb from Yuko, but they're deciding to push backside here. They don't want to go through the orb. They just want to go through the people, and that's already one going their way. 4v4, but you have to be careful about Yuko getting the first one here. Life already taken out, and gets the second one. A nice shot there, and Yuko even the third. I mean, the Killjoy player from last game, who we're talking about in a couple of rounds there, once again just opening up and getting a nice 3k to make sure the pistol goes their way.
Yuko was already a strong force on Pearl, but is showing that he's still present for this bind. The triple kill completely wrecking the FPX player and offering the pistol to JDG. First round for them. And the judge for Stu. The show is starting.
I mean, if you're thinking about bind and raise, like, why not go for it? Deciding to play, I mean, you can have the chance of playing either hookah or lamps. Decides to go lamp in this case. The fake Prowler will not find anything. Decides to go for a bit of a more offensive angle. Now he just has to be careful about if this Viper wall drops, then he will probably have to back out. No one there yet. The Viper Molly will make sure they cannot push out quite yet.
Only classic on the board for FPX, not even a sheriff to play with, so they will have to go almost bare ends against JDG.
Finally push out, the Viper's wall goes up, but Stu, you gotta be careful here. He can just push everyone out, but no, it will be in the end we're looking at Stu, and he gets one of the 5 kills. Just one of those. But it doesn't matter still. I mean, basically an almost flawless round, and it's an easy conversion there for JDG.
Easy round on the side of JDG, and yes, the judge was not the weapon of the round, but he was there to help his teammates at least. And now finally FPX will be able to buy, but the bonus round is very good for JDG because they didn't lose any player.
I was talking about how you can play the shotguns in both on either hookah or lamps. Well, we see one shotgun in lamps and one in hookah. The Bucky being bought from J-Kuro, I believe the only player who died last round. Jed does not manage to find the shot, and that is the Outlaw already spotted out. But everyone has full shields. So it will have to be the 2-tap there. Decides to go back on the same angle, and it's a double peek, but he decides to go away. Onto this B side as well, where the spike is.
Don't know where he is right now. They will have to gain more information. Still 1 minute on the clock for FPX. They have a lot of time to decide where they want to go. For now, they're pretty scattered on the map.
Good smoke and a combination of utility. Unfortunately, he doesn't get caught by the C's, so he has a chance to go back onto this angle, but he does not hit the shot. Well, he does so, but Berlin is just down to 10 HP, basically the same as Jay, who's also just barely on 30, but it's a full TP. But there are 3 players here on A.
Joe is just everywhere that FPX want to go. There is the Outlaws carry finding the first kill on Wicco. But you have to do more if you want to plant the spike. Now the time is running out. Will be planted and you have to guard 2 player down for JDG. Looking good for the side of FPX, but Ayong just offering the weapon and Stu finding the kill also. Maybe, just maybe JDG have done it.
Just 2 players left between they're getting spotted. What?
Okay, they have not done it.
Okay, how rude of you. The game just cut me off. I was saying about how easy this should be, a bonus conversion, and then FPX out of nowhere. I mean, pulling a horse out of a hat.
It looked like JDG had this in their hands after the Vandal was picked up, but just Setrod was there to defend his teammate with Berlin. The deadly duo here to save FPX, and that's what you want when you lose your star player. Then the rest of the team is here to defend. But very costly round though, they lost 3 players.
Still will be a full rifle round. The first one in here for the map of Bind. JDG have the advantage. 1 player will be spotted out. It will be the Viper. Just decides to back off just for a bit. But it's not enough pressure. He goes back in. Just has to be careful about not swinging this too wide. Life is just waiting there, biding his time behind him.
Definitely taking the time they do not want to miss.
Thinking about how the Berlin Prowler didn't find anyone, but Jed still decides to back off and to TP. Now with the first one that will be here. Luka just down to 3 HP, still manages to get the kill.
But they do know he's low. They know he's very low. A single utility could kill him. That's good information, but you have to be careful because with 3 HP you can still take your head off.
Bond on B, once again not finding anything, finally will do so. And it's Molly immediately coming out, but Yuko, he has to be careful. He's just 3 HP, and there's 1 player in Hookah just basically behind him, and he gets spammed down. Should be an easy kill, and they're opening up the B side completely. Coconut falling down, and with just barely 7 seconds, it will be planted.
The rotation from Uka was very fast. Hopefully, unfortunately, they managed to plant the spike, but took a lot of damage. Setrod is half-life already.
We're already on this flank. They need to be careful. The poison orb going up. Oh, but the time could be horrible. Ayong is still prepared for this. Down to 17 HP, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill. And Jen needs to jump out of hookah at some point. The time is slowly ticking down. Stu gets the first one, and Jen gets the second one. Left up on the Scary, and the controller player can do nothing except watch as they defuse the spike. 3-1, down to the wire with basically, I mean, exactly a second left. Crazy time from JDG as they get their third round.
Yeah, the position for the postplane were not optimal, I think, for FPX because they played only 1v1 with no possibility to trade. They had the numbers advantage at some point, and they should have maybe took better position to be able to withstand the attack from JDG, but did not manage to. So JDG is up 3 around now, and it's an eco for FPX again.
And I love this. This is something that if you're a T1 coach, you need to look at this. Zhe has bought an Outlaw. FPX is on a complete low buy. There is no way. Yes, we see a couple of shields, but not a single heavy shield. This should be, if he manages to hit the shots, which frankly was a bit difficult for him a couple rounds ago, but if he manages to do that, this could just be an easy cleanup from him. So take notes.
I do. I'm taking all the notes I can. And now FPX They have the Stinger on live, so if they can manage to find the contact play, they could do some damage. Ayoung still already very low. Coconut with the stronghold will be taken down by Berlin, but it's just 1 kill. 4 more to go.
Gun dropped on side, but no damage. However, Stu, barely with 23 HP, manages to get out with another kill, and it's left up on Setrod. No chance to pick up a rifle. 3 bullets, they would hear the 3-0 defeat, decides to go for it, and well, that's what I was talking about. Just 1 shot, and immediately it's gone. And not only that, now that they know they have an outlaw, I mean, just look at the buys from FPX. I promise you, it's gonna be all full shields, and there's probably 1 or 2 players that have to sacrifice a rifle for that.
They did do some damage to JDG's economy, so that's almost the best they can do. Unfortunately, they were not able to plant the spike, which would have been good. But now they have the weapons, so they can try once again. But hopefully, this map will not look like Pearl, because for now it's kind of the same. We're almost up to the 5-2.
Call me a wizard, but everyone in FPX has full shields except for Scary, and look at their utility. Yoru doesn't have a clone, Life doesn't have a boombot, and Ayoung doesn't have this poison orb. So quite a lot of utility gone for FPX. Yes, they have the guns, but I mean, how do you even get the advantage?
It's not gonna be easy. There are a lot of ultimates to be used on both sides. So there is a play that is available, and the first one will be Dimensional Drift. Setrod getting some information. The rocket from Stu will find Ayoung. Traded directly by Berlin. Not nearly enough damage done for SPX. They already lost 2 players. Viper's Pit is up and running for JDG.
Stepping the spike, but the Viper's Pit perfectly covers the spike position, the plant position, so they need to just go for this and hope for the best. Well, that is definitely something that could happen. Yuko getting counter-spammed on the Viper. Yes, it's still a 3v2, but well, the chances have definitely gone up since then. Just barely 20 seconds to get the plant down.
This crossfire also from Je and Jikuro is deadly, absolutely deadly, and Scary will eat it directly in the face. Double and Berlin down. 5th round for JDG. I think the time between the maps helped them. This bind map is definitely difficult for FPX.
And you can see JDG are just not allowing anything. They don't want any chance of FPX once again building up a bit of momentum or going on a bit of a run. So you can see they're just clamping down. Only allowed that 1 round, and that was a bonus round. The one that you don't necessarily expect to win. And even then, I believe they got like 2-3 kills, and that's 2-3 guns lost. And you can see FPX, the coach, the German coach, once again pushing the red buzzer and just hoping to rein his teammates in and to somehow salvage this half.
This really looks like the first map. They're using the timeout, and after the timeout, they completely destroy a JDG. I'm not sure the same will happen, because I feel like it's the energy is still a bit different from what we've seen on Pearl. And on Pearl, it was also hugely because Ayoung stepped up a lot, and it's difficult to reproduce.
You see the momentum still has been shifted. So FPX, yes, they went in with the advantage, especially the mental advantage of being like, well, we still have a bit of leeway, so it doesn't really matter if we lose this map. Obviously, that's not the plan. They still want to go down, go 2-0. And now FPX, they decided to go for this timeout while on a low buy. So it seems like they're gonna have a strat cooked up for us.
Okay, let's see what you have prepared, FPX. They are all in Uka, almost 2 players. Fontaine, but 3 on the defense for JDG. You have a lot of contact weapon. They definitely want the skirmish here. There is the orbital strike also to create a bit of chaos, maybe a little platform to the side, but it doesn't work at all. Only Life will find a target.
还剩一名敌人。
Far from enough on the side of FPX. Ayong is alone.
6 having a lot of struggle on this map so far, but now with 2 players and just running into the outlaw. What a statement from JDG. A nice cleanup round, and FPX, because of the 2 players in long, they just didn't manage to get the coordination. You can see that the 3 players that jump around, they need to look in 3 different directions, and therefore only with 1 player looking at long, it's an easy cleanup for JDG, as FPX just couldn't get their foot in long. And you can see that there's as John Wick would say, consequences. 6-1 for JDG.
Do not kill my dog. But there is no sky, unfortunately. Would have worked.
I mean, the Fate Prowler is technically,
Yeah,
I believe
it can
it's
count.
supposed to be a cap.
Let's go. It counts.
It's a parallel universe where John Wick had a cat and not a dog.
Yes.
Ready on this angle. You see the counter Viper Orb being used. The Boombot once again. I don't think it will find anything, but still, they decide to just go for it. Stu is in a very dangerous position, especially with the showstopper, but he gets 1-for-1. That's a good trade.
A good find from Stu, at least getting some damage done for FPX. And now they're ready to play the retake. Dimensional Drift already in place. It will see absolutely everyone, but Coconut is taken down a bit too early for JDG.
The timing is horrible. The Viper Split will be used, and Ayang still gets the kill here. They want to protect this plant at all costs. Dekuro left in 1v3. What can you do? And Ayang is just ready for it. More than doubling his kills in just 1 round. He definitely hasn't found the value so far that he's wanted. But still, we're watching the replay, but I want to talk about this Viper utility usage, because you only saw it for a second. But a very good strategy that Ayang is using, even though he's maybe not shooting quite as well on the first map as on the first map, is that he's using the Viper Orb that he had on the same side as Yukor. They're using it at the same time. So as soon as you put up the wall and the orb, so you want to lurk through, well, Ayang just puts his orb up, and now suddenly you're cut off. And that's a good way to stop Viper from getting value. Talking about value. Okay, Setrod just decides to TP back after a bit of pressure done in Bath.
The operator for Je. He had quite a strong start of the map. Could maybe do some damage with the weapon. Have to be careful on the side of FPX. Use utility, because this can be definitely deadly.
You can see FPX is very aware of this possibility. No single dry peek. Even a double peek from that distance. Even in that case, you would favor the operator shot hitting. Still have a clone though. Well, they don't. Well, yes, they do, which is just right in front of them. So that's the one chance that you get of getting the operator weight of this life.
He's doing the flank. He's already in market. He will definitely find Berlin.
Other strike is just way too early. Doesn't find anything. And Yukor getting the cleanup that he wanted. Stu from behind. Gets, yeah.
Oh no, it's a shorty.
And well, stop me if you've heard this one before. Ayang left in a 1v3, 1v4, 1v5 clutch. 16 seconds at this point. Well, those 16 seconds are just for the players to talk to each other.
剩余10秒。
Ayang is just gonna tuck his way in lamps.
Something definitely went completely wrong on this B side. Even with the flank aside, they lost 4 players on the side and find absolutely nothing, even though they used orbital strike. It was a bit of a miss there.
Just not being aware of the positions where they can play. You can see now Yukor, the orbital strike is completely behind him, but still no one checks the right side. And also, I love that Yuko is like, okay, I believe they knew where he was. And Stu is like, wait, I have flank. Yuko just runs at him with a shorty. I'm getting this 4K. No one can stop me. And you can see the damage done. Ayang having to go for this saved rifle. And just Berlin with a judge. The rest of them have gone with sheriffs.
And they're back on eco, yes. Maybe they can create the upset again. But it's 7-2 already for JDG. This bind map definitely looking good for this team.
Good boombot. I don't believe it will spot live, but he's aware of this. Still, that's a headshot, but unfortunately it's through the wall, so it doesn't quite get the kill. Still, down to 59 HP.
It's still some damage that you've done, but Stu will not miss a second time. This time he finds the headshot quite alright. And you lost your player in buff now.
Or even some damage on an Ayang. I mean, don't forget that he's the one with the rifle and a 5v3. JDG are just cleaning house, man. They're just taking down everyone one by one. And FPX with 40 seconds. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they went for another save.
Definitely it's gonna be hard to do some damage. They would really like to at least kill a player. It will be down. Yuko, at least it's some damage, but can you find more? Aeon with the Vandal that they picked up. It's a 2v3 now.
But he needs to push out, and he does so. He gets the perfect timing, but Ayang still is ready for this. Has to be careful of the timing of the smoke. 1v2. He should know where both of these players are, or at least one of them. He heard the TP.
It doesn't seem to really know. At least it still check the lamps. We'll see the Prowler, so he knows that Fate is over there. Oh, he took some damage there.
To wait for the regen shield and goes for this reposition, but it's already stuck half. He gets almost the first one. It looked so close, but Coconut will survive with 5 HP. I mean, you can see the nerfs going there, just not going the same way that is gone on the first map. And FPX, I mean, what else can you say? Struggling would be an understatement.
Yes, Ion is definitely not on the same level. We see that he missed a little bit there. It was a bit of the same for the JDG player, but yeah, he's not happy. He was liking the previous game better. The coaches.
I mean, considering as well that there's a good chance that he wins it. With the operator, going for the trade there would have been very difficult. So it really seems like he was just not expecting him to be so far off the spike, even maybe still just sticking it. And the couple of whiffed shots there, even with the movement inaccuracy, well, that came to bite him back. Second timeout being used while down 2-8. And it's the last timeout, unless by some miracle they manage to get back into overtime. But this seems very unlikely.
They would have to at least get the 2 rounds that are coming. I think that's why the timeout is used, because if you lost 2-10, it's almost an impossible round to go back in the game. So you have to get the 4-8. That's the only hope for FPX. And definitely they can. We've seen that they've done some great things on Pearl. There are some great personalities in the team. Definitely a huge potential, but they have to unleash it if they want to find a solution against JDG. The map looks pretty locked down for now.
Round 11, just 2 left until we change halves, until we change sides. FPX going for an aggressive play, but that's exactly what you don't want to do against an operator. Just a full-on dry swing, and Zed gets an easy kill. Just making sure that no one else is pushed up. Stu even helping with a couple of shots from the weapon, from the Phantom. But Jazz still has repositioned back here, and he gets another one. It's an easy TP out. I mean, it couldn't be easier for him. Just hit the shot. No utility being used, and that is a lot of trouble for FPX.
Already 2 players down. It couldn't be worse of a situation for FPX. They haven't even tried to hit a site yet. And 1 minute just crossed on the clock. Looks very bad. The timing is awful. Completely awful for Aeon. 2 against 5. impossible to be down for Scary and Setrod, the two new players for FPX.
You can see the confidence is just not there. In the first map, a lot of the rounds that FPX won easily was them just literally running it down with 3 players and just knowing that as long as we have the numbers, it's gonna be fine. And in this case, everyone is just dying one by one. It's completely shattered. And yes, obviously, if it's 8-2, there's a difference in strats or preparation between these two teams. But you also gotta imagine that there's a difference in mental. Like, FPX are not feeling good right now about the performance.
I will just save. No choice. Absolutely no choice for FPX. They lost all the players so early in the round.
And they had to go for this save. I mean, considering how their money is, they needed those couple of rounds to even get a chance in this next round. The last round of the half. You can see, I mean, it's still quite competitive. The Guardian just being sacrificed there, but still, it's full util and full guns. So, good thing that they managed to save there. JDG could have gone for those guns and maybe done some damage, but in the end, it will be full rifle round.
But they can still definitely find something there. The issue, though, is will they win in their duel against JDG? Because even with the weapons, they have struggled finding something in the previous rounds. It looks like he knows that Aeon was there, but will not find him.
But that's how you deal with the operator. Just making sure that you use all the utility. Now the Prowler as well will be shot by the teammate. But still, they should be aware that the operator is most likely here. Oh, getting the first shot, however, and the showstopper being used, and even finds it through the smoke, and now to 4v3, but unfortunate timing on the blast pack. Setrod down to 17 HP. It's a 3v3, numbers equalized, but the health is not. You gotta be careful about Yuko though. He's inside, and he's got the Viper's Pit.
They
5 bullets, and he gets him through the dimensional drift, barely in the casting time. And Scary, you have to be the hometown hero, and he does not manage to get anything done. 10-2. Whoa, what a statement from JDG.
They thought that the orbital strike had completely cleared the site, which was not the case. One player from JDG was left in the middle of enemy lines, and he completely destroyed the strategy of FPX. What a miss on their side. That ruined definitely the round, and they're down 2-10. A very difficult rest of the map is waiting ahead of them.
And it's just so unfortunate. I mean, I can see the idea. Setrod wanted to go for the dimensional drift to pick up the spike and then potentially even just go onto the other side, and that way the Viper's Pit is completely cancelled. You get 0 value from it. But he gets killed in just that barely, probably just like a second or half a second timer, where he's still vulnerable, and even though he's casting his ult. So very unfortunate there, but I mean, you don't get to a scoreline of 10-2 without having some unfortunate events. Let's say it.
Definitely. It's a bit sad because we've seen such an amazing team on Pearl, and now on their map pick, they're really struggling. Struggling so much that it's a bit outbreaking after what we've seen, but at least JDG is getting a first shot at winning this series.
Oh, definitely. And the best one they've had so far. Considering a 10-2 half, I mean, that's nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely nothing there. They're monsters on this bind. It was the first bind that they've played, and it's a clear signal to other teams that maybe they actually know their bind game. That's from Yuko. That has been amazing on the first half. I would believe the first number is ACS. Yes, 350 ACS for the first half. Just amazing.
I also love the fact that it's been a year since they've played it, but also the last 2 times that they played it, which was in 2025, in January of 2025, they lost it against DRG and XLG. So the last time that they actually won it was in 2024. And they really want to change that scoreline with immediate kill onto Berlin.
Looking good for JDG once again. It's only 1 kill, but still, that's the first zone. Oh, the timing,
is not in favor of Young. Yuka getting an easy kill. And once again, it seems like give them just 30 seconds and they easily get 1v1s. Yuka now watching Yuka and Scary, and it's a beautiful shot there. And it's a 5v2. Once again, the numbers are dwindling. It's like a plague. Everyone is just falling down one by one. Well, there's no clearer way to say this. 5v2, 5v1, 5v0. 11-2. Even the pistol going their way. And you have to assume FPX has to force.
There's no waiting there. Definitely no time to wait for FPX. You want to play a whole map against the match point. Even managing to equalize looks like a dream right now. And they will not force. No, yes, they will. Okay, they're thinking about it.
Will they?
I don't know. There's... What? They half forced?
Yeah, a half second, last minute change. Do a couple of stingers here. And a sheriff, but... That's not a round by that you expect them to win. Especially considering that once again, Jay has bought this outlaw. And will find a lot of value if he manages to hit those shots. Everyone is one shot.
Yeah, the outlaw is definitely a bit scary there for JDG. That whole map is scary on the side of FPX. There is only Ion on this B side. If they decide to hit... I think no way, in no universe, it is possible for FPX to actually retake with not so many weapons.
The side's once again completely theirs, and even Stu gets one into Berlin. That is one of the stingers down, and the chances, the probability are slowly dwindling. You can see the value of the Brimstone once again using all smokes, and even if Scary wants to do the same thing, there's just no way back into the side. Look at the util that they have. Just 2 flashes, but with life falling short and dying. That is putting the lid on this round. Just 3 plays left. Good 2, make it 1. I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again. It somehow gets into a 5v3, and then everything is just flawless from then on. Match point. Not only match point, but match point when it's 12-2. I mean...
How do you find the motivation, the mental resources to actually fight for this game if you're FPX? And also you forced 2 weapons in the previous round, so you cannot even have a full buy now. You only have 3 real weapons, 2 Vandals, 1 Phantom, but you have 1 Bulldog and 1 Stinger, no full shield. Everybody, is sensitive to the outlaw. Everybody is a potential target, and it looks, I will not lie, it looks good for JDG. They have this game in control.
Life has to somehow hit those shots. He is the one that can survive the outlaw and will do so. That's the first good one, but you have to assume he's not alone. But it's still a quick trade, but numbers advantage on FPX. With that Scary kill once again, and Setrod, it's a bit labored, but he does get the kill. And finally, doing a bit of damage, Shakur just to 29 HP, and this is the best chance they've had yet.
Maybe they can do it, at least for 1 more round, but they cannot lose any more player. Also, Berlin has to upgrade his weapon. Change from the Stinger, please. You will not have another chance. It's 2-12.
Ion pushing forward. He's gonna go into Stu, but Stu is also ready. But the timing could be very unfortunate here. Ion really does not want to die here, but he will do so. Gets spotted out, but it's a bit whiffy. Doesn't matter. It's all fine. 2v2. And now the out advantage is once again on JDG's side. I mean, look at Setrod with just 26 HP, but he still manages to get the kill. Jakuro in a 1v2 to win this map, but not quite yet. Setrod with a 3k, making sure that at least they can delay the inevitable for a bit.
But they lose so many players. They lose 3 players. It's a bit too much. Ayoung having not so much chance with the timing in this game. It's already a few times he has been catch up off guard by JDG. They will have another round to fight FPX, but it's not looking perfect at all. Ayoung doesn't even have a shield. It's glass cannon, but with Vandal.
And once again, 3 players are 1 shot from this outlaw. I love that Jay is just so smart to buy it. Will spot down 1 person, and that's the one guy who can actually take a shot in. I don't know if that's a genius play or if Setrod just had enough money to go for it. Nevertheless, still match point. FPX putting out all the stops because they have to.
There must be some pressure there for JDG. Life will fall. One of the targets has been eliminated for JDG. It's an opening.
Timing.
Tried to flank, but it was completely read by JDG. Yuko was actually waiting for him.
Berlin needs to be the difference maker here. He does get the first one, but there are 2 more. They decide to go back. Oh, he got put by the blast back into the... I love that. Into the DP by the blast back. But now they know there's 1 less defender here, so they're just gonna push through this. And Scary, I mean, so far hasn't found a lot of value. It will just be the 1 smoke, but still with nothing to follow up.
There's not a lot of utility left.
With the plan, that's how the showstopper with Scary falling down. This would be an easy round for Stu to use this. 3 players already on site. Look at JDG all huddled up. The showstopper will be used. We'll find the first one. It's just left to 2 people. Ayoung and Setrod. Setrod trying to push here. But they're so ready, but he still gets the kill. The tap there, so they know exactly where both of these people are. It's a nice push. And even with the 1 kill, 13-3. What a statement after what happened in the first map. JDG ties up as we go to Haven.
It's difficult to wrap my head around what happened because we had such a great first map from FPX and here it completely fumbles. They completely miss out this map that was supposed to be their map pick, and JDG, they're back definitely on the game, and I think for the last map, for the decider, they look pretty strong. Maybe what FPX did was just some kind of chance. I think they were not favored definitely when coming into this series, and even if we were surprised with the Pearl map, I think things are getting back into place.
Yeah, definitely. Winning the first map now in a decisive fashion, and the sides have completely flipped. Now, in a couple of minutes, if we go into Haven, I mean, you gotta assume that JDG has the advantage now, considering they've won 13 out of the last 15 rounds.
I think they looked very strong on this bind map, definitely. And what's actually kind of surprising is FPX looked a bit all over the place. It was a bit of a miss in terms of timing and utility usage. We've seen Ayoung getting caught up off guard a few times. Also, we can remember the orbital strike not clearing the site, but the team thinking it did. A few mistakes like this. That is surprising considering this was their map choice. I would have expected a bit of a more cleaner map.
Well, I think they expected the same thing, but well, reality is reality. And the reality is you just went to against the JDG that absolutely destroyed you on this map, as now we're going into the team comps for JDG.
8号来不了是吧？
都在，Coco，
我给火，来不了。这个 TP， 下波，下不了，下不了，这看 TP， 黑屋口这个，80飛的，哦，快點，兩個度啫，我擺啦，你跟 TP， 兩個，我哋 holding 你唔打，我爭我2本槍，其實他可能要打我8號啊，將右手，我要看8號黑屋了，你可以。 就看两边嘛。两个人。14秒。打80飞的。还有80。可以打。去打。我打。
And this time it's Yuko that is the MVP for this game. He had an unbelievably good first half and he did the same on the second. 343 ACS, total 3.9 KDA. It's even better than what we've seen from A Young in the previous one. Oh no, it was 5 something.
It was crazy. I mean, they both, I'm just looking at the stats right now. Ah Young was 25-7 and Yuko was 20-7. But honestly, like there weren't enough rounds. Like the first one map went 13-5. So give this one map like 2 more rounds and honestly could have gotten to that exact same point. And it's once again the tale of 2 Killjoys, the 2 players that were playing Killjoy the last time. And in the first map it was Ah Young who just completely went on another level. And this time it seems to me that it was Yuko.
I think Sentinel is the new duelist. This is where the star player is, definitely. We see the highlight from Yuko. He did a very great game. It's a great addition to the roster. It's a bit sad if JDG were to lose early on in the kickoff, because I think there really is potential with this roster, and Yuko especially has a lot to offer.
Also just being aware of exactly what utility he has, and that play with the Viper Spit, considering he could die at any point, and then still going out of his own Viper Spit to kill the Yoru, once again inside of the animation. I mean, you can see that he's just so happy. And it's just the same thing happened on map 1. The best player on FPX has just gone even, not even gone positive, and everyone else has gone negative. And that's the same thing that happened to JDG on map 1, with just Yuko going 14-14. And I mean, it's very difficult to look at the scoreline and not look at Life, who is 3-16. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Definitely a very hard game on the side of Life. For FPX, we can see that he only had 2 first kills. In the first map, we said that the scoreline was, the stats, were pretty similar, but here they're very different. It was definitely much more in favor of JDG. And it doesn't really make sense to have these 2 games, right? One after the other. It really looks like 2 different timelines. Like, it doesn't make sense, and I'm really wondering what will happen in the third map.
Well, it's gonna be Haven. Well, Haven has a Heaven, so it's all right. But you're right. I mean, considering it felt like it was a vicious cycle of FPX losing their first gunfight, someone trying to equalize, losing that gunfight as well, and then already you're on a 5v3. And
completely.
You're not NRG, you're not G2. A 5v3 with just 3 people, you're not expecting to win that, especially on a map as defender-sided against a Viper on Bind. But apart from that, well, we've gotten our third map. We've gotten exactly what we wanted. One-sided for both of these teams on their on the other side's map pick, basically. But the third map is gonna be
Haven.
And we're gonna be back in just a couple of minutes. Kumquat, I believe you're muted.
Oh yes, sorry.
What a good way to start this third map. Welcome to Haven, everyone. Welcome back to Project Horizon. What a good way to start. And now you know that this is actually professional broadcast, because nowhere else would this happen. JDG versus FPX 1-1. As we once again have a very similar comp. 2 Sovas, 2 Omens, 2 Neons, and just the difference between Killjoy and Cypher and Viper and Yoru.
This is the decider map that is even. Each team has actually crushed the other team on their opponent's map pick, so this is gonna be definitely a huge duel for the both team. We don't just remember that there is elimination on the line, so the team that actually loses this game is out for the kickoff and will not go to the first Master of the Year.
I mean, frankly, even the team that wins here has a very difficult chance of going to Masters, but still, everything is one step at a time, and the first step is winning this game. Because as you said, the team that loses here, that loses on this map, considering it's a best of 3 and we're already on the third map, will join Trace Esports in being the first VCTCN teams to go out and go home.
It's actually Nova Esports.
Nova?
That is out.
Oh.
Yes, they lost against Wolves a few
I don't know what
yesterday.
I thought was
No, it's okay. It happens to
My
everyone.
bad.
There's esports at the end. It's the same thing. So
Right,
yes,
so
they would be the
G2
one of the
Esports,
two teams.
Nova
Yeah,
Esports,
all the same.
Trace Esports. Who knows the difference? As long as it has esports in it. Just 3 seconds as we get into this half. FPX on attack. They need to change what happened on map 2. And that's a good start by making sure they get this beep control. But Stu is already here on this A line.
A lot of aggression already for JDG. They want to surprise FPX. They want to take advantage early on. Maybe they want...
Petrod is going exploring here, needs to be careful with this wall. Might get the first one for free, but now it's an easy right click. And it's a trade from Ayang, but he needs to be careful. There's just 2 more players here. JDG has the advantage once again. And FPX, I mean, he didn't even see the spike, but the spike is planted. It's just dropped basically next to him. They need to retrieve it before doing anything else. This could be dangerous.
Difficult place to be in for FPX, but it's raided by Berlin at least. They stay in the battle, but they still do not have the spike.
It's left to one person. Berlin can just get one for his troubles. Coconut, someone who has been quite quiet these last couple of maps, immediately starting us off with the 3K. Just very unfortunate placing with the spike being dropped there.
One enemy remaining.
It was a bit of a miss for FPX, leaving the spike there after they lose the players. Unfortunate to say the least. But it does work good for JDG with already a triple kill for Coconut. And this time it's map strong.
Hold on, classic buy with just a couple of pieces of utility by FPX. Might just do the classic strat of you're an eco, go B. But there's still this one trip there. Last time they broke it. But this time not quite yet. The drone will be used. Maybe we'll spot it out, but Su's already behind them! What is this quickening of pace? Even fights the third one! What an easy kill there, and Centrod has to do nothing as he just falls as well. I mean, from 0 to 100 real quick. Stu immediately getting a 3K and making sure that this round goes away.
Complete annihilation of the FPX team. Take them off guard. Catch them off guard in this mid. And yeah, it's only takes a couple seconds for JDG. Yes, you can definitely dance a little to celebrate. This doesn't look good. I'm not gonna lie. Even if you're on E-code, getting catch off guard like this is not a good sign.
Definitely not. Now the buy is looking great for JDG. This is their complete bonus. I don't believe that anyone has fallen on this team. I believe that was a flawless round, so any damage that they can do onto FPX's buy would be great.
You have to be perfect for FPX if you want to not get lost. already in the beginning of the map. You have to get a perfect round. You want to destroy the JDG. But they have a few weapons, and there's this judge in the long sea. It's a bit scary. We know what Stu is capable of.
They're gonna explore there, but they spot one player on A. It's a Neon, but still Stu decides to go for it. This time it's not gonna work. A-Young just being on top of it and making sure he does not get any value from this judge.
And the flank is already there. We can see Che. Che is there. He's gonna hear something. He will catch one player, hopefully. Fortunately for FPX, he will miss a little bit. But he still has the information. It's going to see, and J Kuro is there to pick up the kills, the double with the Spectre.
With the third one as well, and it's just A-Young that is gonna save them. But look at them, the walking wounded, 18 HP and 20 HP from either of those. I mean, we gotta watch this replay again. I mean, what happened there? This was not a Spectre. That looked like a laser beam. I mean, I've never seen a Spectre being used so accurate while not sprinting. And what is that? That is insane. A double headshot from long range. I mean, if you just buy a lottery ticket. If you're that lucky, just go for it. FPX winning their first round.
And
not without any
what
casualties.
we feared is that they lost a few players, so they have a Stinger. They do not have every player with a full shield, so the Outlaw from Stu could do some damage. Only 2 players, though, A-Young and Life.
Already this garage push. A nice counter flash being used there just to make sure they can push, but Stu is already here. Yes, he's down to 20 HP, but still gets his one. And that's a nice headshot as well onto Zetrod, who's been struggling quite a lot, at least in these couple of first 4 rounds.
And this round already doesn't look that great for FPX. It's gonna be spotted directly by the camera. The drone gives a few information. Only Yuko is seen, but they try to strike still on the side, getting one player down.
Going for a retake, but they don't expect J-Kuro to still be on site. Will finally be flashed, and it's a quick trade there from Life. 3-3, health advantage on the side of FPX, and the plant advantage, of course, just as well. Stu with this Outlaw. Very difficult to retake with a sniper rifle, but he's still gonna try his darndest. Even the stun already coming out, but the counter stun will make sure that they can't flood in, at least not quite yet. Finally decides to push, but Stu is holding there. Scary and A-Young, the last 2 players alive, but the last 2 players that can still shoot, and it's Stu left with the Outlaw we were talking about. Has to decide, has to change to this classic, and doesn't even get a chance. Scary. I mean, talk about Scary, Omen, and Haven. Well, that's definitely a good fit.
He had no time, although, for Stu, but a lot of damage done once again on the side of JDG. They take down 3 players, which is a lot of damage. Economy is hard to stack up for FPX, and even though I think it's gonna be an eco round for JDG, it's still not looking that good for FPX. So if they lose, they probably will not be able to do a full buy. But at least they get the point.
2v2, we're completely equal, but as you said, it will be an eco for JDG, so FPX definitely favored. Full guns on that side, and just a couple of Sheriffs, a Bucky and a Guardian for JDG. Even they've now pushed this up, they've heard the Neon slide, so they know that they have full A control. And I thought at first they would go now B, or excuse me, C, but it seems like JDG are just reading that, and FPX have to be careful if they actually decide they want to plant on this side of the map.
The read is very good for JDG. 4 players there. And it looks like FPX is gonna commit, but it's the wrong choice. At least they get the 2 players, the first 2 players too. Yuko, Coconut and Joe will follow. The weapons will do the work, and the utility also, but it was a bit scary for a moment. Dekro will probably not be able to do anything. Cetro takes care of him. A convincing round for FPX, aligned with what we've seen from them on Pearl.
Definitely. Now Setrod on the Viper, a role that Ayong was playing on the second map, but decides to go back to his role of Killjoy, which we've seen work out incredibly well. And yes, there was a bit of danger there, but still, they were playing against Sheriff, and it was a very good side take. So making sure with the Viper molly, and I believe there was also Killjoy molly and a Neon Stun up on that, and you can see that they didn't leave any chance for JDG to get back into the round. FPX, for the first time in quite a while, up in rounds.
I want to see a fearless last map decider between these two teams. We're playing the elimination here. Give it your all. FPX and JDG, and once again they will take the side, but this time there's 5 players up and standing on the side of JDG for the retake, losing Stu pretty early though. And this Fury didn't do any damage.
No, it doesn't, but it has delayed them for quite a bit. Unfortunately, he needed a bit more than that, I feel like. Jay has to go for a couple of pot shots, but with the Viper orb, making sure he doesn't find anything. That's a good equalization from Jakura, however, but they're pushing it, and it's a couple of nice shots, just making sure that they're just 2 people alive. And Jay with his operator, well, he probably just wants to save it.
They were gonna save. Obviously, they want to keep this operator. It's a new point for FPX. They've made it 2 in a row, and the first one against a full-armed roster from JDG. We haven't seen that for a long time, because on Bind they were completely massacred. It's good to see a little bit of life again.
Well, he's dead, so...
Yeah, realized that after.
It's good to see a little bit of everyone else.
Everyone.
Live, the only one who falls
Their
with
life.
the overdrive,
No,
but
not the
he
player
doesn't
life.
Really care. Well, that's what you get with these wonderful names from VCT.
Spike planted.
I mean, what? You have nobody, you have something, you have scary, you have life. I mean,
And coconut. Maybe we
and
don't know.
coconut, exactly. Yeah. At some point, just open the dictionary and choose a random English word.
I mean, at least it's easy to say and easy to remember, so that's all I care.
Right. You hear that fun. Or kang.
Maybe it's because we're not from Asia, though.
Yeah, it's our fault. How dare you.
I think my name is pretty annoying for Asian people.
The overdrive is ready. A couple of pot shots onto Stu. And the bar is not looking great for JDG and FPX. I mean, JDG once again going for this quick rotation, trying to expect or to predict where FPX is going, but seemingly, I mean, you can just see Stu was started on A, went back to C, and now went back to A, and now once again is thinking about whether he should go C or not. So this is a very good way if they actually want to go for a fake, and that seems to be the threat. I mean, you can see the Omen here, but the Neon will go and push with the Hunter's Fury as well, but no one is budging. Finally, when it's an actual fake, no one is moving from JDG.
They are one step ahead in this game and only 30 seconds left. You have no choice but to go on the C side for FPX, but it looks like it's gonna be a bloodshed.
What?
They're hesitating, but 25 seconds. What are you doing? FPX, they're going towards B. They do not have
It has
time
to
to
be
go
A.
A.
I think they do, but just barely. I mean, you can see Life is basically clearing out everything as Berlin falls on the other side of the map. And with 10 seconds, he needs to be across here. 8 seconds, it's down to the wire, but the spike will get planted down. However, they're in 3v4, and with Life and Setrod, I mean, they're not looking any healthier.
Maybe this Viper Pit can help a little bit. They will gain some time, force JDG into fights they do not want to take, but they did lost a lot of players. Berlin fell in this B side, and Scary suffers the same fate. It's a 2v3, very low life on the side of FPX. It looks like it's completely doable for JDG. Life is down, only Setrod's left standing. The Viper Spit is gonna stay alive a while longer.
think they need to see how. He needs to push out. He needs to be careful. And it's almost, but I believe he just barely has time. Just a couple of seconds. 1.5, pretty much exactly. And it's a very nice try from Setro and then a 1v3. But Coconut able to get that last kill and the defuse.
This round, in my opinion, was a round to lose for FPX. They did wait a little bit too long on the C side and decided the rotation too late. They lost Berlin for nothing. And then it was completely rushed on the A side, so not the setup that it would have wanted. Still, they have the economy to buy again, so this is the most important.
Right, Roger going for an operator once again, but he gets smoked off. So no chance for that. The wall even being used too. Now the question is, how much do you get from here? Young, why do you not clear your corners? Even stuns himself, but Jay is there to help him. Immediate reposition from long to short helps him out. And it's a very familiar sight. 4v3. Someone tries to equalize and it's for 4v3. 5v3. Now Stu getting an easier kill. And I mean, this just seems that history is doomed to repeat itself. At least for this round.
FPX they struggle once again. From one round to another, they offer completely different gameplay. We've seen so much good things from them. And now it's JDG back again on top with flawless rounds.
It's neck and neck. Both of these teams on just 4 rounds. But still, I mean, stop me if I've said this one before, but you lose the first fight, you try to equalize, lose it again, 5v3, and the rest of the teams just try to walk up without any utility and just, I mean, they just lose fights, they just don't clear angles, and you can see why the coach decides to once again push on the brakes and go for this tactical timeout.
Definitely, it's the good time to do it. We've seen some good things, and now there's getting again back to their bad side that we've seen on Bind, especially losing from quite a big difference in terms of team fight against JDG. It's not what you want to lose a flawless round when you have weapons.
Just a couple of seconds left for the coaches to communicate with their players.
There's still a few rounds in this attack side. There's still time for both teams to gain a little bit. But I feel like this game for now, even if it's full 4, definitely feels more like a JDG game, because when FPX won, it was close rounds. And when JDG win, it's more a flawless vibe, so they're definitely looking stronger.
Wait, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Stu has just gone on the other side of the turret. The turret radius didn't see him, so it's gonna be an easy combination, but he just got spotted still. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. It could have been way worse. FPX needs to be happy with this outcome.
The operator misses also, so they stay alive a little bit longer. There is a lockdown attack, forcing JDG to go a little bit outside of the site.
Spike will be planted, and you can see quite a lot of space they've got on the ceiling. But on A-Link, you have to be careful because everyone is just running in, but the numbers are still dwindling. Just left onto Coconut, and it's an easy conversion for Life. Not losing his and getting a 3K.
It was a good strategy from FPX. They actually were a bit surprised at first by Stu, who tried some shenanigans there, but they kept their composure and they actually waited, put the lockdown, not overplayed on the B side, and waited for JDG to come to their line of sight. Good round. I think maybe the timeout was a good choice there, because this round was really convincing.
And Life, after 2 full maps and 9 rounds, in the 10th round decides to go for an operator. That's, I believe, the first operator that we've seen in the hands of FPX. So there's a chance we can go for a bit of an op battle here, especially considering that Je is holding it with his own, but he's on B's side, so not quite the same spot.
A will not spot Zetrod. Would have an interesting position. Is A in A long. Still 1 minute to play with. Don't go back to your issues, FPX. Don't wait until it's too late to actually do something on this map. They're still wondering where they want to eat. They haven't seen really anybody yet.
Finding the time, 50 seconds. Zetrod already inserted into this A line. He needs to be careful if he wants to push this. Will get found by J-Kuro, but it's just a quick peek. You know it's a Viper, so it's probably just alert. No over-rotations yet.
剩余30秒。
To be careful, he doesn't have a TP. Yeah, but he also doesn't have a TP, he doesn't have any way out. Live pushing in with this operator, needs to check everything diligently, waiting for the rest of his team to finally do so. With 2 players on the side, but make it just 1. But they need to check it. It's a dimensional drift, but Yurko will be taken down. Needs to be careful, Stu. I mean, this is the stock market. Trades upon trades upon trades. But it's a quick 3v3, make it a 2v3 with Zetrod from behind. And it's just left on the operator player. It's a nice try there. Op v op. And a nice uplift there.
Yeah, losing the operator duel, but I don't think Je will have any chance. We see that the flank is almost in place from A-Young. They have all the time in the world, just trying to keep his attention towards side. I don't think it suspects the flank a little bit. It's gonna be checkmate, and Zetrod will take the kill anyway. A new win for FPX. And we're starting to see a real game.
Yes, I mean, JDG is seemingly not on the same page there if they wanted to still fight for backside or not. The Cypher trying to help his Yoru teammate who doesn't have a TP, but he just ults out. And you can see he just gets stuck between a rock and a hard place. No chance to get out considering the enemy team has 3 mollies. And Jay, yes, he does get a nice shot. But he doesn't even remove the operator from life. He still can buy another one. Or not buy. I believe it might just have been picked up.
EDG on Echo, they will gonna try some fishy strategy. All players, we can see 4 players in this A main behind the smoke. Kind of suspected something for FPX, but it's still enough for Stu with the overdrive to actually find the target.
He's not quite happy with 1, he wants to get more. Which makes sense, but now that the overdrive has run out, yes, I've done a bit of damage onto life, it's just on 22 HP. But apart from that, FPX still has quite a good chance. Life is behind, so he needs to be careful of this push. It gets quite a nice kill. Does he expect the second one to be there? Stu, with a shorty, does not want to peek this angle. I mean, if it was a judge, maybe. if life is just on 22 HP. But otherwise... But he doesn't get the corner, he doesn't get the corner! And it's a free gun upgrade for Stu.
It was a bit dangerous to leave the operator alone. I think Stu could make a lot of damage. It's 4 player against 3. You have to take down the other before Stu can actually rise. But J-Kuro, the triple with the Sheriff completely destroyed FPX. This round that was supposed to be an easy win actually completely shattered.
Good first overdrive kill, but still, we were like, okay, this might probably just be a retake, but still, it's a 5v4 retake. And only against Sheriffs, and I'm saying only in quotation marks, because you can see J-Kuro there absolutely dominating FPX with that 3k.
That is not...
The damage on
FPX. Not supposed to happen.
Fate had other ideas, and that idea means that Live will not have enough money to buy an op. He needed to buy for his teammates. So we'll just go for a Sheriff plus Judge.
It's difficult to lose this kind of round for FPX. They could have secured the 7th on this attack side. But now they have to fight the last one. JDG trying to equalize. start the new half with a neutral scoreline.
I believe they're gonna go for... I mean, they have 2 ults on either side, but Berlin is just 1 off and Setrod is 2 off. So one of those people should definitely go for those orbs. It's just 1 round left in this half, so this is everything or nothing. They need to use everything they have in their arsenal to either tie this up or for FPX to make sure they get the lead.
Decide to eat this side anyway. Scary will find the first kill. Hopefully Berlin will get one as well, because as you said, we want this Hunter's Fury. It is down.
Because of the plant, that's exactly right. 5v4, almost a 5v3. It's a nice shot from Setrod, shoots the clone, but Jay once again, I mean, this poor guy is stuck in a retake with an operator. It's a nice shot from Yuko, and that means that Stu is just gonna run in. And Jay with the operator, numbers are equal. Suddenly, for out of nowhere, this has become a 3v2. And Ayang needs to somehow waste some more time for the Hunter Fury to come out. But Berlin, he's just whiffing, and he's left in a 1v3. No chance even to use his ult. And, well, tied up. But FPX really seems like they've overcooked this one. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
It's overcooked. Too many tasks at the same time. I think also... JDG are very good at this retake. We've seen them several times actually managing to overtake the site and get back in situation where they were not supposed to have the advantage. They are very good. Neural theft was definitely a deal breaker here. And superiority in duels helped a lot also.
To say that it was a misplay would be an understatement. Scaring, just dry peeking into an op. I mean, no, it wasn't an op, to be fair. It was a very nice shot from Yuko. But still, dry peeking that without any smoke, it really feels like not only do you play time better if you just wait for the rest of your team or just fall back, but also the fact that the Hunter's Fury didn't get any value there just feels awful.
I think they're talking about what they do for communication, but I don't know what the top and bottom means. The drawing are pretty scary, I must say. So
I mean, that's what you have Beatles, right?
Active comer and listening to IGL.
Ah, okay.
So what do you do?
It depends on the day. Let's be honest. I have FNS aim. Like, I'm not getting any kills. So my strength usually comes from IGLing my team and getting with some strats. But I would be lying if I don't sometimes just go into unrated, pick Reyna, and just mute everyone.
Ooh, the Reyna mute! Signature move, okay. I usually listen. I'm not much of a comer when it comes to solo queue at least, but...
Here we see the stats for Stu. Doing great so far. You can see the couple of 3Ks that he had. We now go into the second half. Numbers are equal. Definitely a very different look compared to the second map that we had. 10-2 it was. And now we're back to just 6-6.
It's actually a good thing for us to have a map that is much more close in this third map, in this decider, because it would have been a bit of a shame to end with a 13-3 or something.
Be careful! He decides to go for the orb, but that's just way too greedy. And you can immediately see JDG pouncing on that opportunity. Yes, Life is still on side, decides to push out, but the rest of the team are still stuck behind that smoke. Do they even want to go for this? Seems like the answer is yes, but they suffer the consequences. 2 kills from the side of FPX, yes, but only 2 players left. Young and Scary. I believe we've seen this combination before, and it did not work out.
It's definitely not the Ion from the first map. Scary will get the first and get out alive. That's a huge win on this side. So now it's back to 2v2. There's definitely a shot. Je will get rid of Scary. But the revenge comes from Aeon. It's a 1v1 Coconut. The turret would help him definitely to know where the position is. But Coconut doesn't need to have information. He just needs to hit the shot and he gets it. Second pistol goes for JDG.
Once again, the player that we said was a bit quiet there. In both of his pistols, he's shown what he can do. In the first one, he got a 3K. In this one, He made sure that JDG gets around instead of FPX. And the scoreline still as close as it could be. Third will be broken.
Combo stack on the C side. It kind of paid off for JDG in the other half, but will JDG make the same mistake FPX did? They will try to push.
You need to be careful. I don't believe the start scans anyone. Well, that is just unfortunate, and Zhe doesn't even need to scope with this weapon. Everyone is just one shot. So it's an easy cleanup. Stu just needs to be careful of clearing this corner, doesn't so, and suffers the consequences. But still, just left him to Scary, who is able to pick up the judge, but, well, presumably against 4 people. You're not expecting anything more.
And seeing how good Zhe is with the Marshal, I don't think you really have a chance with the judge. You have to find contact with everyone, but obviously they will not let you do this. Would he maybe try to save the weapon?
Or even maybe just dying to the spike. I can see the idea of putting down a smoke to threaten that you can just push it in easy. And now Coconut, he needs to be careful. He only has to go, so it doesn't matter too much if he falls. And Zhe will clean up with a 4K. They might even be able to pick up another rifle from that. So it would be 3 rifles or 3 guns saved.
This madness of a moment, yeah. Incredible play. That's what we want for the show. And JDG taking a bit of a lead there with 8-6. 2 rounds advance is the bonus now. Looks pretty good. Actually could do some damage to FPX and even with a little bit of a chance take the win.
Ban coming out on them. Not picking up, but still buying the judge. Considering he has the dimensional drift as well, you can see a lot of pressure down on this B side that will force a Viper wall to go up. But so far it seems to be fake pressure, except Stu might just want to go in, but no, it's just a fake wall.
No one in sight for both team. No information gain, but Stu as live. Sorry, the Neon as usual trying to push towards the middle, taking some space if you let her. And she could have a good timing there, but yeah, it's actually checked. Yeah.
But still, he gets the kill, uses the wall to make sure he can get out, but still gets the second one. Now the problem is you need to reload and you can't sprint away. Still, the damage is done, but it's 1 gun removed for JDG. Just 4 more left.
They're gonna hit the side now. It's a 3v4. There's still a chance, and Stu with the Neon deadly as usual. We take down Berlin.
Dimensional drift by Zhe being used. Don't forget he's just 27 HP, so he doesn't really want to go for a shotgun play.
The flank. Stu is going in the back of FPX, and I don't
but
think
you have to be
it's
careful about
checked.
Scary. But Scary from the other side as well. Flanks upon flanks. Scary needs to be the difference maker, but it's planted for him. 1v2, he spams him. Don't forget, Zhe's just 20 HP, so he pushes out, but he needs to reload, and Stu gets the 4K. Lovely idea from him, going on that flank and getting 2 from behind. Even waving to the ground, to the crowd, being like, yes, I know, thank you. Are you not entertained?
Yes, it's exactly this. Are you not entertained, crowd? Look at me. Anyways, the flank on flank, but just 2 players where Scary only had 1, so the coach is not happy with what is happening. Definitely a bit of a misread on the side of FPX. You could have checked maybe that the flank was not happening, especially if one of your players actually trying to do the same.
Needs to be careful about the position from Scary. He TP'd in, but he doesn't expect it. Still half clears it, but Scary gets an easy kill there. Wants to try to see if he can pick up this rifle. He gets spam, but needs to be careful in case anyone here gets close. No need for the ult orb. He's already got it. Got it, but you can see, yeah, the gun is being picked up just to make sure he cannot take it. Scary still just on the Sheriff.
That's also an upgrade. Even though it's still an eco for FPX, so the outlook could be useful there.
Side they want to keep with the rifles. 2 defenders on the safe side. 1 smoke will come out. But apart from that, you're not really expecting them to hold the side. Well, save Berlin. Unless he can do something like that with Sheriff. But with just 2 bullets and 3 enemies, well, this looks impossible. At least 1 still for his troubles. But it's just left into J-Kuro. FPX have done it. 2v1. J-Kuro can pick up the spike, but he doesn't have any TP. Needs to be careful about this push. Gets the first one. He knows exactly where the second one is. And he gets it. What a clutch from J-Kuro. On that Omen, making sure JDG go over the line. And getting them 1 step closer to winning this series. And stopping them from getting eliminated.
Heartbreaking for FPX. They almost had done the impossible. What an incredible shot from Berlin! With Sheriff, they almost had it, but J-Kuro, with the keeping his cool and composure, it actually hits the 2 shots. He knows it's against pistol because they did not manage to pick up weapons.
Nice idea once again for this push, but this time it seems to be working out, but they're just spamming, and J-Kuro, the hero from last round, picking up 2 kills for free. 4v3, and this time it seems like they just really want to push this. They know where Scary is. Didn't get blinded by the Omen blind. But still, they should, if they wanted to go for this A side, you're definitely seeing them favored.
Obviously, Scary wants to try something because they're down 2 players, but unfortunately, that J-Kuro 3rd kill in this round. Setrod with 1, he should get at least 1 more, but he doesn't manage to get it. It's a quadra from J-Kuro. Really try to go and get the ace. It definitely looks like a victory for JDG once again, going up to 11 already. They did not lose any round in the other side.
There's definitely an argument for saying that he should go for this kill. Not only for the fact that it would be nice to have an ace, but also considering that the economy for FPX is looking awful. And so taking away this gun would be a long-lasting economical damage. And now that the time has ticked, now that there's no real chance for Ayung to still win this, they decide to push for it. But J-Kuro needs to be careful to spot this out and does not get the ace. So it will be just 1 more ult up for Ayung, and he will keep the gun. But otherwise, JDG, flawless in this half. 5 rounds in a row.
Definitely looking like a scary team. The attack is perfect. FPX came close to actually winning a few times, but never able to close the round.
I'm seeing the tip of the gun there. And, well, once again, I say it again and again, the red button being pressed by FPX. We've seen something similar last map, where JDG, I believe they didn't use a single timeout, and you can see why. I mean, if it's a timeout, it's a timeout for both teams. So JDG giving a free timeout for FPX, they don't want to allow that. They don't want to allow any chance for them to get a comeback here. They want to close this out, and for that, they just need 2 more clean rounds. It should be very doable.
Definitely doable for JDG. They're looking great. Haven't used any timeout yet. J-Kuro feels like he's on top. Stu already has a good game, so everything is aligned for JDG to actually take the win. It would also make sense because regarding, if we look at what they've done in this kickoff, JDG already won a BO where FPX have been really struggling. Pearl was their first map win. So yes, JDG looking great, looking like they have a shot to keep continuing the fight for Masters.
$11-6, just 2 rounds that JDG needs to get to win this. Full A pressure here from JDG. They already running into side together with this overdrive. They got the first one, but no! Never mind, but it will be Berlin falling as Scary as well. And this could just be the beginning of the end. 4-3. Live, one Live gets out of nowhere, gets traded out, but it's Coconut who falls. And Jay left in a 1v2.
Just to make the impossible once again for JDG. Will not happen this time. FPX take the first win in this defense side.
I mean, it took a long while, but you also can definitely see the value from the new coach. I mean, that's definitely still a lot required, considering that they're almost about to be eliminated. Why do you show this team flash twice in a row? That's not nice, observers. But otherwise, you can see the impact of the tech timeout in round 18 as they get their first one in this half. But still, I mean, Berlin doesn't have any money. They just won the round and he still is on a classic. The Hunter's Fury being used in combination with the overdrive. And it's not the overdrive, it's just live pushing out. But the Hunter's Fury needed to be cancelled. Berlin was so scared of someone pushing him. And rightly so, but still. Seemingly just an old wasted.
They're also very scared because they know that he's pushing, but they kind of respected him, not trying to overpick into Stu's crosshair. They know how deadly it can be. And instead they want to play their game. JDG on the lookout towards A.
Full killjoy utility here. So they have to be careful, but you can see Yuiko seeing if he can find anything on B, or he might just go in a late lurk. But this time, I believe now it's actually the overdrive from Live. That's right. And he's already on this flank. He needs to be careful, but it's just run out. But the timing is horrible for him. Does he still get it? No, he doesn't. And he doesn't have any shock bolt. He needs to go for the shock dart. But what are you doing, Yuiko? An easy 2k, and the rest of the team are scattering back to C.
FPX actually tried to play some play, and I like the idea, but the execution was just not there. JDG one step ahead, Yuko with the double, take an advantage for the team. And now, how do you play the retake? Do you even want to play the retake? Because you do not have that much economy, and you're up against the match point after this. So probably they just want to save the weapons, but Yuko is trying to hunt them down. Ayoung still managing to stay alive. It's 3v4, but time has passed.
Scary and Visit from the shadows as well, so that's one reason why he still wants to do this. But it will just be mowed down. Ayoung gets one, but against this double peak, it seems like he will get nothing except if they just push into him. He's about to get the ace, but with 4 bullets, Jakuro is just 1 HP. They don't expect him to be back in long, and Jakuro basically almost, I mean, saving them from almost is disastrous half and getting themselves to match point.
They almost took it, but the time was too short on the side of FPX. The coach knows it. It's gonna be so hard to come back into this game. It's match point for JDG. And even if you're close, it's not enough. FPX have to do more if they want to stay alive in this kickoff.
12-7. As Liggy would say, 5 chances for FPX to get this to overtime, which would also mean that they get another timeout. But until then, it's completely silent. No communications between the coach and the players. Berlin once again on this bandit, while Stu on the almighty judge.
So much pressure. So much tension in this round. You have to think twice if you're FPX. Any mistakes means the end of the tournament. And Yuko finds the first kill. Live falls down. Already 1 player down for FPX.
Dimensional Drift being used on A, as well as the Neon. Now, Berlin has to be careful here, but he only has the Bandit and will fall down, and that will mean that everyone is rotating. But this is the first proper fake that we've seen so far. Never mind, it's a fake upon a fake, because they realize the side is completely free. So Jakuro using from the shadows to get the spike down on A. And now you have to be careful, because Yuko has just kept going onto the C side. And yes, the lockdown will come out and will funnel them all back. Unless they decide to push this, Yuiko has to be ready for this. And he gets the first one, but the lockdown will still go. And it will, I believe, just catch 1 player. Ayoung in a 1v3. for this match. The last chance that he has. He's been great so far, especially on that first map. 25-7.
He has done it once. The 1v3. Can he do it again? He finds the first player. Time is running out. You have to do the half at least, Taeyong, if you want to have a chance, but he will not have time. Jean takes his life and takes the win with it. JDG stays alive in Kickoff, and FPX is the second team to get eliminated in this Kickoff.
JDG giving themselves a lifeline. The first the first map didn't go their way, but since then it's been a lot of domination, a bit of back and forth, but JDG clearly, in this case, the better team, and that has saved them, as you said, from elimination, while FPX, unfortunately, will be our second team, apart from Nova, to go home.
A difficult run for FPX. They did not manage to win any BO, which is kind of sad. They did some changes to the roster this year, and it looks like there is some possibility to actually create a good team, but something is definitely still missing right now. We've seen a great map from Aeyong, also some good plays from Life, but it's just not enough, and JDG were better today.
Also, unfortunately, a lot of FPX players being quite quiet. I mean, we were talking about players like Coconut, but I think there were definitely a couple of names there that we didn't talk about a lot, because either the whole show was stolen by people like Aeyong or by Life, or seemingly while being on those supportive agents, they didn't quite find the value that they wanted. Now JDG with the officially worst mascot compared to FPX, but still, it's the one mascot that we see here, joining the players as they give out autographs and they give out these little cards, and you can see the fans are happy to see their team win.
Yeah, not the good mascot that won, unfortunately, but we will have to go with this, and we have right now the interview.
是教练也好，还是选手也好，那其实你本人职业生涯也是效力过不少的队伍的嘛。这一次来到 JDG 有什么不一样的感受吗？
就跟不同队友一起。
How's it been different here in JDG?
然后我觉得就很新鲜吧，因为这些队友我都以前没有合作过，所以我觉得就是很棒的体验。
And he says that he hasn't collaborated with any of these players now, so it feels very new and fresh.
他们自己的自选图，你们是以13-3的大比分拿下了图2的胜利。想问一下，因为这张图有些人会觉得，因为有传送器的原因，所以可能会偏进攻一些，但是你们在防守方真的滚起了一个巨大的雪球，能不能分享一下你们当时在防守方是怎么做到这么好的？
主要就是做了赛前的。
So how did you guys do so well on bind defense?
赛前的布置打在现在比赛上，然后产生这样的效果，这样。
And he says that it's because of the pre-round setups. And they basically had these kind of tested. These were kind of like shown at international stages.
你觉得现在新的版本哪一个少位英雄会比较强势一些？
我觉得都各有好。
And which sentinel do you think is strongest right now in this version?
对，我觉得玩得比较舒服。
对，确实，包括你在图2，你的发挥也是非
He
常。
says that he's personally more comfortable in Viper.
那昨天其实高中同学小春他有祝福大家说，哎，祝大家马年不马枪。那你有没有什么新春祝福送给大家？
祝大家马年。
And do you have any like New Year wishes for everyone?
天天开心，身体健康才是最重要的。那我们本场的赛
And hope everyone has a good, happy New Year.
现场是我们的福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间我
And
们
that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
游戏资产。接下来有请 YU 替我们抽取一下幸运观众，你喊开始和结束。
开始。
Thank you very much for the interview with us. It's such a pleasure to have this translation.
You know that in VCTCN they like to do a couple of prize pools. That's exactly what we see here now. But Yuriko, I mean, you can see how wholesome he was, just wishing the best. And I mean, something that probably doesn't refer to a lot of people watching this stream, but still, everyone to everyone who celebrates Happy Lunar New Year. So, or Happy Chinese New Year. That's exactly what he's saying. New Year. It's not that he was basically a month late. or that he was wishing us a nice February. It's just that this is the time for the Lunar New Year, so that is why he wished us all well. And I mean, such a nice guy, right? I mean, Yurko, especially with it's always nice to see that they always have these great personalities, that they're not just agents, they're actually real people behind the mouse and behind the keyboard.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he said that he doesn't really know the players, so I actually feel like he's already part of the team, even if it's all fresh and new for him. It's a great addition to JDG. I think on paper it could really bring a lot to the roster, and we've seen some good things here. It's still, I think, not enough to actually beat the top teams in the league. There's still a few mistakes that have to be managed on the side of JDG, but there are possibilities, definitely.
All right. I mean, everything has to start somewhere, and we said it would be an incredible difficult road. I mean, now that JDG has won this, they first have to go against Titan Esports, and then I believe they will go against the winner of Trace or Wolves, and then I believe it's Billy Gaming. So it's not an easy bracket, not by any means, but you gotta start somewhere, and this is a good way to start as we go into.
剩余10秒。
你要 ED， 两个霓虹和欧门在。我没黑了，没道具了，我给小杨吧。ED 要了下霓虹 ED。OK， 看到了。在，从楼跳吧。Give your gun to Wayu， OK 就。来过边。Everycon， 给到了，跳楼了。霓虹 ED 啊，霓虹 ED 啊。CT right？ CT 有烟吗？没。我们好了吗？看。别急，等他过来。先给剑吧。Go。没有，我直接跳了。楼下，开始。请加小心。包。停了。A小，准备地包。有烟。回去了。有烟。集中精神。A小吗？右边。拉出来。来人。就在包。
Stu, you can see him being so vocal, being the one that screamed after his teammate won the round with almost 300 in ACS and a KD of 1.5. Well, nothing compared to the last couple of MVPs that we've had, but still, you can see his value, especially on that Neon. Exactly. The proactiveness of this guy, just not even going for a reload, knowing that he can get a third one before anything else, and then also using the Outlaw to make sure that everyone is scared of buying shields again.
It's definitely one of the main stone in this roster for JDG. A very strong duelist that you can really count on, and actually also, as you said, very vocal, so brings a lot of energy to the team. A great element that JDG really try to exploit the best as they can. And he's even the MVP for this game. Well done.
Right, on the other side, Setrod is the one to shine. We can see him on that Viper that we talked about, especially with those nice ults that he had. And apart from that, I mean, 13-7, a bit closer than previously, but still, FPX was struggling quite a bit. And JDG, through the power of teamwork, you can see Coconut and Yurko the only ones who went negative, and then just barely, while the rest of the team are putting up numbers.
And once again, the stats are pretty close this time. We can see that the first kill especially are pretty scattered in between the two teams, 12-8. There's a bit of a difference, and it's interesting because Life really had a difficult game on the side of FPX, but still the team managed to, as a whole, get a lot of first kill. It was unfortunately not enough, especially on the second half. They struggled a lot to find any round, only picking one up. Definitely not enough against JDG.
Kuro on the Omen, on the controller player, you can see above the average and basically everything, especially you got to look at that cast. 80% of the time he either gets he gets a kill, he gets an assist, he survives, or he gets traded, knowing exactly when to play his life and when not to. And with an almost 1 KD, considering you're playing with people like Stu and Yurko on your team, well, that's a good one. As we see now here, 2-1, JDG has won it. After a bit of a struggle on that first map, they've just gone on a tear. And make sure, never look back. You were just gonna win those next two maps, and that's exactly what they did. And exactly what happened as JDG manages to survive, and we will see them quite soon, probably.
We'll see them in a few days, 3 days to be exact, against Titan Esports Club. Okay. Yeah, it's really close. So there's still a bit of time to actually learn for both teams how to play against the other one, but it's pretty still in a short amount of time they will have to face each other. Titan Esports, they lost again Tyloo recently. That's why they fall back to the lower bracket. It's interesting because they do not have the same map pool, so it's gonna be an interesting encounter.
No, definitely interesting to say the least. I mean, we're talking about how so many, basically a dozen VCT teams are playing and just 2 are down. And in these next upcoming days or weeks, we're gonna see that number slowly dwindling, slowly going down. The question for JDG is, will they be part of that stats of the teams that had to go home? Or will they do the unthinkable and manage to get to Santiago?
There's at least one team that will get closer to get qualified, because just after today, after a short break, we will have XLG against EDG, an incredible matchup between 2 of the top teams from VCT China. You must stay on Project Horizon because this is gonna be a banger of a match, I'm sure. You will have 2 beautiful casters. They will not be Mickey, unfortunately. But they're beautiful also.
Yeah, it's going to be a wonderful game, but wonderful casters, and that's a very important game as well. Not only 2 of the best teams so far, even though both of them, let's be honest, have shown some weaknesses on either side, but still the winner of that game will then go against All Gamers, and that winner will go to Santiago. That will be the first team that punches in their ticket and that is able to book their flights to Chile. But apart from that, this has been Mike and Kumquat. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast for you, and we will go, well, you will go on a short break, we will go on a very large break, but hopefully we can see you sometime soon.
just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
And welcome back to the VCT China here on Project Horizon. Our next matchup is gonna be a banger because it's gonna determine who is the top dog in China right now. It's Chilai versus EDG, two of the best teams of last year. And for me personally, like the kings of the past against the kings of the future. Chilai, like they won one of the splits. They were one of the best teams in China last year. Beforehand, EDG dominated the scene. And I'm gonna be very intrigued on how they are looking today because both of them had wins that aren't really counting, especially Chilai winning against Wolves. Like Wolves lose every week. You know,
true.
sometimes it do be like that. But it's gonna be a banger matchup, right?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be a strong matchup. I think the points that you made about it being like, you know, the past versus the future is definitely very relevant here because EDG, I think that they've been China's strongest team for possibly like the longest time, you know? And yeah, I think that it's definitely them struggling a little bit. I think 2024 was one of their best years. 2025 could have been better for them even if they continue to make to that international. And again, with these teams having gone through the roster changes and everything, it's definitely more difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely a different outlook on both of those teams compared to their 2024 and 2025 versions. Like Edward Gaming made that change towards the middle of 2025, adding Jenny into that lineup, having a lot of shuffling around with players with certain roster constellations, and I think overall the team looks better. It looks better now than they looked like last year. But still, we have to figure some things out. And the double duelist matter is something that they have to figure out, especially with Kang always like being the center point of this lineup, being the person that they rely on. But he wasn't as reliable in 2025 compared to the 2024 version.
I think that, to be fair, it's really difficult when you put all of your expectations on like one single player and expect them to consistently perform at that highest level while the rest of their team is going through their own struggles. Of course, Kang has always been that guy in the past, but whether he'll continue to be, it still remains to be seen because it does get a little bit dicey at the end of it. I think that for the rest of the team as well, we've had other players stand up. In particular, I think nobody has been pretty consistent in being able to step up for his team. But also, I think the problem here is that it's the question of confidence, right? And the momentum so far does not seem to be in their favor.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest there with you. Like, the confidence wasn't there in the last year at all. Like, we saw that series against BLG where Kang either had like an explosive game where he peaked every angle, won every fight, or he was just very passive and a completely different player. And with CB now in the roster, a new comparison, a new outlook on this team is needed, right? And on the other side, Shilai also went through their fair share of roster moves, went through their fair share of constructions that they had throughout the entire year. And now they're, a different team at all, losing Coconut in the start of the year to JD Gaming. It's gonna be a different team, but one we need to look out for.
Yeah, I think losing Coconut is definitely a major factor because he's been performing pretty well himself in the couple of the games that we've seen so far. I think that was a pretty big miss for them. But like you said, they also do have consistently strong roster. I think that for Shilai Gaming, it's kind of like a good... It's like kind of a big dream come true for a lot of teams if you think about it. You know, winning Ascension, managing to make champions, keeping your slot for another year. So I think that for Shilai Gaming, they've been able to prove that they're one of the best in China. It's just having to get them to that international standard because despite making internationals, I think that has been kind of China's biggest problem so far. Them being able to hold their own against what is, what are the other regional teams. So I think that for so many years it was EDG kind of just that solo standout player, but now you got Wolves. At least last year we had Wolves, and we have a couple of other teams stepping up to fill that void. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting situation. Lysor coming over from Wolves to Shilai, I think that's gonna be something where they really want to get into their own, where they really want to find a new momentum on the international stage, because Wolves was the only team last year to perform on an international stage, making third place finish at Masters Toronto. Everybody else from China kind of choked once it came to those international situations, even though they looked amazing on their home grounds. Especially like BLG for me was a big disappointment going into champs after having a dominant run in China, having those great moments in the finals and beating Shilai, and then they come back to an international stage and drop out of the group stage. I think for me personally and for a lot of China fans out there, this was a big disappointment, and they need to work on their general international performances and their general international comeuppance.
100%. I think that how it's gonna go internationally is something that still has to play out here, but I think that domestically at least there seems to be a lot more action happening. You mentioned Bilibili there, Patrick. I think they were one of my favorite teams to watch historically, and this year in particular they look really, really good. I think that YZ in particular definitely has I don't know, he has something to prove there, and he's like putting the pedal to the metal. But today's map in particular, you know, is there anybody who you're excited to watch or somebody who stands out to you?
For me, it's a question of how well does Shilai perform with Lysor on the one hand, and on the other side, it's can Edward Gaming with CB get back into their old form? Can they go back and find a new rhythm of confidence in what they're trying to show us? Those are like the big two questions for me. But everything that happens nationally in China for me currently is not what I'm excited about the VCT China, because like they can win national titles. They can win VCT China, but I want to see what those teams with their new rosters, with their new setups, do on the international stage with some more experience on their back.
Yeah, I think experience is the key word here, and year by year we're going to be seeing more of it. But let's take a look at the skirmish right now. We've got the head-to-head coming up, Happy Wave versus Nobody. Personally, I really like the concept of a skirmish here. I wish that teams would just send their coaches though. I want to see coaches duke it out, you know, put some boxing gloves on those guys. Let them go for it.
I want to go see those 40-year-old dudes fight it out on the server. Imagine like Neo suiting up for FaZe Clan in like doing something like this similar in CS, you know, would be absolutely hilarious. I mean,
so funny.
We saw it with Pal in VCT MEA, what coaches can do in those situations.
See, that was so funny. Nice, like, oh, that was so funny. I remember watching Pal like go up against I forgot who he went up against from Navi, right? Or somebody else, but yeah.
It wasn't Hero?
Hero? Yeah, I think Hero. Was it Hero? I don't remember who it was, but it was just funny. It was like, you know that meme that's like coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb or whatever. Yeah,
It's
that's what it felt
basically
like.
that.
Like at least the Pal got a couple of rounds. He getting a 0-5, you know. Like shout out to that. But yeah, that's the skirmish done here. And honestly, who's like your dream? You know, what would be like the skirmish that you really want to see? You know, if you had to put two people against each other, and from Valorant.
I'm actually thinking about it right now. Who is like the coach we think has the worst shooting performance in history? Like who would be for you the coach? Shoot, like just give me two coaches that basically don't play Valorant, because that's the funniest part for me.
Coaches of Valorant who don't play Valorant.
They just have knowledge but no shooting prowess.
There are people like that, I'm sure. We'll do some research on the stats, but while we yap about that, we've got the map veto ready to go. It's going to be EDG choosing Split as map number 1, and XLG opting for Pearl instead with the decider. That's going to be Bind. First of all, EDG, I salute your taste. Thank you for insta-banning Breeze. Like, that map needs to be taken out of the map pool ASAP. So, no,
bring back more Breeze.
No.
Give me more Breeze.
The first time I think we're disagreeing so strongly. Yeah, I can tell how much you love it. I don't think you know how much I hate it.
I know how much you hate it, but you know, sometimes if you're a caster duo, you have to go through highs and lows. And if you have a low here and there with like disagreeing on the concept of Breeze, then that's okay, in my opinion.
That's okay. It's a very nice low.
But I think the map veto isn't really like the thing we should look at most, because both of them only play 2 maps, right? Both of them only had 1 best of 3 thus far, playing two maps, both winning 2-0. For me, the bigger question is how will this turn out long term? Like, how will those teams perform long term on certain maps? I think generally for most teams, Breeze will be the permaban, because it's the new map in the pool. It's the one you don't really wanna be on if you're the better team, because most of the better teams are just like, okay, we know we are so much better from a fundamental standing that we don't really need those cheeky things new Breeze teams maybe have. And yeah, I think they made the right choice here in perma-banning this one. Bind is a map that Edward Gaming played on, by the way, in their first matchup against Tyloo as well.
I think that both of these teams, like you said, there's not too much data to go off of in terms of what they did play. I think that for EDG, though, banning Breeze out has another dimension, because that was a very, very successful map for Sheila Gaming in their first map. So I think they found like a 13-5 or 13-4 or something, like really dominant against Wolves. So that I think that's a good call to bat out the map that not only are you possibly unfamiliar with, but also you know, you saw your opponent styling on people and decided like, okay, you want nothing to do with that. So I completely respect that. I think that's a good take. But you brought up Bind as well against Tyloo. If I remember correctly, that was like a really long game. It was like 13-11 or 14-12 or something like that. It was like a OT kind of finish, I think. So I think that there's definitely going to be WOD footage out there if it does come down to the Bind. I feel like there is something that XLG can pick up from it. But overall, this veto, I think it's still pretty decent for both of these teams. What I am excited to see is EDG Split, because I think that Split in particular, you're seeing a little bit of a evolution around team comps. You know, teams are going back to the double duelist. Sometimes they're saying, okay, look, we're only going to run the Waylay. We're going to pick up the double initiator instead, which is something that you haven't seen historically much on Split. So I'm just curious to see what the map meta is going to be shaping up to. But these might be the best mascots yet.
What's that walkout is amazing. What?
I thought that was a I'm not sure if that's a team mascot or if it's like a celebration. Oh, it's for Chinese New Year. Thanks, Prod. Thanks, Prod. Happy, yeah. So that's so cool. I wish we had that kind of stuff for New Year's. We don't even have VCT during New Year's, man. It's so unfair.
They're having it right. I mean, Chile has like the wildest mascot out there with their ape mascot. I think this one is inherently funny. But overall, I would be hyped if we go on Bind, because I just remembered the team composition that like EDG plays on Bind with Phoenix and Harbor. And I kind of want to see that in action and cast that, because it's going to be so chaotic that yeah, I really want to see it.
I don't think I've actually costed a game with Harbor yet since he got like buffed up or, you know, altered. So it might be pretty interesting to get that comp indeed. I would like to see it too, just for the interest. But yeah, EDG, I mean, they've got the walkouts, they've got the aura. I really like the little video snippet that they played for Kang. Like, of course, I know that this guy is basically like, in a lot of ways, the most popular. He's like the equivalent of a K-pop idol in China, from my understanding. But yeah, wholesome, excited to play, bringing the energy to the stage here, and yeah, nice. That's so cute. He's so badass on stage, but he's so wholesome. The duality of man.
Isn't he like also a rapper at this point?
Yeah, I saw that dude.
Doesn't he also like do rap videos? Yeah, brother is just like the side quest king of VCT. I don't know. Like this dude confuses me in so many different ways, but he is just like a personality to be around, I'm sure. In the end, the question for me is, will he be that person again, right? Will he be that player again for the VCT China teams? Will he carry EDG over to another participation at champs and for another trophy on an international stage, right?
100%. I think that I'm very excited to see how this new EDG is going to be shaping up as well, because that's a big change of coaching. I think we talked about it a little bit during our previous broadcast, but bringing over T1's coach right after their Masters winning trophy to EDG, it makes me very excited for sure. They've still got these incredibly strong players in the forms, like, you know, the experience with nobody Chichu as well as Kang. You've got Autumn as well coming in, hopefully bringing in a little bit of chaotic double duelist VCT Pacific gameplay. You know, we can only hope. You know, a girl can dream. But in the meantime, oh, there's the mascot. There's the ape mascot. Yeah, I think this time I'm gonna have to cheer for EDG's mascot. I love the little headphones on it. The pink headphones are cute. But honestly, the expression on XLG's mascot, I feel like that deserves, like, you know,
we need those mascots to come to international events.
Yes,
I'm 100%
please.
committed on seeing those mascots at international events. Can you
with the
imagine?
Walkouts.
No. Can you imagine one of those VCT China mascots just running at Dirker or someone like this, right? So some of the like most serious looking players out there.
And you're giving them a big hug. Hello, you have been captured.
But
that would be so epic. I'm just picturing it. No, like imagine the ape running at somebody, you know, like the you know, XLG's mascot. You have to face them in a game, and suddenly out of the corner you get jump scared by a giant monkey. Oh my god!
You know, I want to see them at Masters events. Bring them to Santiago. Bring them over there. I'm really sure the South American crowd will love them.
100%. I mean, I think anybody would love them, but yeah, that would definitely be great. But here we go. We have Agent Select coming up here. It does seem like EDG, they're going to be opting. In fact, both teams are going to be opting for that double duelist. The Neon and the Yoru for EDG. Their newest player going to be stepping up on the Yoru. Kang continuing to play that Neon. While on the opposite side, it's Rarga and Nomad. I know we hyped up Kang a lot here today, Akavask, but Rarga as well. This man has been putting up the numbers in the games here. Been very, very consistent in terms of fragging. And yeah, I think that, like you said, with Lysor coming into this team as well, XLG has definitely got a bit of a firepower upgrade. Both of these teams, in fact, now looking to be in prime form. And I mean, the stakes for this game, it's where all the money. You get that grand final slot. You're one more win away from Santiago if you win today. There's just so much in the line here.
Yeah, you said as much, right? There's so much on the line for both of those teams. They need to get it together. They need to win this matchup because, like, I think this one determines who is going to go to Santiago in the upper bracket final. Because yes, all gamers has been fun in games up until now, but I don't believe in the momentum carrying over against a team like Shilai or EDG. And I think if you win the series, you're pretty much locked for Santiago. I mean, I'm jinxing both of those teams right now into oblivion, but overall, I'm pretty sure that those are our strongest teams going into the year.
Guys,
I had high hopes for Wolves, but you know, Wolves has been a disaster.
Putting Wolves in the same line as XLG and EDG. Okay, that's a hot take for sure. But
amounts
guys,
of copium.
It is Copium, but I'm just saying if neither XLG nor EDG make it, you know who jinxed them. It is gonna be Patrick with the caster curse. I'm pointing it out right now. Clip it if you want. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's very unlikely unless, of course, the super curse powers from Akamas kick in. We're gonna be starting with the game though. EDG now on attack here. Looking at it, it just seems like a little bit of a bit heavy presence. They're gonna go straight in towards B main. Nice little poison orb though to deny the space off the back of that Prowler. And it looks like XLG actually want to fight this. They still have that deep crossfire set up with these 3 players.
It's gonna be a massacre in mid if you're starting to fight those 3 players. Set up there, but XLG moving away, trying to give the space over to EDG. I think they're expecting them to make this one in a split play. First drop should have been hurt. Neo has a very aggressive angle. Could be pushed there, but it's gonna be trades all over the place on site with the VALORANT for EDG to begin with, but XLG finds a constellation kill, finds an angle. Placed around both players from XLG sides are now up in heavens. Snowman and Happyway, a triple for Happyway to start off that series. He was so outstanding in their first matchup against Wolves, and now also fragging it out against EDG.
100%. I think Happyway was the MVP of that round because after that first mid B split came in, it was EDG with the numbers advantage. They had a player up, but he was able to catch another player on the cross here. Very, very nice kill through the smoke onto Chichu, which also takes out that Viper orb towards heaven, which means they no longer have that covering smoke. So a little bit unfortunate there. I feel bad for Chichu getting spammed down through the smoke here, but for XLG, very nice. Gonna be getting buys across the board. Outlaw in the hands of Varga. This man has been absolutely insane with it in the past. Triple Bulldog as well. So EDG now having to walk into the face of this better weaponry, and they don't really have any of their own. Just a Sheriff on Chichu.
And Chichu needs to make something happen for his team. But Sebi is the first one to fall. Kang just running him down. Shorty in hand. First player on XLG side is dead, and Kang. Are you kidding me? Double kill from his side. The carry that we wanted to see from him is starting to unfold. Numbers advantage, and Kang no thoughts about slowing down, just pushing it further and further into the angles and into the arms of XLG.
Gets caught out by Chichu now. He just gets hunted down. Still gets the kill in heaven. It's just gonna be 1v1 at the end of it. Viper Molly available, has to go for the peek, and oh my god, he gets the headshot with the Bulldog, but it's the Molly to find the final kill there. Oh man. That is a heartbreaker around, and off the back of Kang. I mean, you said it, we needed this man to step up, and today, he just runs in the face with a... That's like your worst nightmare, you know, Neon sliding in your face with a shotgun. I feel bad for Happy. He thought it was free.
Sometimes it needs to start off painful. But Kang is just doing Kang things, right? And some luck from Chichu's side with the Molly.
Let's go!
Okay. He's hyped.
Ooh, yeah. That's the hype.
He's hyped there.
Wow, okay. That's gonna be a timeout. Very, very early timeout. Okay, yeah, it's a tech pause, sorry. My bad. It's gonna be a bit of a tech pause. I mean, I don't know. That round, let's break it down a little bit there while we wait for the tech issues to resolve. First of all, it seems like EDG, they're doing the right thing with their comp. They're going for very early mid-map control. I think they want to keep control of the rotations as much as possible. And they're continually, like, they're not really, like, gambling on having, like, a 4-1 split or anything. They're playing pretty spread across the map. They don't have anybody really lurking through on A, although it's early days yet, seeing that it's just been like 2 rounds. But yeah, I really like the way that they're playing for map controls, and their spacing has been pretty good as well. Like, look at the trades coming in. I think that it's a big improvement from looking at them last year at least. And I mean, I'm very excited to see CB on the Yoru because I do think having a second duelist alongside Kang, even if, you know, seeing that it's a newer player, it's definitely going to add a lot of, I don't know, it's going to add a lot of new dynamics to the roster.
I think CB was one of the more underrated players in VCT China last year because he played on a very bad Novo side, but was still like a solid player on a bad team. And overall, being a good player on a bad team and showcasing what you can do without a proper supporting cast is always something that will get some attention from bigger teams. I did not necessarily like the synergy between Kangkang and Jenny last year, right? Those two were amazing on their own, but playing together, it did not really click. So making the change here, going over to CB is something that made a lot of sense for them, because like CB seems like someone who's much more willing to let Kangkang shine and be like the second role duelist in those situations.
I think having that kind of flexible player on your team is really, really huge. I think that, you know, if you want to bring up another reason, that's kind of like an advantage that MIBR have now as well with Zekken coming in. I mean, we talked about it. Teams with one player carrying. It's not the easiest for that one player. You know, we have players like that across the world, and I think MIBR has had that similar kind of roster change. They managed to bring in Zekken, who's been playing Duelist, but also some other agents for the team, and having that additional backup is just great. Hopefully, that was a change that EDG needed. They look very, very good this year so far. We talked about their games before. This one though, this one's gonna be the one for that grand final slot. Again, it could not be broken here for XLG off the back of that anti-eco loss. EDG, full rifles in hand. All 5 of them have gone for the upgrades off the back of that round that they stole away. And once again, it's just gonna be a very quiet space taking towards mid. Haunt gonna give away the Q, but they're not gonna push the smoke this time. It might be just them doing that conditioning.
And they're just trying to establish early mid presence. No man spotted CB. That's, for me personally, an important start towards this round, because you normally, if that Euro ports away on that angle, it normally gives you a lot of freedom, but EDG uses exactly that situation, that fake out from the Euro to enter the side. Straightforward B execute. Kangkang has already taken a lot of space. Lysor in the smoke. Captured, caught off guard. CB, a second one for his liking as well. Double kills by the duelists, and all on his own. Leo needs to come from the backside.
Look at where Chichu is playing. He's completely locked down spawn, and any kind of rotation coming in through that backstab. Yeah, Leo versus the world. Does have the bandit. Could find a couple of cheeky headshots here, but EDG, they're playing very disciplined so far in this post plan for the most part. Kangkang, of course, looking for a couple more kills towards CT. Might run into Leo pretty soon. Neon versus Defade, who's gonna come out on top. Of course, Phantom in hand, angle not being watched by Leo. Kangkang happy to take that opening kill, but going back to that play there that you're talking about, the Euro TP, that was such a nice little bait and switch. Yeah. Poor Nomad was not expecting the firing squad.
Normally you use the Euro in a way that it's a lurk that can come to your team pretty fast, right? It's in some way similar to maybe Omen ulting over to the side. If you have that preset up TP over to that A side, normally a Euro porting away in B main is a sign that the team is gonna execute A really fast. So taking that ult off, a nice little thought process by Noman, but gets punished absolutely horrendous for that situation.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy there. I mean, to be fair, it's an eco round. You're probably gonna get an ult turbo free anyway when you die with the classic in hand. So why not get another? It's a good policy to have, you know? It could have gone worse, but yeah, XLG back. Yeah, exactly. Ults are important, and the convergent pots especially can be so important, especially on a map like Split. Talking about that though, no splits this time. It's just a quick run down onto this site. Lysor are able to find one, but nobody immediately gets that refrag, or rather it's the other way around. Still, EDG, they have full control of site. Kangkang and CB sweeping in between them, find all of the kills, and now 4v2. Will XLG just opt to save here, especially since they have an op?
And especially with like Raga on the operator, who's like been always someone to rely on this big gun. Now I want to bring this one to the next round. XLG has some huge problems with the overarching pace that EDG is playing right now, right? You really struggle with counter engaging after the side text that EDG is just throwing at you. That's something you need to change. You need to switch up where your players are positioned and how you're approaching your defensive rounds. Because right now, it doesn't really look too secure from XLG.
Oh, no.
That AWP will be taken out of the equation as well. Third round for EDG, another save, and probably a timeout coming our way.
I think it would be a good idea to have that timeout probably sooner rather than later, but looking at that round, right? I mean, it starts off with, again, last 3 rounds has been heavy mid-conditioning coming out of EDG. They've been making a lot of noise. They've been going in for these split plays, knowing that there's probably going to be an operator in there. The best policy is to throw bodies at it after all, unless there's a collateral, it's only going to be 1 kill. You can always get that trade in, and it's a good policy because, again, just the Neon and the Euro, you can see the TP in onto the side, the flash, the stun. There's just so much utility that you can't really hold against this combination. And again, they're starting to pick up the pace right now in the terms of these executes.
And it's a pace that XLG has not a lot of solutions to. Try to play the Viper in events, but no split and sighing. It's EDG just straightforward executing out of main areas, using their double duelist comp to give us some very fast-paced rounds. XLG needs to switch things up, because right now, giving over sides that easily, with a comp that's not really insanely good for retakes if you're not having ultimates up, something that can be dangerous for your team.
Pichu ready on the angle as always. No chance of a counter trade, although he does go hunting Leo. You better take care that you are not the one being hunted. Marco finds one as well. Smoggy though still on main along with Kongkong, who pops the ultimate. He says, I'm gonna end it all, pulls out the lightning fingers and gets a 4K. Oh man, we were talking about the importance of this man stepping up big time, man. It seems like he hurt us a little bit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, just running up there with a Palpatine in heaven. And it's gonna like this one from Kongkong is just, I wanna commit the ultimate, I will commit the ultimate, and I play around that. Like him looking at his coach cheekily over his back has been, you know, has been some cheeky things from Kongkong, but it's the timer from XLG that we talked about. They need to mix some things up. Like with those double duelist comps, Split tends to be a more balanced map compared to the past, where it always was a more CT-sided affair. But nowadays, with double duelist, it's always kinda this mixed bag. Wherever you're stronger and wherever your strength as a team lay, Split falls. I'm intrigued on how XLG is gonna solve their problem, because the pace of EDG has been just too much for them to handle.
Yeah, I mean, EDG have showcased that they can pull off the slow splits. They can go for the direct side takes, and like you said, XLG's comp, it's a question. It's important for them to be in the right place at the right time, because the stalling utility is not that great. Like, yes, Snowman has a saturate. You've got Leo's C's. You also have like you know, the mollies from Happy Way, the paranoia from Omen. You have a lot of utility there, but they're not able to get them down in time to stop EDG from just W keying their way. Look at this again. Gamble stack towards B and mid, but A is gonna be the hit once again. Kongkong just looking to possibly run it down. Leo has to do it all himself, but you can't really do anything when there's a Neon sliding into your face, and especially if that Neon is Kongkong. Yep, it's A-side completely taken. Happy Way is caught and knocked down by the judge as well. Oh man, I think this should just be a save call unless they find something very soon, but they're actually gonna go for it. Okay.
Yeah, they're actually trying to fight on those situations. With Raga on the op, I think that's an interesting approach towards this. No man, finds a kill. Raga is there as well. A quick double by XLG. They might just do it. They might just be back into those sides. Ultimate has been taken out by nobody. My shotguns are not doing stuff like this. Chichu has another one from heaven. Lysol 1 versus 1 against nobody. Has some options on the Omen. Maybe a smoke or two. The spray. Not perfect. Reload has to come in, Lysol. You need to find that 1v1. You need to find that fight. Or hard defuse it. And it's a frag for nobody. Heroics from EDG's fate in the end. Saves their team effort. And a round number 5 from them.
All I have to say is that round should not have come down to a 1v1. It was 3v5! One of the players has a goddamn op, and you all push CT and die somehow, making it a 2v3, and then it comes down to a 1v1. That is just incredible. I mean, I know sometimes people get that overheat feeling and they didn't want to let them save or whatever. They were expecting a 3-man save. Yeah, but I mean, he's 10-3 right now. I don't think we can really complain too bad about him. A bit of switch up now though. More players expecting a rotation towards A. They want to go back towards that B mid splitting. Kong, they're still looking to. Ooh, almost gets him there.
A quick kill. What I really dislike right now about XLG's comp and how they're playing Raga. Cheeky peek into the backside. Another port there by Lysor. Off angle, not checked. Lysor finds the smoke. A double kill from him from the corner. Happy way up there in heavens, and suddenly it's all on Chichu. XLG just needed a cheeky 50 round to come back into this one. Second round on the board if Chichu doesn't convert that 1v4. It would be a miracle call from him, but no man has that last frag. I was starting to complain about XLG not taking enough space with their double duelist and double teleport comp, and they immediately win that round.
I mean, I like that TP as well from Lysor. I really like that. That corner was initially, I think, cleared out with the Fade Util, but he manages to TP back in there, and yeah, just gets 2 somehow with the Stinger. Very, very normal things. My Stinger does do that sometimes, actually. It's one of my better guns now that I think about it. But EDG's still gonna have the money for a pretty decent buy. The ultimate available as well from Happy Way to shut down this mid off the back of this ultimate. But talking about ultimates, the Dimensional Drift is gonna be getting all this info. They spot out Leo towards A Heaven. They actually, I don't know if they managed to spot out the Viper. Oh my god, the Nomad playing in conjunction with the Viper here, catching out Kong. That's first blood for XLG.
Second one on the back of this as well. Chichu's lurk. And a good timing. Chichu on the ropes doesn't find Leo. 2 versus 4 situation. Numbers advantage still fairly the hands of XLG. You need a fast rotation out of nobody because Smoggy is all on his own on side. Needs to isolate something. Due to the spike tap, there won't be any big rotations from XLG, but they're giving him the space to plant. They're giving him the space to head up the side for his own, but now the timing has run out on Smoggy. Raga is there on the spike plant. Nobody. Double kill. But his position known. Everybody should be aware from XLG. Happy Way. Faster on the trigger. And XLG closing the gap over.
Okay, that round, again, some of these rounds from XLG have been very clean. This was, I think, one of the better ones. I think the awareness of that dimensional drift play, I like the idea, you know, you go through A, you find the Viper, you spam her down in mid, and you open up the map off the back of that, because that's just going to be an early kill that nobody expects. Unfortunately, XLG were a little bit ahead of it. Nomad was able to find that opening kill, and after that, things just completely fell apart. Looking at the ultimates here, there's still Chichu's Viper Pit available for his own team, but on the opposite side, you've got the conversion pots, as well as the Nightfall. More than that, you've got the op from Nomad, and he says, I am gonna finish everything right now. Leo in the corner goes unchecked. Smoggy and nobody, though, desperately trying to make things work out here for his team. Nightfall, though, might actually catch out Happy Way. This was very, very clean. Smoggy might be able to find the timing.
Again, on down on nobody. And Smoggy, the timing from him is great, but not good enough with the aim. Happy Way faster on the trigger, gets the second one on site as well. EDG. Lead has been thrown away. Back into the hands of XLG. They were out of this map. They were out of this half. And with a fast 50, XLG turns this one on its head. EDG needs to make something happen, needs to find a new approach, because right now they are just running at their opponents. No questions asked. It worked out for 5 rounds in a row, but afterwards EDG were just falling apart on every execute.
I think that XLG were giving them a lot of free space, and now that they've stopped giving it up, it's much more difficult for EDG to find it without paying a price in blood. And also, I mean, some of those things are just a bit sloppy. I don't want to criticize pro players saying that my aim sucks too. But yeah, Smoggy definitely pulls off a Zac kind of play there. I wouldn't have hit that either. I would probably whiff too. So yeah, I expect better from Smoggy, that's about it. So I feel like if he had been able to get that kill in Heaven, it could have very well been around for EDG, but some of these fights not going their way, and sometimes players getting more than they should, like Leo, for example, getting 2 there instead of just 1. Could be a factor. EDG now, economy kind of on its last legs. They're gonna have to be very careful. Look at this, 4 of their players with light armor, in fact. Leop in the right place, misses though, and nobody takes him down. There's still this crossfire they have to get through.
Crossfire is the important part. Kankan passes this one, but Raga has a double. Raga brings back those rounds. If you're throwing questions at XLG, the answer is always Raga. Chicho, first down the ultimate. A lot of space given over to EDG. Another crossfire set up for the former champions. Chicho has the first one. Lysor is there to break it. Him and Happy Way are just too good. How in hell does Lysor find the enemy Viper in that pit?
He just spammed. That's what it looked like. I think that it was the counter spam because it was Viper to find 1. Chichu managed to find 1 kill in the ult, and when he was spamming back towards CT, it was the counter spam to get it through. Like, yeah, he just sees the muzzle fire and is able to jump in off the back of that. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy either, Chief, starting off 5-1 and now standing tied, neck and neck here. I think that for EDG, it's just been a little bit of sloppiness. So many of these times, there's been a player from XLG tucked into a corner somewhere, holding the angle, off angle, whatever. They clear him, they find him, and they still lose 2 players in that regard. So I think the trades need to be a little bit snappier. Usually this is a team that kind of thrives on that. They've been able to do it pretty consistently, but today they, at least on split, they look very, very awkward in that regard.
Especially in the post plants, right? Like, yeah. You're coming onto side very fast, and then it's a 5 vs 5 situation, and someone just over pushes, giving away leads, giving away opportunities for XLG to strike. And yes, Raga is insane. That double kill in main basically saves the round, but still, I think like EDG don't have to play this far forward over to the Viper ult, right? You can just hold the crossfire. Why is everyone peeking into that one angle, giving Lysor an opportunity to fight back?
I think that XLG, you can't really give them free things because look, this isn't a ranked pub stomp that you're playing. That's what so far EDG's gameplay has given me the impression of. It's just them W keying it down, and I mean it works great, but if it doesn't work, you want to go back to the drawing board. So good timeout from Autumn. Hopefully this is going to help them kind of figure things out immediately. You see a bit of a slowdown, go back to the go back towards taking mid. Judge in the hands of Kang this time, and the spray, ooh, gets him so low.
A lot of early damage coming in there. The AWP has an off angle. Nobody would be able to cross over towards A, but you have to fade already up in Heaven's Snowman. Important frag, important pull of the trigger in that right timing here. DG
shut down now.
And some sort of constellation prize here.
Again, this Viper setup on the Heaven has just been so difficult for them to get through. Kang with a sliver of HP. Spam not connecting with anybody else quite yet. 45 seconds on the clock. Raga thinking about it. Might expect somebody towards main. Look at this though, nobody caught out. CB's the one to find the kill though. Happy Way has been incredible throughout this entire map. Still looking to be a menace right now. It's just 3 versus 4. He gets another one. Looking for a little bit more before Smoggy finally shuts him down. Spots out Leo and Kang in spawn. This is the most awkward fight I've seen in my life. And somehow it's gonna be a 1v1 at the end of it. Kang with the operator. Does not expect Leo in the corner though, and that's gonna be XLG with another round. Okay, what was that fight between Kang and the Waylay there? What was that, dude? Can we see it again, please? I beg you.
No, please not. No, don't show me that. I don't want to. I'm so confused by this round. It has been just back and forth through the entirety of it, and in the end, XLG somehow, without any explanation for me personally, wins that round. I don't want to see this. Also, like, why is Kang picking up the AWP there?
I don't know, maybe he thought it was better than the judge. I don't know about that, to be honest. I think the judge is better than the AWP.
Equally awkward,
right
but, you know.
Yeah, you're in Neon, you might as well slide into some DMs. Oh, 6 and 5. Remember, this was 1 and 5, and now they've won 5 rounds in a row of their own. Lysor again finds that opening kill. Smoggy gets shut down. Early Molly to deny the push here towards mid, and oh my god, Heavyweight just demolishing people left and right. Finally gets shut down, but 3v4.
I feel like EDG is just giving them one by one peaks. Raga is behind them. No kill for him. Traded out by the Viper. Chichu still crisp on his aim. Needs to contain the fun of his teammates. It's gonna be planted. No Kang. No Smoggy inside. They need to bring it back in a 4 versus 4. Or their 2-star players a little bit slower approach over from the side of XLG.
Oh, conversion path is huge.
No commitment onto this one. Norman just now pushes into this, but the crossfire isn't broken. Nobody checks that corner. Double kill for Norman. Saves the round in the end, and we have a half-time lead for XLG. After basically the first 6 rounds, they're getting stomped on by EDG. One timeout changes everything for them.
Oh man, okay, this kill from Lysor, a bit illegal, it's not granted, but yeah, again, post-plant from EDG has just been so goddamn awkward, I gotta say. And No Man, of course, fighting 2 there, and of course, just the swings, the trades, they're just not coming in, they're not materializing for EDG. Either they go in as a team and they kill everybody, or they all die. And it's such a pity as well, because there were so many ultimates that were available in that round. There was the Dimensional Drift available. Yoru could have tried to get that kill and then get out of there with the help of that ult instead of going in for that second swing. Okay, I really like this cosplayer. It's kind of sick. I got sidetracked.
I think that's the best promotion of that classic that you can expect. They I'm such a huge fan of what they're doing in China. Like, I think with the mascots running around and stuff like this, it's just such a hype situation. Could you imagine like a huge bee running around for Vitality at EMEA?
Do bees run or do they fly? But yes, I can imagine it. It would be really funny. I'm just picturing it, you know? Would it be like a animated bee, or would it be like a normal, realistic?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's gonna be animated or realistic, but it would 100% be bold.
Probably. Okay, bro, she has some moves there. All right, we need to see some of those moves from EDG in the server though, because I don't know, that map, this is their map pick. They started off so well, and they've just been collapsing. They have been collapsing. So hopefully in this halftime, they managed to get some sense into their heads. You can see the spirits are really high right now for the side of XLG though. I mean, what was it? 6 straight rounds in a row. They are feeling the momentum. They are feeling the lead at the end of the half, but now on attack. I mean, this is where we're gonna really see that double dive composition shine, the Yoru and the Wele. Incredibly annoying composition to play against.
100%. I need translations for those numbers, by the way, because that's 160%, and I am very confused by it. But yeah, we're going into the next round, into the second half of this map. You talked about it, Yoru and Wele, annoying composition to play around, especially when you're on a very static defense, like EDG has to be with the Viper. That's your only stopping tool that you have available. And again, all eyes on Kang, all eyes on CB. The double duelists need to take space, need to take away. Chilai is building up on the other side. It seems like nobody's gonna run into Kang. They are just gonna go for a straight up BXEG onto Dead Fate. I know, man! It's just jumping onto nobody! But he has more than enough aim to make up for it! Immediately killing out the Wele of that situation. And Chilai has to reassess their priorities and has to reassess their plan. Next fight towards middle, a double kill. Going over to Chilai, all of a sudden, numbers are back into their pockets. Early start into this one, Lysor finds Kang as well. Double numbers advantage for them.
Time though. 22 seconds. They have to make their way onto the site here. It is empty, so that is going to be a bit of a boat. It's just going to be one player towards heaven. Smoggy looking to possibly play spoil sport, although might not be given a chance. Gets one, but still a 1v3 at the very end of it. Just gonna be Chichu versus the world. I mean, to be fair, we've seen this man in multiple clutch situations being able to pull it out, but look at XLG. They are having no risk being taken. Immaculate crossfire, the high-low setup, everything in the kitchen sink, and Chichu has no utility to try and separate them either. It's just gonna have to be the contact plays right now.
I mean, he has the wall over towards main, right? You can isolate the main player over there if you're putting up the wall, but Chichu doesn't want to do that. Kid doesn't kill the Viper. Happy Way has another frag, and you can see the relief over in the faces of the XLG players. They just want to win this one so bad. They want to get those rounds over. After losing 5 straight to EDG, the fun has taken over EDG's side, and it hasn't gone back to like straight focused Valorant ever since.
I mean, 7 straight rounds now. They're starting to feel it. You can see it in the players' faces as well. Every time they pop off, they stand up, they yell. They're really starting to bring up the hype right now. And EDG, they need to find some of that same energy. They seem very, very disjointed for some reason. Hopefully they can recover a little bit as we head further into the map. But this round, unless something goes horribly wrong, should be a round for XLG. Unless, of course, Kang Kang is able to pull off some heroics once again. Talking about heroics, though, Happy, he's been so dominant in shutting down these pushes on these lurks as well. The no-scope onto Kang Kang, no hope in hell. And it does seem like XLG, they have the map open to go wherever they would like to. And EDG, they're rotating back towards A.
That would be a small massacre, like the triple stack on site. Can be a little bit dangerous. Raga contacting up forward with the Marshal. Deadly no-scopes. To be at home for him. That's a slow one from XLG. This round could very well turn out south if some misses fall into this one, but Raga rarely miss. Fast frag for him. Happy Way gets Smoggy in the helmet as well. All of a sudden, it's just nobody on side with a kill for Happy Way. We are always talking about Raga because he's that flashy duelist with the triple kills, with the entries, but Happy Way has been steadily behind him ever since the start of XLG. He shows off once more why he's one of the best players in VCT China.
Yeah, 100%. He's just been so good on this map in so many different ways. Gonna be very happy to celebrate that particular round with the team. But right now, EDG, they're gonna be having their full buy round, going up against 2 rifles, a judge, and I don't even know if we can call this buy from XLG a bonus. It's pretty substantial. A lot of resources invested by both of these teams, but EDG, it's kind of a must-win round because they've risked letting their opponents get to double digits otherwise. Quick push forward. They've managed to clear out all of the space towards B Heaven. There's 3 players from EDG on site, so if they decide to walk into this B stack, it's gonna look very dicey.
And it's your map pick, by the way. Like, if EDG loses that round here, they're probably facing an 11-5 deficit, something you don't really generally overcome. A lot of baiting from Smoggy here. Tries to set up CB, but he has to destroy the eye because Smoggy is pushed off by utility Lightstorm and Happy Way crashing the site. Both smokers fragging out. EDG falling apart, double digits in the hands of Sheila Gaming. The champions of last year are fighting back against the former regions of China. And it's just gonna be a safe one. Bring those weapons into the next round so your economy isn't broken that much. But still, XLG, they're looking to extend the lead even further.
Seems like it. And yeah, EDG just having to save and hold on to these last couple of rifles. I mean, it looked like a round that EDG could have possibly tried to confirm, especially since they did have 3 of their defenders here, but it just completely falls apart, and it looks so easy for XLG right now off the back of that round. All 5 of their rifles in hand. I don't know, EDG, might be time for that second timeout, because you're running out of chances to bounce back into this. And the next round as well, like you said, very well looking at 11-5 unless there's a Thrifty from this roster.
And I think this round is emblematic of the problems that EDG has. Because for 5 rounds, they looked like one of the best teams in the world, and afterwards, it all came crumbling down. Consistency is the huge problem EDG has.
100%. I think that it's the... Yeah, there we go. That's the timeout that we wanted to see. Autumn gonna be getting it and making sure that the rest of EDG can perform a little bit. Or I don't know, stop making so many mistakes. I'm not even gonna say that they're playing badly in terms of like aim or whatever. It's just that consistently XLG have been out calling them, especially towards some of these mid rounds. I think that, or even not even just mid round, because often it's just the early round that kind of decides the way that these rounds tend to go, because XLG have been consistently being able to pick up that first blood. They've been able to shut down that heavy mid presence. I think EDG in the beginning when they were winning on attack was a kind of a result of that. Not just their confidence in Kong getting 4 people or 3 people, but also them having options on the map. But XLG now looking to put some of that energy into their own pushes. I like the way that they're playing so far, and Happy Way has just been a beast on this map. Yeah. He's been the Baba Yaga. He's been the one that they're scared of in the dark, for real.
With him streaming into the audience, he also could very well be the Banshee of XLG. But overall, like we wanna see more from EDG. We wanna see them performing to the highest standards, and they either look like one of the best teams in the world, or they are looking utterly atrocious. It's nothing in between, and that's the huge problem that EDG is facing overall in VCT China right now and throughout the years. Kong pushing through middle, and that's something I would expect from a double duelist comp. Like, bring some pressure towards your opponents, be in their faces, and take some early fights. A lot of damage on the Omen, but not really a chance to fight back. That's a great utility piece from Noman, who has a short D in hand. Early frag Chichu, some heroics needed from him and CB, and he does exactly that. A double from Chichu, but Lysor is faster on the trigger. A lot of damage on CB as well. A triple kill from the former Wolves player. Gun picked up by Kong, but no kills in sight. Round number 11 secured for G-Light Gaming, and they are on the brink of upsetting EDG on their own map pick.
I mean, it's one thing if it's close, because Split is a map that historically a lot of teams, you know, I'm willing to bet that it's the map that's seen the most overtimes. I'll have to go through the stats for that, but I'm willing to make that bet here. That said, this game has just been so one-sided, and I thought it was, you know, looking at the first 5 rounds or 6 rounds, if you asked somebody who's winning this, they would have been like, oh, EDG, and then you look at the map afterwards, and it's like, yo, what happened there? What happened? They're cooking. But yeah, I really like that play from Leo as well, knowing that there's gonna be guns towards main, just tucks himself in the corner, watches the cross. I mean, XLG don't even get the spike down in that round. They just go for the kills here, and I think the real hero of the round was Lysor. Operator finally gonna be in the hands of EDG now, though. They're able to get a first blood after God knows how many rounds. But look, again, this spawn TP from Lysor. Smoggy did not expect it, bro. Poor guy.
Yeah, nobody also falls in heaven. They segregate Lysor, but their side has been taken over by XLG. They're moving backwards. Might be a rotation over to the B side. Kong, 10 HP on the board. That 140 headshot, not enough to clear him out.
Phantom moment.
XLG has fast rotation. Yeah, Phantom moment. Lysor must be so tilted. Imagine porting in spawn, getting the first one, and the second one is Kong, and he survives with 10 HP and laughing at you.
Top 10 anime sad moments for sure. Rotation has come through. They do have the ultimate available, but look at this. EDG haven't moved a muscle. They still have those 2 players towards A site. It's only Kong who is even really close to this area of the map. Never mind, he's gone to sewers as well. There's nobody on the side of the map. They've got the Viper spit down. If the plant comes through, it's just gonna be possibly a very, very dominant round here. The gamble that it was gonna be an A push again, just not working out, and this op gonna be so awkward in the retake. There's no guns either towards that side of the map, so I like that CB swapped it out. He's gonna be having a rifle for himself. 1 kill. He'll have the dimensional drift, but it's gonna have to be Kong. Steps up huge. They'll get spotted out here. Might have to be Leo to win this fight out, and yeah, 10 HP are not gonna be able to do much. Chichu at least finds a trade.
Yeah, at least the bait of Kong worked out. Noman fighting outside of the Viper's pit.
God.
CB surprised by that, caught off guard, and Chichu is just trying to save. You have no chance going back into that situation. You have no chance going back into that fight, Chichu. Just take the rifle towards the next round. Give yourself a chance to at least inch closer towards Shilai. But like, I don't know. I'm not liking what we are seeing right now from the side of EDG. Maybe Wolves are even better than we expected them to be, because right now Chilai is stomping EDG even harder than they stomped on Wolves.
Oh man, it's about the same so far. Yeah, but if EDG gets one more round, they will have done better than Wolves, because I think that map was a washout 13-4-13-5. But yeah, they're definitely putting up the same kind of show. Match point right now for the side of XLG on their opponent's map pick. The saving graces, they were able to save this operator for CB. But the rest of the team, very, very awkward buys. Double Guardian, you've got the... Oh, whiff shot as well from CB. You needed to get that one, but no man ready for it. Just the awareness, the map control coming up from XLG has been so incredible. It's like they were sitting down for those first 5 rounds, making notes of where EDG like to play, and then like playing off the back of it for the rest of it. Because so far, it has been, let me just do the math, 11 rounds in a row for this team, Patrick. 11 rounds and counting.
11 rounds and counting. A very stretched start towards that possibly last round of the map. Like they're trying to just play the overarching map. And yes, Kang, legendary on the Guardian. Team Heretics fans do remember. But still, he has to do some Abyss heroics here to save that round, to save that map for his team. Once the wall is fading down, we have our answers. Kang falling down, no man faster on the trigger. And the immediate frag against the duelists of EDG. The entire team falling apart. Not much stands in the way of XLG and their first map win against EDG. It has been their own map pick split, one of the home grounds for Edward Gaming, but it doesn't work out this time. Chila, a different beast. After the addition of Lysor, a different team coming into that series. And with just Chichu and Heavens falling down, Chilai wins on the map pick of EDG and starts off with a 1-0 lead.
That was absolutely insane. I mean, it was 5-1 for EDG, and then they lost the next 12 rounds in a row. Yeah. That was this map, absolute perfection coming out of XLG, especially in that second half. It seemed like they could make no mistakes at all, and they were just able to do incredibly well once they managed to get their opponent's measure. I mean, there were so many individual big heroic moments right now coming out of both of these teams here, but mainly for XLG, I think, for having Happyway as well as Lysor. You talked about him in the pre-show there, Akmaskin, about how his addition to this team has made them so much more of a demon to contend with, and you can see exactly that in this map. It was just so nice, so many multi-frags coming in from both of the controllers for XLG, and yeah, I mean, even if there were individual good shots coming out from this EDG side, they just couldn't compare.
Yeah, you said it. It comes down to a lot of duels. It comes down to a lot of the strategic impulses that XLG has. And right now, it doesn't seem like EDG is up for the task. Doesn't seem that they're up for a win against China's new superpower, against the best team that the VCT China has to offer, possibly in 2026. But we might be proven wrong by EDG, right? They still have one more map left. And as we all know, I'm very prolific in jinxing when it comes to this one.
Well, we'll see how good your jinxes are as we head into map number 2, because I mean, it certainly seems like you jinxed EDG in this one. We were placing them really hard after those first couple of rounds. So yeah. XLG were like, you guys better listen up. Look, we're better too. We got like these W players. Happyway is just an absolute beast on attack, being that constant menacing. I was gonna say lurker, but he was also playing entry duelist in some of these rounds, so I don't know what the heck they were cooking, but it definitely turned out to be a masterful performance. Lysor as well, these kind of highlight rounds coming out of him. So many cheeky TPs right towards spawn. It's like when Valorant came out. We're still in 2021. But we got some team comps, so let's listen in.
Go trap. Oh, coming. I fall. It's okay. Go.
I got nice. One more. Two more. I will leave. We can ulti everything. 准备开大，准备开大，等，开大，帮我开。Viper unknown， 我背好，我都看。Viper side， Viper ult，Viper under close。
爆能器已部署。
Viper under you 这边。Viper under， 下面这里。One more。Nice。Come on！ Yes, happy way. Yep. Oh, it's actually ridiculous. Put a Xiao Wei in me, bro. What? Xiao Wei. There's off main. Not main.
Ridiculous is a good word for that retake. Yeah, ridiculous sounds about right. Happy Way, the MVP for this particular map. 289 ACS, 3 KDA on the Viper. Very, very normal numbers. It seems like it's a day for the controllers to step up. First, we had someone in VCT Pacific having a 500 FPS, a 500 ACS map on Omen. Now we got the 300 ACS Vipers. What a timeline we live in.
I mean, Happy Way is just doing Happy Way things, right?
True.
He has been just such a monster in VCT China ever since joining Xilai. Like, overall, I think he's one of the most underrated players that we have in VCT China. Like, he sometimes is so harshly in the shadows of Raga that we have to take a look more into his performances, because Happy Way is just doing Happy Way things in most of the maps.
I mean, yeah, I feel like this entire match could be a highlight reel. Very, very happy things. And happy map for him and the rest of XLG, 13-5. 20 kills on your Viper. I mean, nice try by Kong Kong. I feel bad for him, bro. He was just being completely shut down. Everybody on the EDG roster around the same numbers, I would say, in terms of frags. It was just Lizor and Happy Way who are very much the outliers, crossing that 250 mark. In fact, the only two players to cross 200 as well. So, pretty impressive numbers in terms of ACS. Either way, though, we've got the team breakdowns coming up, so let's take a look at the more nuanced stats here, aside from just the frags for individual players. I mean, 10-8, XLG were the ones locking in those first kills. So many of these rounds, it was also XLG the ones to, not just on attack, but also on defense, right? They were so consistent at being able to win out those opening duels. It's kind of, I thought the figure would have been more lopsided.
Yeah, I personally thought that EDG had more first bloods. Because it seemed like they were always starting up the round fairly strong, especially on their own attack. But I think the post plans tell a huge story around the entire map. Only 50% of Raid converting their post plans is atrocious, to tell the least, right? You're only converting half of your post plans after a side take, shows that you are lacking a little bit of a disciplined presence on the side, that you are lacking in those certain situations where the spike goes down, where you normally should win with a disciplined play, but EDG just doesn't do that in those certain situations.
Yeah, I think discipline was a watchword that seemed to be a little bit sorely missing. I think it was a bit of a, I don't know, I guess you could call it a warm-up map for EDG, because it certainly looked very, very sloppy. I'm just going to say it how it is. This is not the EDG that I'm used to seeing or cheering for. It was awkward. It looked like my ranked games, and I do not want to watch that if I'm watching VCT. But I think that it could also just be XLG playing super well, and the pressure starting to build up for that EDG side. They looked incredibly frustrated, especially when you have your opponents jumping up on the opposite side of you every round, jumping in the air, screaming. Maybe you don't hear the screaming, but it certainly does have an effect, I've got to say. So EDG, they got to bounce back.
They gotta come back. They gotta come back into this situation, and they need to step up on that second map, which is the map pick of their opponents. That always makes things a little bit more difficult. We will be back after a really short break. Stay tuned for XLG versus EDG map number 2.
I'll take it. I'll take this one. Hello everyone, welcome back to another wonderful day of VCT with Project Horizon. It is still me, Zach, joined by Akamask, and we are bringing you map number 2 of a very hotly anticipated series that has unfortunately so far given us far less than we've expected, at least if you're an EDG fan. But XLG, they have looked excellent coming out of the gate. They took down their opponent's map pick, and now let's see if EDG can do the same to them, because otherwise we're looking at a 2-0 for them. But map number 1, you know, we had a lot of points to talk about during that halftime. Anything that comes out to your mind, Patrick, like off the back of your head?
I think both teams didn't play really optimal, if we're gonna be honest. Like, this map was interesting at best. With XLG being very, very passive, even though they're playing this double duelist comp that normally, you know, takes a lot of space away from the opponents, takes the space that they are giving over to you. And on the other side, like, EDG had too little of, you know, mix-ups in their entire gameplay, especially on their attack. Like, for 5 rounds straight, they were just running at their opponents, getting 2 frags, and winning out those situations. But afterwards, as XLG had their timeout and adjusted to the playstyle of EDG, it just went south for them. And they lost so many rounds in a row in the end. Like, 11, if you lose 12 rounds in a row, there is something going absolutely wrong, and we need to take a look into this situation.
Yeah, I mean, even the timeouts, the timing of the timeouts called by the EDG side were great, but they just weren't able to figure it out. Either way, though, we're heading into Pearl right now. Map number 2 between these two teams. Let's see if EDG can bring it back here, looking at the agent select. Both teams continuing to go with that double duelist. And I remember you were mentioning this, Patrick, like how, despite having double duelists, it seemed like neither team were really using it optimally. Yeah,
neither team, especially on their defense, were using it in the best way possible. I still think like double duelist is the meta, right? That's the thing that everything revolves right around right now. You have double controller, you have double duelist. Rarely you see a sentinel or more than one initiator. But in those cases, like, I think for Pearl, the story is a little bit different, because you have Killjoy, which is such an oppressive agent on that map. You can basically lock down the entire middle with that Killjoy setup. You can set up yourself more around the outer skirts of that map. I think here on Pearl it's a different story. They need to use that waylay effectively to destroy the Killjoy setups in middle a lot of the time over for XLG. And I'm a little concerned for EDG that they're playing the double duelist comp once again, because they weren't looking amazing on that team comp. They weren't looking like an outstanding team here. I hope that they figure out something to mix up their gameplay with, because if they're not, Pearl is gonna look a lot of the same compared to their split.
Let's hope that's not the case. I would hate for that to be the case. I wanted some good Valorant action. I was really excited about this particular series, but at least map 1 was a bit of a washout. Let's see if map 2 can be a little bit better though. No Man, you talked about it. You want to see a little bit more proactivity, a little bit more aggression, and No Man looking to start things off here. I also like this positioning. He's baiting for his teammate off the back of that pop flash from the Yoru to try and take this forward. And Art is going to be where the fight is coming. He got the info. I don't know when they're going to swing. It's going to be now, and perfect flash, but oh, the shots could have been better.
Yeah, they're shooting a silhouette around the EDG players, but Happyway is there to save his team once again. The XLG's goat is just shooting up again, a quad kill for him. Happyway, the saving grace for G-Light, the best player on the server without a doubt. So it's a quad kill in that situation, but has no idea where CB is. Bike has been captured. He should be aware right now. CB got this one. Waited out where the plant goes down. Oh my god, the timing. It comes down to timing. Do I get it? Kill number 5. He spotted him in an ace for Happyway to start off map 1.
I guess it doesn't matter if everybody else whiffs if he can ace. What was that? Really, really nice positioning coming out of him. He takes the Assassin's Creed angle, gets a couple of kills, the third one as well. It spots out, I think, the tip of Neon's ponytail there. Very, very unlucky, and of course, positioning-wise, very, very nicely played. I think the Astro Smoke coming down towards short probably caused the Yoru to expect a lurk back somewhere else. But yeah, a little bit of good positioning and timing always helps out. You know, you get 4 kills yourself, you get the 5th by the grace of the gods or whatever, RNG gods, whatever you want to call it. And now No Man looking to continue to be a menace. His TP is gonna run out though, so he's gonna have to fight it out.
Yeah, and he's going in there again! Onto the stun of Happyway. Raga just blindly finds those frags as well. A double stack over there in arts, but they're just gonna run into Lysor. I mean, there's at least a constellation kill. 2 players down for Shilai at this point. But they will just run into Raga or Happyway. One of those 2 players will just spot what's going on, but the spike is still an A main. Like, you kind of have to do a full wraparound to get back to this one.
Yeah, they are able to pick up a stinger. A little bit of a saving grace there, but yeah, spike in the control of XLG, and they're happy to hold on to it. You can see that they're not really pushing further, knowing that their prey has to come to them. Smoggy gonna be the one to be sent on that retrieval mission to possibly try and find a frag or so, but look at this, that's the clock winds down. XLG, they're starting to get closer and closer to each other because the options for your rotations are just heading out right now. It's gonna be the one to come in. Doesn't spot anybody quite yet. The Prowler might find it though. Never mind, it gets broken. And yeah, that smoke, it's gonna let them try to take back the spike, but I don't know if they have time to rotate over towards the B side.
Not really safe, right? You're having a stinger and a classic. That's no angle to save. Leo over there with Raga. A trigger Smoggy suddenly makes 2, but has to be quick. Has to be fast on the trigger to find Happyway, but still gone. Spike plant will go down, but no. Oh, it doesn't.
Never
Happyway
mind.
suddenly stops this one as well. Only 1 player alive, but in the end, that's more than enough. Heroics from Smoggy. But it doesn't capture the round in the end.
Nice shot from Chichu as well, but yeah, Smoggy with the stinger. Had a couple more seconds on the clock. Could have done more, but yeah, I mean, bonus gotta be looking not very substantial for XLG this time. Happyway, the only one with a gun. 1 off of the Cosmic Divide, by the way. 6 and 0. Very, very normal numbers for your Astra to have. Rest of the time, though, I mean, EDG, they're looking for the quick B hit. They haven't really gone towards this side of the map yet. Ooh, almost gets Kankang there, but Kankang getting away with his life.
Kankang getting away. 13 HP on the clock, so like not even half his life. But still yet to be killed. B just noise cutting, trying to set up a split over there towards B. Trying to segregate and figure out where are the players of Shilai right now, and they're on the other side, very, very stacked over to that B side. If you're executing here, it's gonna be dangerous, and it's gonna be a problem for EDG. Chichu. Little noise. No real signs of movement other than that, and that's possibly the most obvious fake I have seen in a while.
Oh, 30 seconds left. I mean, it seems like XLG, they're also happy to gamble that it's going to be a B hit and they're going to be rewarded. Nice haunt there. Only catches out the Yoru. They still haven't made their way onto site. They're going for the full rotate. Are you serious? Okay, Leo finally shuts down Kankang. No man is going to hear this noise. They're playing for a full.
No?
Yeah, no, I think they can make it through main, but it's going to be very, very tight. All they have to do is get onto site. 12 seconds left. Spike. Spike. Spike.
They have a
okay, they get it.
Yeah, they will get it. Oh, wait, Norman. Norman!
No! They got it down, okay. If he had gotten him there, I swear to God, I would have... Yeah. I don't know what I would have done.
That's such a risky play. 30 seconds over to the start. Chichu has an off angle. Numbers are even. Raga trying to get his fight in there. Chichu has a kill. Immediately traded by Leo. And weapons now in their hands. Numbers even. Weaponry even. Can Shilai do? Lysor has an angle. Spike nearly defused. Smoggy comes in there late. Gets a kill. Ultimate from Astra's up, but nobody knows where CB is. It's another tap for Happyway. Spike is halved already. He needs to be fast. CB, the saving grace in the end, but the decision making of EDG is more than just questionable at this point.
You know, when people say they're cooking and you smell like something burning, that's what this has been so far today.
That.
I don't know what the heck. I don't know what they're doing. Somehow they win that round. They win that round because the positioning from Varga is something that nobody expected. and he's able to isolate these fights, and there was time pressure, but honestly, the fact that it came down to a 50-50 1v1 at the end of all of that is just insanity. Exactly, it's 4 sheriffs. 4 sheriffs and a guardian against 5 vandals. Oh, a little bit greedy there from Varga. Kangkang finally there for the finish.
Yeah, Kangkang there for the finish. The side should be taken over by the side of EDG. What? The killjoy in backside! Lysor! It's just too good. It's heroic. From solo players on sides and off angles. Lysor, kill number 4 as well. One-man army in holds. Everybody else around him dies one by one, but Lysor holds its own. Everybody else from Chile tries to throw that round away in perfect sense, but Lysor is too strong to let that happen.
Okay, this one good from EDG. This one, okay, Smoggy didn't know they was there. How does this man get both of these players? As I will not understand. Really, really nicely played there. Lysor goes down at the end. No ace for him, perhaps, but another round for XLG, and EDG now starting to feel the frustration. No timeout quite yet. That was a full buy round as well. So now economy gotta be broken. They've got Chichu's ult. They've got Smoggy's ult as well. If they can get Kangkang a kill, he might have that Neon overdrive to try and work with to boot, but the rest of EDG, of course, they have to make their way forward, and they're happy just happy to get that free kill for himself. It's Smoggy though.
Look at Kangkang's positioning. He crossed over by CB just being an entire decoy for his team, and nobody's aware. Nobody looks at spawn. They're not knowing that Kangkang is there. Fake gate press from Raga gets spotted by Kangkang and still finds a kill. The timing for Kangkang is absolutely unlucky, and Raga is free. Holds down the side against the small weaponry. EDG is pulling up with Smoggy all on his own. A champion against 4 players. Possible to get back into that round.
You know that song, right? Lonely, so lonely. That's what Smoggy is right now. Just no guns, no spike, enemies on all sides. Yeah, pretty much should be an XLG round. Can maybe try to get a kill or 2 for himself, but even that's gonna be denied by Leo here. I feel for Kangkang there, you're right, but the awareness from Varga, right, to go and clear out his own flank, the timing could not have been better for him and worse for Kangkang. But again, the awareness from XLG has just been really nice. I think that they're starting to really build up the lead here. They have a couple of crucial ultimates to both sides, and I think that that Cosmic Divide, along with possibly an overdrive or the lockdown, is going to be kind of the win conditions here for EDG.
Yep.
They need to win this round. They have so much to work with. They have a Hunter's Fury as well in 1 ult orb for the post plant. Big swing around.
Yeah, and it's possibly a round where a lot of ultimates will be just thrown into. If no one gets a kill, the Waylay ult is up and running as well. Raga, first shot whipped. Might be taking the repick there. What's up the Killjoy? Chichu, no damage, no fights, but no man has to kill. And it's Smoggy going down towards the start of this round. No more flexibility in their smoke. Control gone over the entirety of this map. And no man still fights that angle. No man still an option to get another kill. Hovers the ultimate, contemplates using it, but Kangkang not fast enough. The overdrive gets shut down as well. A numbers advantage. An undermanned unit for EDG.
Timing on the peak. Oh no! Once again, EDG get messed up by this outlaw. At least this time there's a full trade, but it's just gonna be a 2v4. No HP left on CB either. At least they need to get the spike down to try and make some money here. Nightfall comes through. Seems like XLG, they're not going to really mess around. They don't want to risk losing the 2v5. Happy to invest these ultimates 1 by 1. And XLG, they're still playing patiently. They know that EDG have to push. They have to try and get themselves a numbers advantage. They pop the conversion pots as well. Might be a little bit of an overcommitment there on the retake, but hey, if the round's won, it's one.
I mean, honestly, this round was one of the most important ones of the first half, right? We had
True.
a lot of ultimates on the side of EDG. It was a huge swing round because it sends EDG back to an eco, resets their fundings. And with that going over to the side of XLG, it might be a 6-1. You secure like the overall halftime, equal halftime, and set EDG into a timeout as well. Like over this, those rounds are just so important that you can throw ultimates into it.
I mean, I agree with you there. I just I think it's better safe than sorry. You want to pop them, use them, make sure you get the round, and don't let anybody get a sneaky peeky 3k or 4k there to save it somehow. 5-1 right now, a reversal of the score on that map number 1. Maybe we'll be seeing a reversal of EDG's fates too if they can pull things together. So far though, they look very, very unenthusiastic. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at XLG, celebrating after every round, jumping up, screaming. And on the opposite side, even if they win, EDG have just been very quiet.
And because they know the situation that they're in, the expectations might start stacking up on those players, right? You expect EDG to be great. You expect them to be one of the best teams in the world, but they haven't been ever since their Champions winning run. Ever since dropping Simon, EDG has problems. Something is off with this lineup. Chichu on this map, the only one shooting back. Everybody else in a slump. And we had a similar picture on that first map. If they want to make it to an international event, even EDG, they need to step up. They need to refocus their energy onto the next few maps, onto the next few matchups. Even if they lose out against XLG today.
Oh, look at this. No, man. That is so beautifully played. The layers in that double push. This is exactly what we wanted to see more of, and why the Whaley and Yoru can be so pivotal. Really nice kill. No trade in sight either. And now, I think there was an attempt at a fake clone from CB, but no man shoots it anyway. RIP, man.
I mean, sometimes you have to take risks. And even though we're a little bit confused, I feel sometimes about the plays that EDG is making. I still wanna give here. I still wanna point out that it's very good Valorant that XLG is playing, right? They're really playing their cards correct, playing a good setup towards middle, trying to force their way into the outer skirts of this map. And EDG is somewhat forced to run into crossfires, to run into segregated players of XLG who are always there on the up for a trade. Like, not everything is perfect, but they are playing very solid Valorant and have a clear strategy and plan how to play down this map.
Yeah, it definitely seems like EDG, there's the ones in the struggle seat, the opposite of the driver's seat. Still so much utility that they have to get through. 15 seconds. I don't even know if they're going to be allowed to get onto site. No man on track for the ace. Ranga steals it away. But yeah, flawless round at the end of it. Yeah, I would stand up to No Man 4K. Yep, you shouted out loud, boy. That was a fantastic round coming out from that first play. And time out for EDG. To be fair, that was an eco round. This next round, I think it's going to be very important to see if it will enable EDG to bounce back on this map or not. 6-1, you have to be able to get yourself a couple of rounds. You're on attack. You have 2 duelists. You have 4 ultimates. If you ever wake up, this is a round to do it, EDG.
It's now or never for EDG, and 1 and 8 is not necessarily how you want to fall down. With this sort of setup that you're having. CB is taking his ultimate, clearing a lot of space in the middle, but still isn't aware of where the XLG players are. No, man! To push into main! First kill! Falling down, Kang the sacrifice EDG has to make to get CB into position, but he needs to be perfect. He needs to be flawless into this. A double stack from Noman, and Leo might be too much to overcome. Leo! A triple in main! Holding back EDG. CB, Phantom moment! You're down in the gutters, and then you're unlucky as well. CB can't find another frag for his liking, and it's Leo and Noman. Just too good for what EDG is trying to do. They're running in 1 by 1, giving them individual duels. That's not the EDG that we want to see.
Yeah, no, that was I understand the play. They wanted to go in for that A hit, maybe off the back of the lockdown, and I like the plays that they're doing with CB. The problem is, even if you get somebody in on site, the rest of the team has to be able to clear main to get the rotations in, and Leo just standing his ground there, getting 3k. Oh no, Kankan getting spammed as well. Today is just not his day, it seems like. The ways that this man has been dying on this map has been tragic. Nothing else but tragic.
I am very confused about this entire map, to say the least.
Ooh,
Nobody has a good frag there. Norman not up for the task, not up for the taking against. Strong double peek from Norman and CB. They're trying to recapture main, but have to re-clear a lot of space because Leo might be behind that box again, might be pushed up into that area again. So you have to invest a drone, heavy utility, into an area that could have been yours from the start of the round. And with no Kang available, they are actually trying to force their way in with a lockdown. You could get countered by a lockdown. Right at the start of this, you either have to throw your Hunter Fury up, or you have some struggles and some problems, but 2 quick kills going over to Chilai as Lysa rotates.
In position, happy way. Manages to find the angle and the kill, but Chichu, double for him. Could have made some magic happen if he had found happy way as well, but yeah, 444, the Astra at the end of it. MVP of map number 1. MVP on map number 2 as well, although No Man and Leo seem to be intent on giving him some competition, but yeah, I mean, EDG 8-1, 7 rounds down. It's not looking really good for them. Even the round that they won, it could have very well flipped the other way. Like, it came down to 1v1 at the end of it, so already you've burned through your first time out. It's gonna be the second one call right now. Autumn looks so frustrated, and honestly, I can't blame the man, but EDG, come on guys, what more do you have in here? You're gonna have to dig deep, you're gonna have to pull it out. This is not the same, it doesn't look like the same team that won Champions 2023. That's all I have to say. Or 2024, sorry, 3 was EG.
And they haven't looked like this throughout the entirety of 2025 as well. It seems like once they won champs, a lot of the momentum has drifted away from them. Because ever since the start of 2025, they look like an average team. And at times, right? Like, it's always been a back and forth, always an up and down, but the consistency is missing for EDG right now. And the entire region of China has some problems on an international stage. EDG is at the forefront of this, with just being inconsistent on home soil and on international events. As we already mentioned, like, we had a third place finish from Wolves at Masters Toronto, but everything else last year wasn't really insane. And EDG, with their inconsistencies, could have led the charge to a more dominant China.
Yeah, I definitely think it could have worked out that way. I think that was the intention, but like you said, this roster, I'm not saying it's because of Simon leaving, but ever since Simon left, there's always been a little bit of, I don't know, stickiness about it. It's just been very difficult for them to get back into their championship winning form. Now EG slowing things down, not going for those early peaks. You hear the drone coming in towards this angle. Doesn't clear out the Waylay, so could still try to make a play off the back of that. This time around, XLG, they're just waiting for EDG to make a move. They don't want to give it away. The spam from nobody. Ooh, doesn't quite connect. So man still might have the timing, but it's just a 1-for-1.
Another kill. Up on the other side of the map, right? Great trade fragging here. XLG, Raga. A lot of information. Might join EDG in the spawn. Not the best tracking from Leo. Kang with a good entry. CB! Waking up XLG and his friends alike. A double of an amazing spray transfer. Over there in connector. 4th kill for him coming up, Raga. Up towards the connector area. Flash has been hurt. CB knows where he is. As an Iron Con. Raga wins this. 30 HP might be a little bit of a too big task to Too much for him to handle, and in the end, Chichu finds a second round off the back of a timeout for EDG. And you need to claw your way back in. 8 and 4 is the least you can expect here.
Really nice opening kill there. Expectation onto No Man's position was good, but CB, the real hero, saves Kang, gets this double kill somehow. Happyway and Lysor. I mean, these two have been the sharpest shooters on the map so far, and CB just makes them look like it gets them deleted there. But yeah, you can't always depend on hero plays. That was certainly a hero play from CB there. Bringing into 2 people and getting both kills. Now again, EDG, the slower pace seems to have worked out for them. Gonna be continuing to push it forward for this round, but now XLG, they finally managed to get themselves an operator. They didn't need it so far, but now they got it for their own.
And Norman has an ultimate ready. Covering it, thinking about it. No real commitment. The end, and we saw this double pack of Leo and Norman so often over there in main, trying to force their way into duels. The EDG player CB porting into the open arms of Noman, but a double kill from nobody is holding EDG in that game. Kang on side, 3 versus 4, numbers advantage. EDG, off the back of their timeouts, might be able to convert those rounds. Lysor really putting up a fight right now. EDG needs to play it together, needs to have their crossfires up and running, but it will be a 1 versus 1. Raga wins it. Numbers even again. They're finding a way back into the side. XLG turning this one around. 2 versus 2. Lysor finds Smoggy. Nobody all on his own against the ultimate of the enemy. Astra. Lysor has a swing and the timing. Round number 9 for XLG on the throw of EDG.
They all stood up again after that. Oh man, that was such a hype round from end to end. I mean, nobody on track for the ace, brings it down to the 1v1, but that cosmic divide, Happyway goes down while trying to put it down, yes, but still, that 1v2 played perfectly towards the end. Just a shot spot going their way. Really feel bad for nobody there. Could have been his ace, could have been his moment to shine. And XLG, they're just like, okay, we win that. Time to max 9 and 2. One more round would give at least EDG the benefit of the 9-3 curse, and they have stopped giving their opponents any kind of credence or patience. They're just running it down right now. 2 kills already to open up with.
It's Kang's W key that brings them at least an entry. CB on the ultimate. Tries to capture some more information, some more intel. The XLG players, the 2 remaining ones. You know both positions. That round is unlosable. Raga flashes himself into it. Nobody wins the fight. CB on backside 9 and 3, bringing them onto the curse. EDG is still in this one. That's the takeaway from half one. But it's such a rough feat from them. It's such a rough showing. They need to reassess their priorities and refocus on what they were doing. What was working for them in that first half, but losing that 4 versus 3 on that last round still has to hurt.
I think that the only round that looks convincing from EDG so far on this map was that last round, because the other 2 rounds that they won were off the back of somebody getting a 4K and going up against 4 pistols and a Guardian with full rifles. So it's not been the cleanest map from them so far. Last round though, that's pretty much what you want to see on an attacking team with a double duelist comps. They also had 3 ultimates that they used in that round, so that probably helped as well. The rest of the time though, I mean, it's going to be the side swap coming in. It's going to be them on defense. They have to make this composition work. They've got the Yoru as well to try and get some early picks, so let's see.
Yeah, trying to fight those early picks. They're important in the end for the side of EDG. You need to get the pistol. That's the part that you were counting on. You need to fight the pistol. If you lose it, it's 11 and 3, and I don't really see them coming back from it.
Yeah, I agree. I think yes, teams have come back, but the way that EDG is playing, I don't know if they have it in them to make a 11 and 3 comeback. 9 and 3 comeback's gonna be hard enough, but yeah, like you said, it starts with the pistol. Gonna be a very, very crucial pistol for them to win. The funny thing is that so far, when you look at the gameplay, it has been pistol rounds. All 3 of the pistol rounds have been in favor of XLG here. EDG haven't found one yet, so if there was ever a good time to win a pistol, this one has to be it.
And I think it needs to be on the back of aggression. Every time EDG's comp and what EDG were trying to do worked out was on the back of aggression, on the back of fighting in the faces of their opponent.
Yeah, I think that slow kind of playstyle, maybe it's not that it doesn't work for them, but it's more that EDG, they have the answers to it. Sorry, XLG have the answers to it.
And they're 143% again?
I don't know what those stats are supposed to refer to, and unfortunately I do not read.
Same, and I'm very confused why it's always above 100%. Oh,
okay, so we have word from production, it's for the pistol win rates, and yeah, 100% sounds about right. They've got 3 out of 3 so far, have XLG, and another one would be nice today. EDG CB goes for that first pick, tries to get a little bit more, but all of these 1v1s in the face of 5 people, it is not going to work out, and EDG, they go down 1 by 1, 2v5 in the first 15 seconds of the round, and oh man, you might have been right, Patrick, this does very well seem to be a 2-0. This pistol, I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it back.
Yeah, Lyso's position known. One over the smoke. Lyso goes down, but Happy Way and No Man are there for the task. Fighting aggressively into those angles. I'm gonna be honest here. Don't know why EDG is just giving them every frag 1 by 1. It seems so disconnected what they are doing right now. I'm not happy with that showing of EDG because, again, it seems incredibly disconnected. They are not playing as a team. And that might be an IGL or team play problem that you have to address after that matchup and during their break.
I mean, that's the nice thing about having that triple elimination bracket. You have 2 more chances to make it through and not lose out on making it to the first Masters of the year. Ooh, the spam has been nasty from Happy Way. Nobody and Kong Kong both down to 1 bullet of pretty much any gun that will take them out. In the meantime, XLG, they managed to work their way onto B main. They've taken B long control as well. Nobody from EDG really peeking, but it's summoning over the rotation. The utility being used, and it does seem like a B exit is what XLG have on their mind. Minute left on the clock. They have control of most of these lines. The problem is EDG, they've now stacked down here 4 players. It's gonna be a massacre if they run in and they're not careful. Ooh.
Slowly but surely, but nobody is aware of the angle of Chichu! A double from him! But it's just 1 player, Heroics, that can't save EDG in that situation. Smoggy, and the 1 versus 2, not possible. Upset round denied from XLG. They're just too good to let EDG get back into this one. 11 and 3. It might just be over at this point.
Over. It's Joe over. I don't know. I mean, it starts him so well. Chichu gets these 2 frags. But yeah, Leo, the better weapons just coming out on top. And again, EDG, they're giving so many of these free swings away. I mean, they have to come in. They have to come onto your site. You have to, you peak 1 by 1 ahead of the rest of your teammates, and it's just been punish after punish right now. The full buy round for EDG. Chichu looking to play a little bit aggro, forced back off the back of that Prowler. Doesn't nobody force some backup available. Spam not quite connecting, and XLG, it does look like they want to go in for this mid and Art and A split. 1 player gets tagged, but there's so much utility they have to get through.
There's so much pressure, and once again, solo peek, but Kong Kong finds the kill, finds the opening. Only a trade there for XLG. Forcing their way onto the A side. Moving this one slightly back. They still have their lurk set up in arts over there, spotting out the rotations, hearing the rotations. CB, aggressive fight, but if he doesn't find anyone here from the side of XLG, it might be. Oh, this one is risky.
I don't like this.
If you get traded here, you give over a weapon, and that's the last thing that you want to do. Problems for CB. No man gets a kill, and CB gives over a weapon freely. Christmas present combined with birthday present on that round.
Oh man, that was a weapon. That was the sight. He was the only anchor there as well. Just no hope left. I think the only hope for EDG is that even though it's a 3v4, everybody on this roster is so low except for Happy. Happy Way has to be the one to find these frags, but the problem is the post plants, the lurks, everything coming in. Okay, there's a funny moment that might happen. Leo might die to the turret on the lurk here if he's not careful.
Timmy is not fast enough. Timmy is not fast enough. Smoggy finds another kill. Nobody's there with some heroics on his side. Leo has a weapon. Might be able to find his way into this one, but it's still like this round, even though they're winning it, gets way too close for comfort for EDG. I don't know what CB is doing there, honestly. Pushing this one forward. Yes, he tries to catch off the rotations. But it's still like, you should expect like at least 2 or 3 people to push into this one. And if you're getting traded, yeah, you're still a numbers advantage, but you're giving off the side and you're giving up a weapon.
For EDG, at least, being able to win that round means that they also keep 2 players alive. Bit of an awkward buy. They're gonna have one. Remember though, that was the bonus round there for XLG, who now have rifles across the board. They have a Nightfall, they have a Cosmic Divide, and they only need 2 more rounds to close this out and take this into 0. Kang though playing a dangerous game, going very aggressive, able to get one and a headshot I think on the other, but oh never mind, it's just one guy. 1-for-1 trade, I mean, not the worst thing in the world. It's been much more sloppy from EDG, so also gets a bunch of information, knows that there's 3 or 4 players towards A main, so you can see the slow rotation from EDG towards that side of the map.
And they're doing something very intelligent for me. They're trying to close out art because they know that there might be a Fate ultimate in play, there might be an Astra ultimate in play, and they're trying to turn the angles that worked a lot for XLG in the past up against them in trying to find a lurk, trying to fight against a possible lurk. Nobody gets on site, not hit by the Fate ultimate. 51 HP in the backside. Norman has a great swing there. They're just overrunning the side of Nobody. He went back there all on his own, all alone to solo anchor and doesn't get a trade. Numbers advantage goes over to the side of XLG. Leo falls to Smoggy. He has still something to say in this matchup. Norman, double kill for him. His E ability back up and running.
Oh no, I think that Leo went down because the smoke faded away, so Smoggy got a free kill, but that was a misplay from Nobody for sure. He should not have been that greedy for a kill. I don't know, EDG now starting to get on the defuse. Pulled off of it by the Astra, and she is the one to put the final nail in the coffin here. 12-4 match point, series point. Perfect pulse plans. I mean, once that spike goes down, it's going to be so difficult to defuse because, you know, you've got yourself the Astra, you've got yourself the multiple peaks that are coming in consistently from this XLG roster. But yeah, no man. I mean, I like the policy. It was a 4v4. You could try to play for a retake there, but tries to get ahead of the Fate ult and Nobody is punished. I think that was the decision that kind of might have messed up the round here. And look at this EDG last round possibly here. No buy available. 2 players with just sheriffs in hands, and yeah, I don't know. It's been so difficult for them.
They need to find ways to go back into that game. I mean, they secured an ult. That's at least some sort of value. Nothing too big in play. Raga trying to isolate those duels. Gets CB. God. Quick entry kill. The jump spot from Smoggy. Saw Raga on that play. Saw Raga on that move. CB decides to fight in with Sheriff. Now XLG should have access over towards that B side. They spotted Smoggy. They should know that the Astra is somewhere there. It's either an Astra in backside or in that corner. Clone goes through. Great frag from Smoggy! Chichu is there as well! Suddenly this round is turned on its head! Amazing frag from Chichu, but Leo spam through that smoke is more than enough. More than capable finding the Astra. There are no ultimates available anymore for XLG, but they still need to get onto that B side.
30 seconds. I mean, clock's starting to tick out. They have to make their way forward. Chichu finds one. Immediate refrag. Kong with the off angle has to be the hero. The Haunt's not going to check him, so he might have a really good chance of just finding the free kill right now. 18 seconds, 1v2. Leo has to do it all right now. Knows Kong's position, but the swing is there for nobody off the back of that play. And EDG, they hold on for dear life. Oh, man.
And yeah, it's finally a round where EDG, at least in the end of that round, is playing together. They're playing like as a team, and that's like great shot from Raga as well. But here, like the crossfires and the protocols are working out for them in those situations. If they're not playing this one together, they lose it. And XLG not happy with what they're seeing right now from the team.
Lose 2 rounds and everyone's mad at you. Well, here you go. First time out for XLG. I think it's maybe less that they're happy with them and more like, hey guys, look, it's New Year's time. We want to celebrate with the fam. Let's win this fast and get the hell out of here. I don't know. That's what I would be feeling if I had to play on a, you know, celebratory time, holiday season, whatever. Actually, I don't know. I usually play video games during holidays as well. Either way, though, XLG, I mean, they have been just putting up a dominant showing throughout both of these maps right now. EDG needs 7 rounds in a row to have a chance at pushing this to map number 3, at pushing this to overtime. And XLG, that's 7 chances for them to close it out and make themselves the first grand finalist in that battle for Santiago, that first slot. So far, they've been looking so composed, so clean today in their gameplay. Yeah, but to be fair, I want to say that it's not only is XLG playing well, this is also not the EDG that we're used to seeing. They're playing so individually, so isolated, and XLG are happy to take advantage of it, right? Like, why wouldn't you?
And they're playing this one great out as a team. You see it on the scoreboard, right? Every player very condensed. All together. Great information gain also from Norman here. Finds 2 of the players. Good swing from Raga. Leo is all there on the back of it as well. The ultimate goes in vain. Raga, weapon pickup available. It was an eco for XLG, but they're starting off so big. Important frags for taking CB spots. What's Norman?
Ooh,
that's some
trigger
good
discipline.
Trigger discipline. Double kill for him. Round suddenly back into the hands of EDG.
Huge play. Leo is very low as well, and the read is right. I think he also spotted out a couple more players there. So yeah, Smoggy and Nobody both positioned towards this A site. In fact, gonna be holding towards A main right now. Gonna be taking that space to clear it out, but the rest of XLG, they don't want to go towards A. They're going towards B instead. And 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, exactly. CB, he's gonna be the hero player. He hasn't pushed out this time. Just in heaven.
CB can't die without getting a trade. That's the baseline here. If CB dies and not trades, this one might fall into the hands of big XLG. CB, first track has been taken.
Oh, nice to be.
Forced himself into long. CB! Suddenly he is the hero! The new player of EDG steps up big time. Last one has been spotted. EDG, they're still alive. Not dead yet. Crucial frags from CB there.
Hero plays. Really nice trigger discipline as well. I mean, 3v5 in the first 5 seconds, that would be very, very painful. But EDG now just being able to get that 4K. Doesn't get the ace exactly, but still able to pop off in that time frame. We have a little bit more gas in the tank. It isn't quite over for EDG yet. And XLG, even after the timeout, not able to quite close it out. That said, 6 more chances. Economy back in the hands of XLG, but for the first time on this map, we're going to be seeing an op coming in from Kong on EDG. For the first time at all, I think today we're seeing him pick up the op. Usually, I think so far he's just been running it down, trying to find those opening picks, but now attack. Early attack towards A side, operator towards B.
We have Life Source ultimate, and no Hunter's Fury there for nobody to counter it. good space taking from XLG right now. They're keeping EDG guessing where they're going. I like the prowler that they're sending for connector. Just giving them a little bit more fake information about their plans. Raga puts on the ultimate as well. What's the 3 players? This will change the thing drastically for XLG, but they're just running it down on the back of the ultimates of Raga and Noman. Both duelists stepping up, using their high impacts. Break open the side, CB is in their back, but doesn't find the target, doesn't find the kill. Too many players up in his face. Smoggy's ultimate needs to find some value. Kang puts this one as well. A very ultimate heavy round, but it's just on the back of Smoggy. 1 versus 4 needs to isolate. 1v1s needs to isolate situations, but Smoggy to get his first 3 players looking at it. Smoggy makes 4, but with the 4th one it stops. EDG getting stomped on by XLG in the end. We have new kings of China, and they're showing it once again. EDG, you can't get out of the slump before you're beating XLG.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tragedy, I gotta say. For EDG, that's not the EDG that we love and we're used to seeing. Hopefully they're able to bounce back. This is still the upper bracket, so they have 2 more chances before they are eliminated from the event. Their first loss hopefully takes them back to the drawing board. I think to be fair, if you're used to being at the top, it's gonna be a humbling loss like this that kind of helps you wake up and evolve into your next form. I like this apology bow coming in from this team. Hopefully next time around they're able to give us more of a show. But my god, talking about a show, this XLG team, you talked about it, the upgrades that they got with Lysor joining this team, but the rest of the players as well, right? They have been looking so good. It's actually pretty impressive because if I'm not wrong, their coach as well used to be like a professional player. He was like popping off on Jet and duelists in South Asia, and then he became a coach here in VCT China. So, I mean, I remember our initial conversation there. I can ask about coaches getting in. This man should not be let in because he's an ex-pro.
I just want to see bronze coaches getting into those 1v1s. That's my dream. I want to see real, skirmishes with distant coaches and stuff, and analysts and stuff like this. Get everyone in there. Give the managers a shot. Give the managers a shot. Give us T-Ball to doing one-on-ones in VCT Game Changers, right?
I would love to see that, to be honest. That would be really, really cool. Oh, but either way, we have our interview coming up, so we are gonna throw it over to our translator Beatles for today. Take it away.
场比赛的胜利，站在我身边的是来自 XLG 的 Happyway 选手，先跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XLG 的 Happyway。
欢迎 Happyway。其实今天的这场对决从图一开始，我们就看到了指挥上面的一些博弈。在图一的上半场，你们是成功的追回了优势，并且在攻防转换之后，你们的思路甚至会更加的清晰一些。但其实这是一张对手的选图，想知道你们完成了这一切，你觉得今天赛前准备有几分的功劳呢？如果满分是10分的话。
Like, how do you think the preparation before today helped you to make such a big difference on
给我们具体展开一下吗？在过程当中是怎么去完成阅读、沟通和调整的？
虽然我们劣势开局嘛，但还是依靠大家的沟通能力，然后对场上理解的判断来让我们慢慢。
And even though they started the round disadvantaged, they relied on everyone's communication.
那说到今天最大的功臣，可能就是
and a lot of patience as well.
因为图一拿下了 MVP， 在图二又是一个王牌精锐帮助队友去拿下了手枪局的胜利。可以看到你目前仍然是 XLG 最坚实的盾牌，但其实这个新的赛季，我们看到 XLG 是有新鲜成员的加入的。那你是怎么去作为核心成员快速的适应这些变化，并且同时保留自己稳定性的呢
And as a core member, how do you adjust to your new team members?
因为人员也是非常优秀的，然后又有很多经验嘛，所以基本上我们就靠打训练。
And he says that the adjustment period wasn't actually too much because the 2 new members have quite a lot of experience as well.
像 Noman 包括说 Leo 他们都会站起来带动大家去和对面互动。那作为队内看起来比较内向的你觉得自己有受到他们的感染吗？
应该有吧，我感觉今天我。
And do you think you've been affected by your teammates who've been standing up a lot?
所以说
after round
并
wins.
且在过程当中，你觉得打比赛过程中有更加自信，对吗？有的。那过去1年 ，Happy Way 你在无畏契约的赛场上也面临
And he says that it's definitely raises confidence.
在新春的这个节点，想知道你最想对过去1年的自己说些什么呢？同时对新的1年自己又有什么样的期许？
And if you were to say something to yourself from last year, what would you say?
去冠军赛，直指冠军赛。对，目标还是非常远大的，也希望你能够梦想成真。
He says he would say to his past self, you're going to go to internationals with this group of friends. And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
幸运观众，你可以喊开始，3、2、1，停。
开始。3、2、1。
Honestly, man, that's the dream, right? To win it all with your friends, win it with this group of friends. That was a very wholesome interview. Thank you for the translation there, Beatos. And of course, I don't know who this guy is, but somebody, we need this mascot at Santiago. XLG, you better win just so you can bring him there. We need him. We need this guy, bro.
Like, this mascot, like... He's just, Heavyweight is just standing there and being like, oh, I finally get more confident, my teammates are so nice, it's so good to have this group of friends around me, and the ape is just emoting behind him. And it's like, that's just insane what's gonna happen there. I love this mascot. And with the monkey emoting behind him, it's gonna be a banger. I need this at Santiago.
Yes. If I ever meet this monkey IRL, this monkey mascot IRL, I will do an emote with him. We'll pull out some old school Fortnite emotes, or like that just floss on the enemies, and then you can play it whenever a team gets a win, make everyone collectively cringe. I do like that idea, but yeah, seriously though, we should have more mascots. There's so few teams that have them, but yeah, I mean, it's been so hype coming in today. This game, it might not have given everything it was promised, but it certainly brought the energy.
Yeah, it brought the energy, and especially for XLG, they had the energy, right? They ran it down on EDG. On the other side, like, Edward Gaming needs to find back onto their rhythm. They need to find solutions to their big problems that they're having right now. And for me personally, that's mostly they're not playing as a team. They're not playing together. They're not sticking to whatever plan that they're making, because if you're such an isolated unit, if you're always playing in those 1v1 situations and giving away kills by taking duels on your own, you're either not sticking to the plan that you're making, or the plan isn't very good. And you need to mix things up in those regards, and I think it comes down to overconfidence and general mix-ups in IGLing.
Either way, we do have XLG taking the bow there after their win. Let's take a look at one of these rounds and their comms.
Fight on. Nice.
起落在 A 区。
你要停 fight box。定 nice。邊嚟㗎？咩？在，包點A 包點。包單嚟嘅。這是個 A 包點，50秒，加油！包點要走。可能就在右边。Yes, Happy. Oh, yeah. So good. Very good reaction. Nice one, Happyway. Very good.
I love to see this
win,
so much.
Happyway. Very good.
Yeah.
I agree. Very, very good.
He's so good. I love to see this. It's so hot. Like the XLG, how can you not love them? Like those voice comms are so wholesome over towards each other. And I think they're really putting up Happyway in those situations. They're really backing up the entire team. And Happyway is just a different kind of monster. This player is just an absolute amazing and well-rounded controller. And if you give him even more time, it's gonna be absolutely amazing what he can show towards the entire world.
I mean, I think it's already started, and right now XLG looking like the best team in China, at least the first team to make it to that finals kickoff for Santiago for that first slot. Gonna be one more away from it, I think.
It's just against all gamers. And
yeah, that should be a fun game too. That is true. Either way, looking at the stats here right now, Happy Way continues to dominate on map number 2 as well. A little bit lower ACS. Took a little bit of a break of like 20 ACS left, but overall, the rest of the squad as well continuing to put up insane numbers. I like that point that you made about how they're playing as a team. Like, yes, Happy Way or Varga or No Man might have individual huge rounds there, but overall, their trades, their coordination has looked so good. And yeah, EDG, I don't know, it felt like, you know, that meme about the coughing baby versus the hydrogen bomb. Today just felt like that. It felt a little bit sad. I don't think anybody would have expected this match to go this dominantly in one way, but yeah, EDG definitely, it's better to know about the problems that you have ahead of everything else. But in this game, at least XLG, things look a little bit more even, but those 2 flawlesses, that's a little bit of a red flag. Like, you really don't want to let that many get away. I don't know.
Yeah, you said it as much, right? It's overall too many flawlesses, like also giving up 2 of your first bloods in the end. We had a huge problem with post plants in the last matchup on map 1. XLG has figured some things out that EDG did not. And for EDG, it doesn't get easier, to be pretty honest, with all of you out there, because they are now falling into the middle bracket, and Billy Gaming is waiting for them. And BLG, even though they lost to all gamers, still looks for me like one of the prime targets to also qualify for an international event. And if you're looking at the teams who are up and running there, we have a great all gamers coming up that EDG has to face. Let's imagine XLG wins against all gamers next week. Then like EDG still has to beat like all gamers. They still have to beat like BLG and a very good Dragon Ranger Gaming to even qualify for Masters Santiago. It's gonna be a rough path for them. And it's gonna be some really strong opposition in their way.
100% true. I mean, they needed to kind of win today to make that pathing easy, but unfortunately today did not go the way that they expected. Hopefully they're able to make it back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong, because apart from just individual mistakes, it also seemed like, especially on that Pearl first half, they were constantly behind in terms of having a strategy as well. I know it was their opponent's map pick, but EDG have played this map before. They've proven themselves to be good at it. I think that maybe they just need time to figure out team compositions. They've got a new coach, they've got a new secondary duelist player. They have to kind of enable things to lock in. I mean, EDG as well, the year that they won champs, perhaps they weren't really on anybody's top 3 list, except for maybe a few people who were smarter than me. But I think that they were able to do so well because not only was Kangkang performing at that insane level, but the rest of the team as well was definitely there. Swaggy was there with clutch runs. Nobody was there with clutch runs, and I think we need a little bit more of that coming in from the rest of this EDG roster. Today, it just felt like nobody was playing at their usual level. Like, I don't know, they woke up, was a bad dream, whatever, and yeah, it's just 2-0 clean win for XLG.
They weren't playing to their usual results, and in the end, it's a 2-0 for XLG, who are currently, form-wise, the best team in China for me. Like, they're stomping through their way through the bracket, and I see them making Masters Santiago against all gamers next week. I'm pretty sure. The first matchup of the day, we talked about it. JDG won against FPX, who are out of the contention right now at an 0-3. Second team to get eliminated from the VCT China. It's gonna be a rough run for them, and also like they and Nova, they have to figure some things out on how they continue in the next split. Same goes for like overall EDG, if we're gonna be honest, but still, I think some of the teams need to reassess some of the things that they're doing right now before going into the next week. There we have some banger matchups coming up for you. I can't lie, right? We have the All Gamers against XLG liner matchup. That we will see in the bracket right now for a spot at Masters Santiago. We have Dragon Ranger Gaming playing Tailu, 2 of the upcoming teams up until now in the split. We have BLG against EDG. Those are some of the best teams in the VCT China coming up. And in the lower bracket, there is a Trace against Wolves and a Titan Esports Club against JD Gaming. Also some very fun matchups that are coming up. I think especially the Wolves vs Trace one will give us a path of either utter disappointment or something that where you succeed towards your way of a possible late Santiago or Santiago qualification?
I don't know. I mean, Trace looked good in some of their other matches for sure, so that's definitely going to be one to watch out for. At least I'm excited to watch it. I want to see who is going to be getting through. So on Tuesday, do tune in. A couple of days from now, we're going to be getting back in. So enjoy your single days break, I suppose, before we head back into the action. We had a full week of action coming up, so yeah, get some rest, get some tea, get ready, get some snacks, I don't know, whatever, get your celebration out of the way, because VCT China is gonna be heading through in full swing. And yeah, DRG versus Tyloo, that's definitely a match that I'm excited for, because again, if you're able to win it, you are one more game away from Santiago. So, you know, you might have dropped from that upper bracket, but you still got the middle one.
Yeah, you're one step closer to Santiago, as you already mentioned, and I think the Wolves one against Trace will also be interesting with the gameplay that both teams have been showcasing throughout the entire year of that split up until now. But yeah, we are at the end of our broadcast for today. Thank you very much, Zach, for joining in. Thank you very much to all the people in the production and in the background of Project Horizon. As we always mention, it's a volunteer project, and everyone here is working very hard to bring this one to the community as a whole. Because of that, I would just want to say a thank you for everyone. Much love to Fren, who's sitting here with us and have to listen to us yapping the entire day. We all love Fren a lot. Thank you to BDOS, our go-to translator, because I love having interviews in a translator towards English, because we rarely get the contents of what the VCT China players are saying. And with that, I give the last few words to you, Zach, and I'm done for today.
Oh, really? I mean, honestly, I don't have anything else to say. You pretty much said it all. But yeah, thank you for tuning in, everyone. Thanks for supporting us and watching. And do come back in next week. We have a whole week of action coming up, rather. So it's going to be very exciting. So yeah, don't miss out on it. And of course, thank you to Akamask, as always, for just being one of the most go-to duos I get to work with. That's going to be it from us for today, though. Everyone, enjoy your day, whatever time zone you're in. We're going to be back day after tomorrow for some more VCT China action. So stay tuned, and we'll see you on the other side.
Gotta have you like the stereo.